Good afternoon, everybody. It is afternoon. Good morning, everyone. It is afternoon Israel, Lebanon time. Well, morning where I am. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We have live coverage of the latest updates in the Israel-Lebanon fighting, Israel Hezbollah fighting. It's a little windy on this shot. Actually, I'm going to put the audio on. I'm showing you the audio from the other Lebanon shot. What I'm going to do, put this on, but turn it down. Oh, that's too loud. I can't do that. That's not going to work. I'll turn this audio down some. Oops. I have to change the view up top. Let me do that. Let me change the view up top for you. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. All right, I need to do... Oops. We got the other view of... There's Beirut. Ooh. Turn that down. Turn that one down. So we got some shots of Beirut there, and let's see if I want to show anything else. Maybe I should. Now I'm going to leave both Beirut shots up, I think. That's what I'll do. Hello, everyone. It is Steve Lookner. We are here to bring you some live coverage, some updates on what's going on. There's reporting that a ground invasion, Israel could do a ground invasion of Lebanon in the coming days, possibly. Thank you, Gina Marie. Your emoji suggestion has been noted. Thank you, Gina Marie. I really appreciate your support. Gina Marie, thank you. And thanks for shouting out our moderators. Yeah, thanks to our moderators for being here. I really appreciate it. Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev are there on Twitch right now. Thank you. What are we looking at? It says in the corner, views of Beirut, Lebanon. They are views of Beirut, Lebanon. Dev are there on Twitch right now. Beirut, Lebanon. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body is modding. Thanks, Kay. And hang on a second. I'm looking at something here. I guess there's some more footage today of Israel assembling troops on the northern border. That's what I'm seeing. I wonder if I can get the footage of them. I wonder if I can get the footage of the troops from the northern border. I think the IDF released some video. Let me see if I can get that. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is Tel Aviv. This is totally my fault. I misread it. That is Tel Aviv and not Beirut. Ha. I misread. I was thinking to myself, wow, they have a new shot of Beirut today. That's what I was thinking. I was like, we've never had this shot of Beirut before. Well, the reason we never had the shot of Beirut before is that it's actually not Beirut. My bad. Here's Beirut. The top one is Beirut. The top one is Beirut. The bottom one is Tel Aviv. Just my fault. There's the shot of Beirut. So I do apologize. I was thinking, wow, that's really cool that we got a new shot of Beirut. There is Beirut. Let me actually make an adjustment here. Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. This is what I wanted to show you. I knew we had a second shot of Beirut. There's Beirut. I'm just going to take this one off. Again, that's just my fault. I'm sorry. I just made a mistake. I made a mistake. Oh, there is a rocket alert. I will let you know about the rocket alert. The latest rocket alert is one rocket alert. Just one. In or near the Golan Heights. Just one rocket alert. One. Right here. So I'll let you know when I hear more about that. I don't have a camera there. Southern Golan Heights. If it's a rocket, my guess is it's from. If it's a rocket, my guess it's from Lebanon, but we'll see. I'll let you know if I hear more about that. I was going to check and see if the IDF had posted video. Yeah, I think like, what was this report here? There's like video. There's like video of like Israeli troops like staging in northern Israel. Hold on a second here. So I was trying to find out where that came from. I'm rewinding something here because I don't know where this came from, and I want to see if I can get you the video. The defense minister was speaking today, I think CNN said. All right, I'm gonna get you some different updates, but we're seeing more reports of possible ground invasion soon. So that's a big story. And I want to talk about that. Times of Israel says, where is this? Gallant defense minister strongly hints Israel is ready to launch ground invasion. Oh, here it is. Manny Fabian says, of Times of Israel, says Defense Minister Gallant hints that Israel is preparing to launch a ground offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon. The elimination of Hezbollah, of Nasrallah, of the head of Hezbollah, which Israel did last Friday, is a very important step, but it is not everything. We will use all the capabilities we have, he said to his troops in northern Israel. If someone on the other side does not understand what these capabilities mean, it is all capabilities and you are part of this effort. We trust you to be able to accomplish everything, he said. So, oh. I think I have video right here. No. That's in Hebrew. Hey guys, I normally don't do this, but I'm going to read a message that I just got in the chat, and I'm going to do this once. I'm going to do this once because I've gotten a couple messages like this, and if you're going to post stuff like this in the chat, I'm going to hide you from the channel, okay? I shouldn't have to say this. I'm just going to do it once. The message says, yes, there's probably more death and destruction from Hurricane Helene than in Beirut. I understand Steve wants the numbers, but this is a heartbreaking and devastating situation. So I'm timing out this person for 24 hours. This is a member of the channel, somebody who's watched this channel for a long time, which I appreciate. But if you're going to come into my chat and claim that I'm covering this story instead of another one because of numbers, it's offensive, it's ridiculous. I don't want to read that in my chat. Okay, I can't have that in the chat. I want to be able to read the chat and respond to you guys. It's an essential part of this channel that I can talk to you guys. But I just can't read this abusive and frankly ridiculous stuff in the chat. Okay, so if you're going to put that stuff in the chat, I can't have you in the chat. I can't have it because I got to be able. I want to interact with you guys. All right, and there's believe me, the vast majority of the time I don't tell you about this stuff, but you got to understand, like, I can't be reading the chat if that's the kind of stuff that's going to be in the chat. All right, I can't be doing it. All right, so I don't care if you're a member, if you've watched since the first day, if you donate a lot, I don't care. If you post that kind of stuff, you're gonna get hidden from the channel because I want to be able to read the chat and interact with you guys. I just can't have that stuff in the chat. It's ridiculous. I've been posting about North Carolina on my X account. We talked about it yesterday. It's, but look, I'm not going to sit here and explain every time I cover everything. So it's just ridiculous. So behave yourselves. Let me interact with you, but be respectful, and don't say stupid crap, because I'm going to hide you. The chat is very important to me. And again, anytime I say something like this, and I say it just to let you know the ground rules, because I think it's important once in a while to let people know the expectations. Then somebody says, like, why look weak and comment on the negativity? There it is again. Somebody being critical, saying I look weak, criticizing me. Guys, I can't have the negativity in the chat. I'm gonna hide you, all right? Imagine if at your job you read a running chat and all day it was just people saying negative things. I don't think you'd like that much, or just in your life in general. So, if you have suggestions, I love hearing your suggestions. Somebody just suggested a certain emoji they would like to see. Fantastic. I love suggestions. People send me story suggestions all the time. I find out about a bunch of stories from viewers. It's great. But if you're going to be critical, if you're going to be negative, if you're not going to be respectful, you know what I'm saying. I can't have the negativity in the chat. I want to be able to read it. I can't read this negativity all the time. So I'm going to hide you. I don't care who you are. Just know it. And once in a while I say this just to let people know. And I also think it's important that you guys once in a while know the kind of things I have to see. So please just be respectful, okay? Also, if you have suggestions, there's a respectful way of suggesting it. You can message me on X and say, hey, I was wondering if you might consider cover this story. I love hearing about that kind of stuff. I might not do it, but there's a respectful way to do things, and there's a disrespectful way to do things. And honestly, I don't think you guys in the chat like reading the disrespectful stuff either. I think you want to discuss the news. Okay, the camera is panning around here. Is Nasrallah's funeral today? I don't know if it is today. I don't see it on the Reuters broadcast schedule. If it's happening and I have video of it, I'll certainly show it to you. Roland Oliphant with The Telegraph says Israel is basically jumping up and down, shouting, "We are about to do a ground invasion now." Latest press release, Yoav Gallant tells troops on northern border the elimination of Nasrallah is a very important step, but it's not the final one. He does raise the possibility that it's deception. I don't know. I think I think Israel is really telegraphing I've said this before. I think they're really telegraphing the invasion because they're hoping maybe if they telegraph it enough, maybe if they scare Hezbollah enough, Hezbollah will make a deal with them and they won't have to invade, which I understand. So that would be a reason to be very public about we're about to invade. Look at all of our troops. Look at our tanks. We're going to do this. I've said that for days. Dodger Blue says a ground invasion is terrifying. Hey, a quick thank you, by the way, to Jane Ann and Sven Russ and Evelyn V and Jody Sowden and Niceland and Eris Caller from Ireland. Thank you. Jojo77JLD. Also Stevie Yagi. Thank you. And The Guardian, that's very generous of you. The Guardian 1, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you also, Harper Ann. Notorious Rob over there on Twitch as well, and Sweetums on Twitch. Thanks for your support on Twitch. And Flunkism. I really would like to get you. I'm seeing like, oh, there's a new press release from Gallant. But I haven't actually seen the press release yet. I went to the IDF site. Anyways, I have another report I want to read you about the possibility of a ground invasion. We're just hearing more and more about that now, though. Thanks for your kind words, Mary Sue, and thanks, Mary Sue, for shouting out the moderators. All right, so first of all, again, new press release from the defense minister today suggesting a ground invasion could come soon. Also, there's reports about Israel already having done limited cross-border raids. So here is something from the Washington Post. Israeli forces said to conduct small, limited raids in Lebanon. Israeli forces carried out small raids inside Lebanon on Monday, according to an Israeli familiar with the matter, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the military operation. It is limited near the border, though it is not the first time this has happened, the person said. The precise purpose of the raids was not immediately clear, but they came as Israel massed troops and military equipment near the Lebanese border, and commanders warned of a possible invasion. There is a similar report from the Wall Street Journal this morning. The Wall Street Journal headline is Israel Special Forces launch raids into Lebanon ahead of possible ground incursion. And the Wall Street Journal claims that those raids are aimed at gathering intelligence and probing Hezbollah's capabilities. The Wall Street Journal says those raids have included entering Hezbollah tunnels on the border. They said they've occurred recently and over the past months. And also the Wall Street Journal says a ground invasion could come as soon as this week, according to the Wall Street Journal. So that is something we need to keep our eye on. Anna says, I agree about the invasion being this week because everything is happening so fast. I agree, everything is happening fast. Olivia, we talked extensively about Israel hitting the Houthis yesterday. We talked about that on yesterday's broadcast a bunch. Thanks to our member Olivia. Also, thank you to Draven6679. I appreciate it. Thank you. I also wanted to talk about this. Somebody mentioned this in the chat. Israel actually launched a strike on Beirut, the central Beirut, for the first time in the nearly year of conflict, which you can see right there from AP. So I wanted to talk about that. I mean, they've been striking Beirut suburbs, which is just a mile or two from Beirut Central. So, but there is a central Beirut. So I want to talk about that for a second. This, I think we have a couple pictures of it here too. Oh, there's another rocket alert, by the way. There's another rocket alert. It is not two rocket alerts. Golan Heights region again. Golan Heights region. There is the SOFAR Red Alert app. SOFAR Red Alert map page. The SOFAR Red Alert map page. Golan Heights. The other alert a few minutes ago was in the Golan Heights. I'll keep an eye on that. I don't have a camera there, So I'll let you know if I hear anything about those rockets. The smoke you're seeing, I don't believe is from new attacks. I believe the smoke you're seeing is all from before. I don't believe any of this smoke is anything that recently happened. I should have mentioned that before, sorry. Let me show you this about Israel striking actual. Oh, I wanted to show you on a map what we're talking about here. Okay, so this is, I wanted to show you about Beirut here. Lebanon up here. Here's Beirut. So there's Beirut. So when we talk about southern suburbs of Beirut, we're talking about places like down here. It's not that far from like up here. That's like 2.5 miles, you know? So when you hear like, oh, they hit Beirut last night, well, they've been hitting greater Beirut, southern Beirut already. It's not like they haven't, but I guess it's in here somewhere. If I type in Beirut, what does it say? Yeah, so that technically is Beirut right there. But, I mean, you can see it's just, it's not like it ends. It's a big city. There's like Beirut and Greater Beirut or Metro Beirut. So, but I guess for the first time since last year, since the conflict started last year, Israel launched a strike in central Beirut. Where is it here? Oops, right here. There. An Israeli airstrike hits central Beirut for the first time in nearly a year of conflict. And you can see on the right there from Associated Press, there's a building that was hit in the airstrike. I believe this is the building. Yeah, this is early today. In central Beirut, this is it. And then there's a car that was in front of the building. But those are two pictures of what the airstrike was, this targeted attack. So AP says the first apparent Israeli airstrike on central Beirut in nearly a year of conflict struck an apartment building early Monday. It came after Israel hit targets across Lebanon and killed dozens of people, as Hezbollah sustained heavy blows to its command structure, including the killing of its leader Hassan Nasrallah. The strike hit one apartment in a multi-story building, as you can see there. It damaged the structure but did not collapse it, according to an Associated Press journalist. Video showed ambulances and a crowd gathered near the building in a mainly Sunni district with a busy thoroughfare lined with shops. A Palestinian leftist faction in Lebanon said 3 of its members were killed in the airstrike. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine said in a statement early Monday that its military and security commanders in Lebanon and a 3rd member were killed in this Israeli attack. That group has not played a significant role in the ongoing conflict between Israel and the Shiite militant group Hezbollah. An official with Lebanon Civil Defense earlier said that a member of the Al-Jama'a al-Islamiyah was killed in that airstrike and that 16 other people were wounded. In the past week, Israel has frequently targeted Beirut's southern suburbs, like I believe you're looking at now, the southern suburbs, where Hezbollah has a strong presence, including a major strike on Friday that killed the leader Nasrallah. But Israel had before this morning not hit locations near the city center. Sirens. Where's that? Hold on. Is that here? Where is that coming from? Here? There? Hold on, hold on. I think I have it here. Is it from there? It might be from there. Yes. Maybe from there. Maybe that's the border right there. That's the border. Yes. That's live. That's live. This is live at the border. This is live at the border. Live at the border right now. You're hearing interceptions now. You're hearing interceptions now. You are hearing interceptions at the border. Hearing them live right now. Still hearing them now. This is the northwestern border, and you are hearing interceptions of rockets live. There are rocket alerts in this area. Seems like a fair number of rockets, a bunch of explosions now in northwestern Israel. A lot of them. So we just heard a number of interceptions in northwestern Israel. More sirens. More sirens right now. More rocket sirens. I will see what I can find for you about these rocket alerts. In the rockets, we heard a number of interceptions, a number of them. I don't know if any rockets landed in the area. This camera is in Nahariya, I believe. Nahariya, Israel. So if you look, the rocket alerts, according to so far, were here. See, it says Nahariya right there. That's where the camera is there. Again, I don't know if any rockets actually hit, or if they were all shot down. But we just saw some rocket alerts and interceptions in northwestern Israel, near the Lebanon border. A quick thank you to our new member, Recording on the Grass, and Lynn Huey, our new member. Thank you. Also, Ron Dykman. Thank you so much, Ron. I appreciate it. And Martin Gingrich. Martin thinks Israel is moving fast because an American election or a leader change could stall things. Oh, I would think, Martin, that Israel would think that if Trump got elected, that he might be more supportive than Biden of, say, a ground invasion. So I respectfully disagree. I don't believe in the American election is playing any kind of role in the timing of this. That's just my thought on the matter. But thank you, Martin. I appreciate your support. Thank you also, Joner Games and Michael Deemer, Richard Foley. Thank you, Richard. Kerry Poteet, thanks for the gift memberships. I mean, if you're Israel, you might think, well, if you're going to do it, you might as well do it faster because, you know, a couple weeks ago you had the pagers. They've taken out Hezbollah. They exploded Hezbollah pagers, so they degraded their communications and the walkie-talkies, and they've launched recent airstrikes to take out some of their weaponry and facilities and people. And you might think, well, if we're going to do this, let's not let them regroup. Let's just do it as soon as we can. That might be the thinking. Andy Marshall agrees with Martin. So again, I might be wrong, but I appreciate your comment and support Martin Gingrich. Thanks also to our new member, I will say BH, our new member, thank you. Okay. I'm going to go back to the Beirut shot now, but I'll keep the volume on for this, see if we hear anything more. Let's go back to the Beirut shot. If I can. Oops, no. There we go. There is the Beirut shot. That is not a new, I don't believe that is new smoke there. Oh, the Israeli government spokesperson is doing a presser thing. Maybe I'll throw that up on the screen. Israeli government spokesperson press thing happening. Give me 1 second here. I don't find those like that informative. I don't think there's going to be a huge announcement in it, but I'll throw it up anyway. Thanks for mentioning it. Ooh, hold on. Why it's not up here? Let's see if I can get this audio for this video up for you. I don't know if this is going to work. Can we hear him? Hold on, we can't hear him.
Speculation of Ireland, and for all these, there's a common denominator here. So we'll take no lessons whatsoever from Ireland in their support for terrorism. It is support for terrorism. If you, after the October 7th massacre, decide to support the terrorists, then you are in support of the terrorists. But particularly, let me share with you some of the things that we've done in terms of our efforts. You talk about text messaging and public messaging. Okay, phone calls, millions of them. Okay, no other country has done this. Absolutely, bar none. No other country has done this in order to limit as much as humanly possible the effect on civilians. While, of course, remembering that both Hamas and Hezbollah, they want civilian deaths. That's precisely what they desire. They think that will support them in their public relations efforts. That is precisely what they want. So phone calls, millions of them, text messages, leaflet drops, websites. They are also websites and radio broadcasts as well. So even, for instance, the strike against Nasrallah, the arch terrorists, where the element of surprise was, of course, absolutely key. When we struck Nasrallah and the senior terrorists who were with him, that too was done in accordance with international law. Hezbollah has built its central command headquarters underneath residential buildings in the very heart of Beirut. It's in clear violation of international law. So we are, of course, not at war with the people of Lebanon. It's very important to remember that. We have our border with Lebanon is precisely where the United Nations asked for it to be. That's known as the Blue Line. So we're not at war with the people of Lebanon, and civilians are never the target. And wherever is possible, we can and we do give advance warnings, even when it costs us the element of surprise. Now, when it was against Nasrallah, the strike was targeted as much as possible. There are ways which I can't talk about yet in terms of how specifically it was targeted. We aren't able to divulge all of our intelligence capabilities right now, but the message to our enemies across the region should be extremely clear. We can hit our enemies wherever they hide. The IDF is ready both offensively and defensively for any scenario. Okay, I think that looks like the last question. I've taken all the questions, so thank you for joining us. The next briefing will be at the same time tomorrow, so please do stay safe, and in the meantime, thank you very much. Bye-bye now.
Sorry, I didn't realize that was on. I only caught the end of it. I actually might be able to play. I might be able to play that, the first part of it shortly. I might show you that shortly when I can play the first part of it. Yeah, I'll check on that in a little bit and try to get that video for you. I'm trying to see if I can find you any updates on those rockets. We saw some interceptions. We heard some interceptions on the live shot from northern Israel. I don't know if any rockets actually landed. Yeah, I'll let you know if I hear more about the situation with the rockets. But I haven't heard of any falls yet. Let me also see if I can get that video that we were just watching, but we only saw the end of. Okay, that would be from today. Yes. Oh, I can't download it yet. Hopefully shortly I can download that for you. I think the New York Times is reporting the same story that basically the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal are reporting. Maybe they're all getting it from the same source. Maybe the same Israeli government source is going to different news organizations and telling them this. That'd be my guess. The New York Times says that Israel is making raids in Lebanon to set up possible invasion. They say no decision has been made about whether or when to launch a major ground operation. But again, Israel, the Times is reporting that Israel commando units have made incursions into brief incursions into Lebanese territory in preparation for the possibility of a wider invasion. It really does seem to me like the Israel and the New York Times said they talked to 6 Israeli officers and officials who said this. So it seems like that Israel wants this story to get out there. Whether it's just to get people ready for it, or whether it's to signal to Hezbollah, hey, if you want to make a deal, it better be soon. But it really does seem like Israel is trying to get that story out there. Brisbane Insider says, I don't think they will end up doing a ground invasion, but who knows? Marathoner thinks Israel is going to occupy the whole of southern Lebanon. Total Blank Show says, if you think they are not going in, you are dreaming. We'll ask a poll about it. Hey, thanks to our new member, Wendy, by the way. I appreciate it, Wendy. Thank you. Hold on a second here. What happened here? What happened here? I think we had an accidental... Oh. Was there an accidental hide and unhide in the chat? I think there might have been. That happens. I do it sometimes. Uh-oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? Is it a plane? Sometimes they pan around, yeah. Sometimes they pan around to see a plane. My guess is that it's a Middle East MEA plane, Middle East Airlines, because that's the Lebanese flag carrier. The planes we've been seeing lately are just MEA planes. I think a lot of the other planes are not flying there. I can tell you what plane it is. I'll just show you on flight radar. I can see it on flight radar. Oh, can I see it? No. Yep, I can see it on flight radar. I think. That might be it. There's that plane right there. That's Middle East Airlines, Beirut to Abu Dhabi. That just took off. So that could be it right there. How about this one? Oh, no, there's that one too. That one just took off, Beirut to Doha. So... yeah, I mean, and then, ooh, that one just landed from Mexico. These are all Middle East Airlines. Middle East Airlines, Middle East Airlines, Middle East Airlines. That's the Lebanese airline. That one's going to land from Brussels, Middle East Airlines. For all I know, they might be the only carrier operating in and out of there right now. But again, that's a Lebanese airline. Oh, yeah, the plane we saw might have been landing, I'm sorry, as one of our viewers said, so... that might have been one that's already on the ground. Maybe that one. Maybe this one that came in from Milan. Anyways, that's Flight Radar 24, by the way. Thank you to Webster, our member, and XArch for gifting a membership. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm going to ask a poll question. Will Israel launch a ground invasion of Lebanon? That's the poll question. Uh, 82% on YouTube think yes, Israel will launch a ground invasion. On Twitch, it is 77% on Twitch. Most of you think yes. K. Rando, thank you. K. Rando thinks Beirut's starting to look like Gaza. I mean, obviously a huge difference between the two. A lot of Gaza's destroyed, but we are starting to see some buildings destroyed in Beirut and other parts of Lebanon. There was an Israeli strike yesterday that took down, I think, 2 buildings maybe? I have a picture of it. In Sidon, I think it was, or near Sidon. Yeah, so if you look at that, if you look at that there, that's a picture from Associated Press on the right. And that picture is people, I believe, on the top of a building. Yeah, see, I'm going to actually download this picture. Let me download the picture and then I'll show it to you. Hang on. That picture I wanted to show you is here. Here's the picture from the AP article. So this was yesterday. By the way, thanks for voting in the poll. Most of you think that Israel will launch a ground invasion. 82% on YouTube, 74% on Twitch. So I saw a video. There was an airstrike, one or more airstrikes in Sidon. Oh, I'm sorry, east of Sidon, the Ain el Delb neighborhood east of Sidon in Lebanon. And the video I saw from yesterday, you could clearly see a building collapse. Looked like a several-story high, if I remember right, 6-7 floor high apartment building. And you can see here, you can see that there's a rail, like a deck here with a railing. That's a collapsed building there. That's not from the Nasrallah strike in the southern suburb of Beirut. This is near Sidon, and this happened yesterday. This says people and rescue workers search for victims after an Israeli airstrike hit 2 adjacent buildings in Ain el Delb neighborhood in the southern port city of Sidon, Lebanon, Sunday. So not a good scene there. And I'll actually post in the chat the video. I posted it on my X account, the video I saw. Right here. Oops, no. Yeah, Ewan Ward of the New York Times posted a video of a building collapsing. I'll post that in the chat right now. You just see the thing collapse. I'm watching the video again. It looks like it's about, like 6 or 7 stories high, maybe. What is the point of a ground invasion? The point of all of this, what Israel wants, is to allow its people to move back to northern Israel. Since last October, since the day after the October 7th attack by Hamas on Israel, and Israel started attacking Hamas in Gaza, since that started, basically, Hezbollah has been launching attacks in solidarity with Hamas into northern Israel. So here's Israel here, Gaza's down here, Lebanon is up here. So Hezbollah is launching attacks like rocket attacks into northern Israel. Israel has had to move about 70,000 people away from their homes in the border because of the Hezbollah attacks. And Israel is saying it's going to do whatever it needs to do to allow its people to be safe in northern Israel, to stop the Hezbollah attacks so that its people can move back. So Israel wants Hezbollah to move back from the border and stop the attacks. So the invasion could be part of that, where they, for example, clear everything Hezbollah from the southern border, from the southern area of Lebanon, or even occupy the territory. But the goal is to allow their people to move back to northern Israel. Anthony Blinken is speaking right now. I don't know if it's really going to be anything particularly big. I don't necessarily think it is, but I can put it up on the screen. Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State. he is convening an international coalition to fight the Islamic State group. My guess is that it won't even be about this, honestly. I think he's talking about Islamic State. But I'll put it up for a second and see what it says. You'll see it appear in a second.
Three core areas where we will focus our conversations today. First, the United States and Iraq will discuss, and with our other coalition partners as well, our plans for a phased transition of Operation Inherent Resolve. This military mission, established in response to Iraq's 2014 request for support in its campaign against ISIS, will conclude in Iraq by September 2025. Over this period, the United States will work with Baghdad on bilateral security arrangements that will allow us to sustain and build our security partnership and cooperation. In turn, our Iraqi partners will assume greater responsibility for ensuring that ISIS cannot retake territory within Iraq.
I'm not going to play this just because it's not about the Lebanon stuff. Oh, I just saw a plane took off. We just saw a plane take off in the top left there. I don't know if you saw that. That is the Beirut airport behind on that shot. Thank you, Dean R., for your support. Also, I appreciate that, Dean. Thank you so much. Also, Akim Wolmershauser from Switzerland, I believe. Thank you, Akim, for your support. And BH'd, I'll say BH'd. Do I think a large-scale attack by Hezbollah is imminent in the coming weeks? BH thinks so. Nothing I've seen so far suggests that Hezbollah is going to or has the capability right now to carry out a large-scale attack. Although I would assume they might have lots of weaponry left. But they haven't done anything so far. Their leader was just assassinated by Israel, Hezbollah. And there really has been no significant reaction from them or Iran whatsoever. So, to me, that would suggest that there's not going to be one anytime soon. But I have no idea. Who knows? Maybe there's some reason they haven't so far, which doesn't apply to the future. But I don't know. I can't tell you why there hasn't been. I would think if they could have done something more, at least up till now, they might have. But maybe they're kind of getting their act together after all these attacks or something. Maybe they think if they try to launch stuff, Israel's just going to attack it, do a preemptive attack on it, like supposedly Israel has done previously. I don't know. So, BH'd, we will see what happens. We will see what happens. I just don't know. I haven't seen anything yet that suggests to me that something's going to happen sometime soon with that. But maybe I'm wrong. Some people said Netanyahu is live. I don't have that anywhere that I can show you. Is he speaking in English or is he speaking in Hebrew? But I don't have access to it. Some people said he was speaking in English. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, he's not live. Just to be clear, he's not live. Netanyahu posted a statement on his X account 12 minutes ago. So he is not live. But I will play you the statement. Thank you for letting me know he posted a statement. I will play you the statement he posted on his X account 12 minutes ago. Here is Netanyahu's statement where he says, the people of Iran should know Israel stands with you. Now, I assume this is in English. So it seems like it might, that this particular post might be more for Western consumption. But let's see what he had to say.
I speak a lot about the leaders of Iran. Yet at this pivotal moment, I want to address you, the people of Iran. I want to do so directly, without filters, without middlemen. Every day, you see a regime that subjugates you make fiery speeches about defending Lebanon, defending Gaza. Yet every day, that regime plunges our region deeper into darkness and deeper into war. Every day, their puppets are eliminated. Ask Muhammad Def. Ask Nasrallah. There is nowhere in the Middle East Israel cannot reach. There's nowhere we will not go to protect our people and protect our country. With every passing moment, the regime is bringing you, the noble Persian people, closer to the abyss. The vast majority of Iranians know their regime doesn't care a whit about them. If it did care, if it cared about you, it would stop wasting billions of dollars on futile wars across the Middle East. It would start improving your lives. Imagine if all the vast money the regime wasted on nuclear weapons and foreign wars were invested in your children's education and improving your health care, in building your nation's infrastructure, water, sewage, all the other things that you need. Imagine that. But you know one simple thing. Iran's tyrants don't care about your future, but you do. When Iran is finally free, and that moment will come a lot sooner than people think, everything will be different. Our two ancient peoples, the Jewish people and the Persian people, will finally be at peace. Our two countries, Israel and Iran, will be at peace. When that day comes, the terror network that the regime built in 5 continents will be bankrupt, dismantled. Iran will thrive as never before. Global investment, massive tourism, brilliant technological innovation based on the tremendous talents that exist inside Iran. Doesn't that sound better than endless poverty, repression, and war? From Qom to Isfahan, from Shiraz to Tabriz, there are tens of millions of good and decent people with thousands of years of history behind them.
I have to interrupt because there are some rocket alerts going off. So let me just show you where those are right now. Then we'll let you hear the rest of what he has to say, or had to say. The current rocket alerts are... Now, I don't have the shot from Nahariya anymore. I did have the Nahariya shot, but at the moment, I don't have the Nahariya shot. So that's a similar location to where we heard the sirens before. And where... What am I doing here? Oh, sorry. You can't see what I'm looking at. My bad. My bad here. It's the SOFAR app. The SOFAR map, I'm sorry. SOFAR red alert map. So it's northwestern Israel near the border, similar location to where we saw and heard some rockets get shot down a short while ago. I don't have at the moment that shot to show you. So I will keep an eye on that and let you know what I hear about the rockets. Okay? So that is where the current rocket alerts are, northwestern Israel, near the border. A place that has frequently been shot at with rockets over the last couple weeks. Since we've been covering this, let me just play you the rest of what Netanyahu had to say. Hold on a second here.
There are tens of millions of good and decent people with thousands of years of history behind them and a brilliant future ahead of them. Don't let a small group of fanatic theocrats crush your hopes and your dreams. You deserve better. Your children deserve better. The entire world deserves better. I know you don't support the rapists and murderers of Hamas and Hezbollah, but your leaders do. You deserve more. The people of Iran should know Israel stands with you. May we together know a future of prosperity and peace.
So again, this is in English, so it's although maybe they posted some version of this in Persian, right? So I assume they did, but seems to be suggesting that the people of Iran should realize they would be better off with different leadership and not the theocratic regime. By the way, I did want to mention our viewer BH'd. When our viewer BH'd wrote in, BH'd was thinking that Hezbollah could attack Israel during the upcoming Israeli holidays, like Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur and Sukkot. Rosh Hashanah begins on the 2nd? Is that it? I have to look it up. And I think Yom Kippur is the 12th when it begins. I need to look this up, though. So that's what our viewer was thinking. Rosh Hashanah is the night of the 2nd. Yom Kippur is the 11th, the night of the 11th. Yeah, Wednesday night for Rosh Hashanah. We'll see. Thank you, BH, for sending that comment in and for your support. Also, hold on. Thank you, Kick Your Blank. When we seemed to hear gunshots a day or two ago, I don't know what that was. I never heard any kind of report about that, what that was. I don't know what the sound was on the video. I have no idea. That was during when we were looking at the Beirut stream. Thank you. Thank you also to our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators. Alstar, BZ, Kayla Ribadi, Linda Belk and Larry, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Idaho Star, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much. Also, thanks SJS94 for subscribing on Twitch. Beth Stutz thinks Iran is going to attack Israel. Evanescent thinks Iran is next. Celtic Ricky thinks Netanyahu is talking about regime change in Iran. Goisi says it is a warning to Iran. Swami thinks Iran has been revealed to be a paper tiger. Eggy says, get the Tehran camera ready. There were reports that after Nasrallah got killed by Israel, that the supreme leader of Iran was being like kept in like a secure location. Would Israel ever go after the Iran leadership? What is the benefit versus the cost for them? Mariv Online, which is an Israeli newspaper, Israeli news outlet, they're talking about what Netanyahu, that video he just released. And Mariv Online, which is an Israeli, again, news outlet, their headline is, has Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, has Khamenei been sentenced yet? Netanyahu in an unusual appeal to the Iranian people and a thick hint of things to come. He said the only thing standing in the way of peace between the peoples is the government in Iran. Mariv Online says the social networks in Iran and the Arab world were on fire today immediately after the publication of Netanyahu's video. Many are analyzing it online and in the media in the Arab world. Interesting. That's from Mariv. Sue Hamilton says Russia may get involved then. I will say, it is in Russia's, I was thinking about this the other day, I think it's an interesting point Sue makes. It's certainly Russia benefits from having an Iran that's friendly to Russia than unfriendly to Russia. I mean, just think about the fact that Iran has been supplying with all these drones to Russia in their attack on Ukraine. So, is there a point at which, like, Russia would feel like they might more want to overtly support Iran? Like, that would be a big deal for Russia if Iran had some sort of regime change and it was like a more allied to the West regime. That'd be like a huge deal. Lightning M says Russia is already busy with Ukraine. Jeffrey Morley says, I think Russia has its hands full right now. Craigula says, ain't happening. Remember, Iran has had this theocratic regime only since, what, the late 70s? Lady of the Lake on X thinks Israel will go after the head of Snake. IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, military force in Iran. Stardust says Iran better watch out. Thank you so much, Aloha Tarantula, Susan Elizabeth, for your support for the channel. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Give me one moment here. Donna Sibbons says, is the Lebanon army going to do anything if they bomb central Beirut? Do they have the capacity? So there's the Lebanon army, and then there's Hezbollah. You might be asking about Hezbollah. The Lebanon army is different from Hezbollah. The Lebanon as a whole is made up of different groups of people. It's about a third Shia Muslim, 2/3 not Shia Muslim. There's also Christians, there's Sunni Muslims. The Lebanese army isn't showing any sign of defending Hezbollah. So I don't think you should have that on your radar right now. Look, this morning, Israel actually carried out a strike in central Beirut. They did this morning. We were just talking about that. Will Hezbollah do anything? Well, Hezbollah hasn't done anything even when Israel exploded thousands of their pagers and killed their entire leadership, including their leader. So I don't see why Israel launching an attack in central Beirut makes it any more likely that Hezbollah will do something than the previous events. Maybe they will do something, but I feel like killing Nasrallah, killing their leader, but killing their leader in an airstrike which destroyed multiple residential buildings in greater Beirut, that's about as provocative as it gets. So I don't know if they're going to do something about it. I don't know if they can, if they have the capacity to. But so my answer is I don't think the targeting an apartment building in an apartment building in Beirut this morning really changes all of that much. Thank you, Donna, for the question from Blackpool, UK. She also says, how many foreign nationals are still there? I don't know. I don't know how many people from different countries are still there. For example, with Americans, I don't know how many have left and how many have stayed. I mean, governments like the UK, US Kuwait, telling their citizens to get out, but I don't know how many people have stayed and how many have left. She also asked about the UN force on the border. I don't know the deal with that. There's supposed to be UN, by resolution 1701 in 2006, I believe southern Lebanon is supposed to have some kind of UN peacekeeping force there. I don't even know what the deal with that is. Wikipedia says the United Nations force in Lebanon peacekeeping mission is composed of 10,000 peacekeepers. Are they on the border right now? I don't even know. Maybe some people know in the audience. I can say that in late August, the peacekeeping mission was renewed for another year, Reuters reported. Reuters says that Hezbollah effectively controls southern Lebanon despite the presence of the Lebanese army. A UN site about the UN peacekeepers in Lebanon says that they support the Lebanese armed forces as the Lebanese armed forces deploy throughout the south of Lebanon. That's one thing they do. Oh, I have an article about it. I actually have an article about it. I can show you. I have an article about it I can show you. How about that? How about that? Right here. I should have it. Give me a moment here. I got it. Under the missiles, UN force caught between Israel and Hezbollah. See? From the Washington Post. For years, the UN peacekeeping force in Lebanon monitored a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel that had more or less held since 2006. But since last October, fighting between Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah across the Blue Line has been pretty much continuous and threatened at times to tip into all-out war. As civilians on both sides of the border have fled, the UN forces' position has shifted from monitoring violations at the border to patrolling a battlefront, an awkward role. So they drive white armored vehicles waving the blue flag of the UN in the border area. The force works in the current the force, which was established in 1978 to monitor Israel's withdrawal from Lebanon after its invasion, works in the current conflict to de-escalate tensions by passing messages between the Lebanese and Israeli militaries. The officials of this force conclude if an all-out war erupted, they could do little to stop it. The current conflict started last October 8th when Hezbollah launched attacks on Israel in support of its Palestinian ally Hamas. Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, repeatedly said that, he is now dead, that Hezbollah would halt fighting if a ceasefire is reached in Gaza. Israel has said it does not want a war, but officials have repeatedly in Israel said their intention is to shift the military's focus to the northern border and to move people back, the Israelis back to northern Israel, where they haven't been able to live for months because of the fighting. There's this article in Washington Post about the UN peacekeepers talks about how the Spanish contingent of peacekeepers, their base is a few hundred yards from the border. None of the more than 10,000 UN peacekeepers has been killed since these hostilities started last year. The peacekeepers are authorized to use force, but only to protect themselves. Otherwise, their job is to report what they see and hear. Anyways, that's interesting about the United Nations peacekeepers on the border area. But yes, they are not authorized to use force unless to protect themselves. Hang on a moment. I have a couple things I want to discuss. Just give me a moment here. Thanks for your patience. Who Cares mentioned to me that the New York Times had a report saying that the New York Times said large clouds of Israeli. By the way, Faytux News also posted about this too. Thanks to Faytux. The New York Times said that large crowds of Israeli soldiers are moving through gas stations and highway rest stops in northern Israel, while military armored vehicles and logistical trucks drive along the main roads. Yeah, I mean, so there's new footage of an Israeli armed presence in northern Israel near the Lebanon border. There's reports like this of more forces there. Several outlets which several outlets have the same story today, that basically the same story, that Israel in recent days has conducted these small raids over the border, possibly to prepare into Lebanon, possibly to prepare for a ground invasion, which it seems to me like that story is in all those outlets because Israel is putting it out there to all those outlets. That's what it seems like to me. But yeah, so look, there could be a ground invasion soon. The Wall Street Journal says it could be this week. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, I'll say this. Israel has said it wants the Hezbollah attacks to stop on northern Israel and that it's going to allow its people to move back to northern Israel. Well, the rocket attacks haven't stopped. We've seen rocket attacks today in northern Israel. So if Israel wants to stop the attacks on northern Israel by Hezbollah, they either got to have Hezbollah make a deal with them or they got to do something else, because it hasn't stopped yet. And they say they're going to stop it. Stardust says, don't think there will be a deal. Let me show you what Hezbollah had to say today. Let me show you. I have something to show you. A couple things to show you here. Ooh, hold on. Hang on. I have a couple things to show you. So check this out. Check this out. Thank you. We are the change, by the way. I really appreciate that. We are the change. And Jesus UCSB, thanks so much for your support. I really appreciate it. Jesus UCSB. Check this out. Hezbollah says it is ready for any Israeli land invasion in Lebanon. The group's deputy leader, Narim Qassem, said Hezbollah fighters are primed to confront any ground invasion of Lebanon. Hey, in his first speech since Israeli strikes killed the head of Hezbollah on Friday. Let me show you this video here from Reuters. Just a quick video about him speaking here. Hold on a second. Watch this. Oops, let me just get this on the screen for you. There he is.
أي احتمال ومستعدون.
We will. Oh, sorry. They're gonna have the little translation on there.
We will face any possible attack, and we are ready. If the Israelis decide to enter by land, the resistance forces are ready for a ground engagement. We have prepared and got ready, and with our trust in God Almighty, we are confident that the Israeli army will not achieve its goals, and we will emerge victorious from this battle.
Who is he? It said on the screen there. Look, it says right on the screen. Hezbollah's deputy leader says the group will still replace its assassinated leader, Hassan Nasrallah. What else did it say? Hezbollah deputy leader, Sheikh Naim Qassem.
We will face any possible attack, and we are ready. If the Israelis decide to enter by land, the resistance forces are ready for a ground engagement. We have prepared and got ready, and with our trust in God Almighty, we are confident that the Israeli army will not achieve its goals, and we will emerge victorious from this battle. We will choose a Secretary General for the party as soon as possible, according to the party's approved selection mechanism. And we will fill the leadership positions on a permanent basis. Rest assured that the choices will be easy, because they are clear, and because we are united.
There you go. That's the deputy leader. He says they'll choose a new leader soon. And the choice is clear. Let me read a little of that article for you. Hold on a second here. That was from Reuters. Some of our viewers think his life might be in danger, by the way. Infinite Epicness thinks he looks terrified. So Reuters says Hezbollah fighters are primed to confront any Israeli ground invasion of Lebanon, the group's deputy leader Naim Qassem said today in his first public speech since Israeli airstrikes killed the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, last week. He said Israel will not achieve its goals. He was speaking as Israeli airstrikes on targets in Beirut and elsewhere in Lebanon continued, extending a 2-week-long wave of attacks that has eliminated several Hezbollah commanders but also killed about 1,000 Lebanese and forced 1 million, about a fifth of the population, to flee their homes, according to the Lebanese government. Nasrallah's killing, along with the series of blows against the organization's communications devices and assassination of other senior commanders, constitute the biggest blow to the organization since Iran created it in 1982 to fight Israel. Nasrallah had built it up into Lebanon's most powerful military and political force, with wide sway across the Middle East. Now they face the challenge of replacing a charismatic, towering leader who was a hero to millions of supporters because he stood up to Israel, even though the West branded him a terrorist mastermind. The deputy leader also said that what Hezbollah has done so far in response to Israel is the bare minimum. He says, what we are doing is the bare minimum. We know the battle may be long, he said. We will win as we won in the liberation of 2006 in the face of the Israeli enemy, he said, referring to the last big conflict between the two foes. Israel says it will do whatever it takes to return its citizens to evacuated communities on the northern border with Lebanon safely. Israel has not ruled out a ground invasion and has been training, his troops have been training for one. Today, the Israeli defense minister told troops on the northern border, the elimination of Nasrallah is an important step, but it is not the final one. In order to ensure the return of Israel's northern communities, we will employ all of our capabilities, and this includes you, he said. The latest actions indicated Israel has no intention of slowing down its offensive even after eliminating Nasrallah. Who was Iran's most powerful ally in its axis of resistance against Israel and U.S. influence in the region. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Nasser Kanani said Iran would not let any of Israel's criminal acts go unanswered. He was referring to the killing of Nasrallah and an Iranian Guard deputy commander who was also at the headquarters where Nasrallah was and died in these strikes. Oh, I also wanted to show you video of, again, there was a strike yesterday. There was an airstrike yesterday by Israel east of Sidon, which brought down at least one, maybe two buildings yesterday. So let me show you something about that. And that was east. It was in that was in Ain Del Eb. Ain Del Eb? I gotta find it here on the map so I can show you. Ain Ed Delb, I think it is. I think it's Ain Ed Delb. So to show you on the map, here is Lebanon. There's Tyre, there's the border, there's Beirut, and there's Sidon. And to the east of Sidon is Ain Ed Delb, a small village. So Israel yesterday launched a strike which took down at least one building. I saw the video of the building collapsing. So it just collapsed in this airstrike. So here is something from Reuters about that airstrike yesterday. I'll play this for you right now. Hold on a second here. Rescuers search for rubble for survivors after an Israeli strike on Lebanon's Ain Ed Delb, and it's just a collapsed. I think it's like a 6 or 7 story high apartment building.
We are rescuing these people, pulling out the living, the torn apart, and the martyrs. That's what we're doing.
That looks like a floor or something right there. Then there's a photo here from it. There's a photo from Reuters. Hang on a second here. Oops, sorry. Let me show you the photo. Yeah, it's just collapsed. I posted the video last night of the building. I think it's the same building collapsing. Look at that. I saw some report about it. I believe dozens of people might have died in this. I'll look it up after and I'll see if I can get you the information, the latest reporting on that. But I'll also post a link in the chat to the video where you can see it collapsing. Here, the video link is here. Hang on. Posted by Ewan Ward. Okay, I just posted the link to the video. And I wonder if I can find... Yeah, as of last night, it was reported that it had killed 32 people. I'll see if I can get you an update on that airstrike. Yes, so as of... Hold on a second here. Yeah, AP reported and said that yes, AP said 2 strikes near the southern city of Sidon killed at least 32 people, the Ministry of Health said. In a video of a strike in Sidon, I think that was near Sidon, east of Sidon. A building swayed before collapsing as neighbors filmed. That's the one I posted in the chat. One TV station called on viewers to pray for a family caught in the rubble. So that was really bad. Give me one moment here. Thanks to our member Aleppo Gambit, by the way. Thank you also to Albino Polar Bear. Albino Polar Bear thinks either way this goes, Iran has embarrassed themselves. Iran will probably sit back and wait for Israel to overextend themselves, but it's too late now. That's what Albino says. Give me 1 second here. Just give me one moment, guys. Give me one moment. Okay, so we are bringing you the latest updates here. Give me one more moment. Thanks so much to all of our moderators. Jessica S. and Carms are moderating right now. Thank you. Over there on YouTube. And over on Twitch we have moderating Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star. I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Kay Larry Body's moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you, Kay. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Give me just one more second here. Sorry, I was also checking some of the messages people have been sending me too. Chandra messaged to me that about 40 minutes ago, Joe Truzman, who I follow, posted that a while ago airstrikes were reported in Baalbek, Lebanon. I'm looking at some Lebanese media right now. Hold on a second here. You know, for what it's worth, it's interesting. I'm looking at Lebanese media. In the last, like 26 minutes ago, there's a report of a Israeli airstrike. Yeah, about 26, 29 minutes ago. No, about 26 minutes ago. In the last hour or so, there are not many reports of Israeli airstrikes. Now, they kind of come and go, so I don't know if that's anything meaningful. Maybe it's just sort of a temporary lull. But if I hear more, I'll let you know. By the way, there's a second shot I have of Beirut, but I think this one is better right now. The second shot of Beirut is... There's the second shot of Beirut. It's actually interesting. You can actually see the smoke in that one. It's just further away. See, that's up close, and now look, the smoke is on the left there, see? Oh, that's the shot we often have. So... that's that wider shot. You know, Ariel mentioned to me that there was a report about the rockets earlier. And I forgot to check on that. So thank you, Ariel. There were a couple of rocket alerts earlier when we were on the air. And the IDF said, ooh. Well, the IDF didn't give an update on it. So where is that coming from? I didn't hear any reporting that any of the rockets from the recent alerts actually caused significant damage or hurt anyone. The IDF didn't post an update about it that I saw. I just checked. A statement from the U.S. Embassy Beirut from this morning. The U.S. Embassy in Beirut is working with airlines to address U.S. citizens' request to depart Lebanon by providing additional flights with seats for personal purchase. For more information and to complete our intake form, visit our website. I think the only airline flying regularly in and out of Beirut is MEA, which is a Lebanese carrier. By the way, if anyone's looking for that link, they posted an updated link below it. Yeah, they have a message here. Security alert, U.S. Embassy, Beirut, Lebanon. Please complete this crisis intake form if you are a U.S. citizen in Lebanon and want to receive information about departure assistance. Rick thinks once the embassy staff has gone, Israel may go in. Knight of Knee says Israel should pick up the tab for those flights. Thank you so much to Sneezing Eagle for the gift membership. Thank you. Again, multiple outlets are reporting today that Israel, probably because Israeli sources are telling this to multiple outlets, but multiple outlets are reporting today that Israel has conducted limited raids in recent days into Lebanon across the border to possibly prepare for an invasion. So the Washington Post, for example, says Israeli forces carried out small raids inside Lebanon on Monday, according to an Israeli familiar with the matter. It is limited near the border and not the first time, it is not the first time this has happened, the person said. The precise purpose of the raids was not immediately clear, but they came as Israel amassed troops and military equipment near the Lebanese border and commanders warned of a possible invasion. The New York Times has a similar report saying that Israeli commando units have made brief incursions across the border in recent days to prepare the ground for a possible wider invasion. The Times report said Israel had not made a final decision about whether or when to launch a major ground operation. The Times said, now the Times says that the most recent commando incursions across the border were done to prepare the ground for a possible wider invasion, whereas previous raids across the border had been done to gather intelligence but not prepare the ground for an invasion. I know that sounds kind of detail-y, but anyways, we're seeing a lot of signs that there could be an invasion soon. And then the Wall Street Journal had a different article, but basically reporting a different version of the same thing, where the Wall Street Journal article said, the headline is Israel launches raids into Lebanon ahead of possible ground incursion. The aids are aimed at gathering intelligence and probing Hezbollah's capabilities. So this story is out there today. Irish Sweetness thinks making sure the areas are fully evacuated. I do wonder, it's an interesting idea that Israel would somehow, I don't know if they'd want to do this, if they'd want to inform people who live on the Lebanese side of the border to get out. But then at a certain point, if you do that, you're kind of tipping off when the invasion's going to be. Phil Opp says Hamas found out the hard way. Now it's Hezbollah's turn. Polar Bear says they might be creating a buffer zone with a limited ground incursion. By the way, just to be clear, if Israeli forces are going to go in to southern Lebanon and actually try to hold territory and create a buffer zone, that's a huge area. So it's different than Gaza. Gaza, remember, in terms of length and width, this is Gaza. And Gaza is about, how many miles long is it? It's about 25 miles long, right? And it's about 4 to 8 miles wide, depending on where. But Israel never went into Gaza to control the whole thing. They would go into certain parts of it, basically. And then they control a couple strips. But if Israel's goal is to, we're going to, take the whole border region with Lebanon, that's a big area. I want to say the border is 50 miles long or something like that. Just think about this. So here's the border here. There. So that's the border here. And just even straight, so it's not a straight line. It's not a straight line, but even if you do the straight line, roughly speaking, that's about 50 miles. That's about 50 miles. So we're not talking about, oh, let's send like 100 soldiers over the border and they'll control this area. That's 50 miles, and that's a straight line 50 miles. So if you're going to control like several miles in and then 50 miles across because you want to make sure that Hezbollah isn't there, that's a lot of area to control. The one and only says mountain terrain. Buffalo Women says not to occupy its buffer zone. Well, but the point is, if you're creating a buffer zone, you need to be there. When they say create a buffer zone, they mean we're going to actually be there. Yeah, this terrain, I mean, you can see it's, there's certainly places people live, but there's a lot of mountains in there. And my point is, if Israel's intention is to actually put soldiers in this territory to make sure Hezbollah is not there so that, and occupy in some sense the territory so that Israeli people can move back to northern Israel, that's a big area. Brolo says, I'm sure they just want to clean it out and then monitor from the air. Maybe that's the case. Maybe they want to sweep through and take out anything of Hezbollah and go and make sure there's no tunnels there and then monitor it. That could be the case. Could be the case. Maybe they do that and they say no one else is allowed in here. But again, it's a big area. So I just want to emphasize that I think you can forget how big an area it is. Thank you so much, Peasy Papa Zulu, for the gift memberships. Thank you. And Donna Smith, thanks for the gift membership. That's so nice of you. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Get Brick, our new member. Thank you. Howard Weissman says drone warfare can help with larger coverage of territory, more eyes in the sky. The thing is, remember, Israel's goal is to make it safe for people in the north to move back to northern Israel. So it's not good enough if even like once every few days a couple rockets are being launched into northern Israel, that's not good enough. They're saying that they're going to make it safe, that there's that Hezbollah is not attacking northern Israel. So whatever they do is going to have to be, airtight enough to prevent periodic rocket fire into northern Israel. Charles Greenstein says they're going to make it into a no man's land. No man's land. AC thinks Israel can't and won't create a buffer zone. AC thinks their aim is for UN Resolution 1701, which calls for Hezbollah to be pushed back 18 miles from the border, will be enforced finally, and that Hezbollah will be positioned above the Litani River, okay, as the UN Security Council resolution from 2006 says. The UN and I imagine the entire world will agree to this and try to push it, AC thinks. Thank you, AC. I mean, the question is, though, how is that enforced? I mean, the UN, other countries can say, yeah, we think they should follow that resolution. But how is it enforced? How can you make them follow the resolution? Thank you, Daniel Barberson. Daniel is wondering if Israel would launch a ground invasion on Rosh Hashanah. Look, I don't know if they're going to launch one and what the timing would be. That I can't say. That I cannot say. I don't know about this whole symbolic date thing. I remember people were saying like Iran's going to attack Israel like a month ago on this date of an Israeli holiday and so. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes maybe, but at a certain point, I think if Israel's going to launch an attack, they'll probably the most important thing to them is timing it, for the best military result, not necessarily a symbolic date. But what do I know? Thank you, Daniel Barberson, for your support. I really appreciate it, Daniel. Thank you. Certainly, sometimes things do happen on symbolic dates. Maybe they wouldn't want to attack on the holiday. I don't know. Thanks, Daniel. Thanks also, Mauricio Corbin, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Mauricio. There is a red alert, rocket alert right now. Rocket alert right now. Couple rocket alerts near Kiryat Shimona in northeastern Israel. I don't have a camera up there right now available. But two alerts up there near Kiryat Shemona in northeast Israel. By the way, this is the so far interactive map, which I really like using for the rocket alerts. They also have an app you can use. I'm going to post the link to this map in the chat. I appreciate them letting me use their map because I think it's good for the rocket alerts. So I'll post the map. I just posted the link to the map in the chat. You can use it too. Oh, the IDF, I think, said something about the rockets. Hang on. Yes, the IDF says, since this morning, new update from the IDF. The Israeli Defense Force says, since this morning, the IDF has been continuously attacking terrorists and dozens of terrorist targets of Hezbollah in Lebanon. So the IDF says it has been launching strikes today. Starting in the morning, Air Force aircraft and fighter jets under direction of the Northern Command attacked dozens of terrorist targets of the Hezbollah terrorist organization throughout Lebanon, including headquarters, ammunition depots, terrorist squads, launchers, infrastructures, and military buildings. In addition, a military building where terrorists were operating in southern Lebanon was attacked. Following the rocket alerts that were activated in western Galilee area at 15:39:42 and 16:22, about 35 rockets were detected that crossed from Lebanon. Some of them were intercepted, and crashes were detected into the area. I haven't heard of any kind of significant damage or injuries from those rockets yet. The IDF will continue to attack powerfully, damage, and degrade Hezbollah's military capabilities and infrastructure in Lebanon. That is an update from the IDF from a few minutes ago. Thank you so much for the gift memberships, Johan Willinger. So nice of you. Hey, if somebody gives you a gift membership or gift subscription, please thank them. AC says enforcing the Security Council resolution is an issue. The highly funded UN peacekeeping forces are there, but obviously don't manage to make an impact. And as we read in an article earlier, they're not even authorized to use force other than to defend themselves. AC says that Hezbollah is part of the government, so if they are part of the government, they can be forced to do so or face severe problems like being kicked out of the government. Well, all I can tell you is that everything I've read, including an article we read earlier, basically says that Hezbollah does what it wants to do and is not subject to government control in southern Lebanon. I forget what the... Oh, hold on. Breaking news. I have breaking news. Thank you, AC, for the comment. I have some breaking news for you guys. From Washington Post, breaking news. Israel tells Washington it plans imminent ground invasion in Lebanon, U.S. says. Breaking news. Breaking news. Fade News found this too. Breaking news. Israel is planning a limited ground operation in Lebanon that could start imminently. At any time, Israel has told Washington, a U.S. official said. Israel's planned campaign would be smaller than its last war against Hezbollah in 2006 and would focus on clearing out militant infrastructure along the border to remove the threat to Israeli border communities, the official said, speaking on condition of anonymity to discuss private talks between the two governments. On Monday, Israeli forces carried out limited raids in Lebanon, according to an Israeli familiar with the operation, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss a sensitive matter. The Israeli Defense Forces said its Air Force struck Hezbollah and Hamas targets across Lebanon overnight, and it defended against a barrage of projectiles crossing into Israel from the north. Fine. I want to read this again. Breaking news. Washington Post. Israel tells Washington it plans imminent ground invasion ground operation in Lebanon, U.S. official says. Imminent means like could happen immediately, at any moment, soon, very soon, about to happen. Israel is planning a limited... We're going to do another breaking news graphic for this. Look at that. It's appropriate. Israel is planning a limited ground operation in Lebanon that could start imminently, Israel has told Washington, a U.S. official said. Israel's planned campaign... Hold on a second. You know what? Something happened here. I need to reset the YouTube chat because I was not seeing it the way I wanted to. Give me one moment here. Oh, hold on. Let's do it this way. Let me just reset the YouTube. Now, my YouTube chat window I need to reset. That's what I need to reset. I don't have to reset the chat. My window was not working properly, so I couldn't see it. What is going on now? Now it's misbehaving. Try this again. That's better. That's better. Okay, I got it reset. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to that breaking news story. Breaking news. Israel is planning a limited ground operation in Lebanon that could start imminently, Israel has told Washington, a U.S. official said. This is from the Washington Post. Israel's planned campaign would be smaller than its last war against Hezbollah in 2006 and would focus on clearing out militant infrastructure along the border to remove the threat to Israeli border communities, the official said, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss private talks between the two governments. On Monday, Israel forces carried out limited raids in Lebanon, according to an Israeli familiar with the operation who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss a sensitive matter. Big news, guys. Right there. There it is. Big news. Big news. Our viewer DeAndre thinks it'll be less than 24 hours. I'm going to change my headline to soon. Report. Actually, maybe I'll say reports. No, I'm going to say that one. Report Israel ground invasion of Lebanon may be imminent. That's what it said. Big news, guys. Big news. I wonder if other outlets will report that as well. Big breaking news for you. So let me just do this real quick. Let me fix the headline right over here. Okay. Let me see if I can get any other updates about that. That is big news. Very big news. DeAndre says didn't really see a reason for them to go in after such a hugely successful air attack because their goal is to stop the attacks on northern Israel. Hezbollah is still firing rockets at northern Israel. So the Israeli goal of having the attack stop so people can move back to northern Israel who have left northern Israel has not been achieved. Faytux News points out that Al Mayadeen is reporting. Hold on a second here. Where is it here? Hang on. Ah, there it is. Yes, so Faytux News spotted this. Al Mayadeen, which is a... they're a Lebanese news outlet, Al Mayadeen. Based in main headquarters in Beirut. They posted on their Telegram, as Faytux News spotted, that they said Al Mayadeen correspondent says changes were observed on the ground in the method of transporting Israeli military vehicles at the border and the method of their assembly. Mean anything? I don't know. I got to look at some of these other Arabic language outlets, see what they're reporting. Also Israeli outlets, see what they're reporting. Oh, guys, N12 News says Israel Defense Minister says to heads of the councils in the Confrontation Line Forum, the next stage in the war against Hezbollah will begin soon. Gallant Israel defense minister to the heads of the councils in the Confrontation Line Forum, the next stage in the war against Hezbollah will begin soon. That's from N12 News Israel. So this big report from the Washington Post, again, Israel tells Washington it plans imminent ground operation in Lebanon. Imminent means could start at any time, very soon. Israel's planned campaign would be smaller than its last war against Hezbollah in 2006 and would focus on clearing out militant infrastructure along the border to remove the threat to Israeli border communities, said an Israeli official. Would they go in at nighttime, says Cassie Caddies? I have no idea. I don't know. Wow, guys, hearing some things making it seem like this could happen soon. This is being widely reported. The N12 News Israel, which is an Israeli news channel, literally the headline on their main page is the Washington Post report that we just read. That's their headline. Wow. I bet all the other publications are trying to get their own scoop on it, because now that what was I think that was the camera adjusting right there. Yeah, I'm going to change this, the headline, because the report says that Israel tells U.S. Well, it says could start. I'm going to leave it the way it was. I'm going to leave it like that. Because the way it was said in the article is, Israel is planning a limited ground operation in Lebanon that could start imminently. Could. CNN breaking news says U.S. believes Israel could imminently launch. CNN has, I think, the same story. CNN has the same story. They probably talked to the same person. They have the exact same story in CNN. It says, the U.S. believes Israel could imminently launch a more limited ground incursion into southern Lebanon that was originally planned. The limited ground incursion would target Hezbollah infrastructure near the border with Israel. It's like the same story. So it really looks like an Israeli official has gone to multiple news outlets and said this. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing with the story earlier today. that multiple outlets had, saying that Israel had in recent days conducted limited incursions, limited border raids into Lebanon. What did I say to you? I said, it sounds like somebody in Israel is going to all these channels and saying this. So it sounds like somebody there, one or more people in Israel, higher ups, is just going to multiple news outlets and telling them that stuff. I mean, maybe it's coming from the top. Maybe it's not really a leak. Maybe this is their way of getting it out there. But I don't know. But when you see the same story multiple places from, quoting like an Israeli official or quoting an official from the same country, it kind of seems like somebody's going to everybody and saying it. Siddharth, thank you, Siddharth Lohochop, who thinks Iran will join the battlefield. Also, thank you to Kim Rivard. That's very generous of you. Kim Rivard, thanks so much for your support. And Just Charles, our new member. Thank you, Just Charles, for being a member. Amy, our member. Tony Vernon, thanks for the gift membership. Tony Adams, thanks for being a member. At this point, I'm going to change this to reports. Reports. Israel ground invasion of Lebanon may be imminent. Michael Faisal says, I doubt Iran will join anything. Wow, guys. Israel, the IDF says, interesting. Oh, okay. A short while ago, a projectile, I would assume a rocket, came from Lebanon and fell in an open area in the vicinity of Haifa. No sirens were sounded according to protocol. So the idea is if a rocket's coming in, but it's not going to be anywhere near anyone, they won't sound a siren. So that's what Israel says. Yes, also, as I mentioned before, the defense minister Gallant said that the next stage of the war on Hezbollah will begin soon, will allow northerners to return home. Speaking with mayors from northern Israeli communities, northern border communities, says Times of Israel, the defense minister said the next stage of the war against Hezbollah will begin soon. Wow, it will be a significant factor in changing the security situation and will allow us to complete the important mission of returning the residents to their homes, he said. I don't know, guys. It's sounding like this is coming. It sounds like this is coming. Here is the quote. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel posted this. Speaking with mayors of Israeli northern border communities, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant says the next stage of the war against Hezbollah will begin soon, further hinting Israel is expected to launch a ground offensive in Lebanon. The next phase of the war against Hezbollah will begin soon. It will be a significant factor in changing the security situation and will allow us to complete the important mission of returning the residents to their homes in northern Israel. Sounds like a ground invasion to me. We will do this, he said. And as I said a month ago, that we will shift the center of gravity to the north, and that is why I say now we will change the situation and return the residents home. I mean, they keep saying this, so. It says it will allow us to complete the important mission. Guys. Thank you, by the way. I owe a couple thank yous here. Did I ever thank Rob R.I.? I think I never thanked Rob R.I. for the gift memberships. Thank you, Rob R.I. I'm sorry for the delay. Thanks, Dubby Rago, for your support. Dubby is talking about a longshoreman strike. I'm not really following that at the moment. I'll keep an eye out. So thanks for the news tip suggestion, Dubby. I saw some headline about some kind of strike at ports, but I honestly didn't really read it. So anyways, if I get a second, I will check out more about that. The New York Times has a headline, dock workers strike could begin Tuesday with talks at an impasse. Hey, for now we're focusing on this. Thank you, Dubby, for messaging it, though. Null Spot. Thank you, Null Spot, for your support. I appreciate that. I think I thanked Tony Vernon. Thanks, Tony Vernon, again. Guys, it is really seeming like this might happen soon. I have a view of the border, of the western border. I'm going to put that up, too. No, I'm going to make this smaller for now. For now, make this smaller. And I'll put that that's the border. That's obviously not the government's border. Israel, Lebanon, border, west. Wow, guys, this could be soon. It could happen soon. Biden is supposed to speak, guys, about the storm. I don't think he's speaking about this. But at the same time, I might show it anyway. Hang on a moment here. Biden is going to speak on the response efforts to Hurricane Helene, but at the same time, maybe he'll say something about this. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Might as well put it up here in a little box. There's too much on the screen. Make it smaller. Thank you, Randy Joy, for your kind words. Qualify this says, stop this ride, I want to get off. Oh, wow. Dikembe Mutombo has passed away. That's very sad. ESPN says Basketball Hall of Famer and humanitarian Dikembe Mutombo has passed away from brain cancer at the age of 58. Condolences to his family. That's very sad news. I just saw that right now. Sad news. Faytux News pointed out that in the CNN article about this, the CNN article, which is similar to the Washington Post article, which says that the U.S. believes Israel could imminently launch a more limited ground incursion than was originally planned. The limited ground incursion would target Hezbollah infrastructure near the border with Israel. It says the source did caution U.S. officials are concerned that what starts as a limited incursion may transition into a larger operation over a longer term. I am just checking for some updates here. But that's the really big update right now. Thank you, DeAndre, for the gift membership. So nice of you, DeAndre. I just saw a report of like on a Telegram, Israel News Telegram page of, hold on. First of all, one COD group who I follow says the Houthi spokesperson will make a statement tonight at 7 p.m. local time, their time, I guess. We'll see what the Houthis have to say. What is this report of? It's like a fire in Israel, like at a house or something. I don't see any report that that's some kind of like attack or something, but I'll keep an eye out. Thanks so much to ex-Navy and retired Delta. I really appreciate that. Ex-Navy and retired Delta, thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you for your support and your note. The Israeli Home Front Command has no additional change at the moment to their recommendations for Israelis. Reuters is reporting. Idris Ali from Reuters reports, Germany has evacuated non-essential staff, families of embassy workers, and German nationals who are medically vulnerable out of Lebanon and will support others trying to leave. AC says, I hope a solution is found. Oh, hold on, Biden is speaking. Biden's speaking now.
It's not just a catastrophic storm, it's a historic, history-making storm. The entire southeast and Appalachia.
Biden's speaking about the storm.
Damage from the
just to be clear.
hurricane stretches across at least 10 states. Winds over 120 miles an hour in some places. Storm surges up to 15 feet and record flooding. Communities are devastated. Loved ones waiting, not sure if their loved ones are okay, and they can't contact them because there's no cell phone connections. Many more folks displaced with no idea when they'll be able to be returned to the home, if ever, if there's a home to return to. So we're keeping them all in our prayers, and all the lives lost, and those particularly unaccounted for. There's nothing like wondering, is my husband, wife, son, daughter, mother, father alive? And many more who remain without electricity, water, food, and communications. And whose homes and businesses have washed away in an instant. I want them to know we're not leaving until the job is done. I also want you to know I'm committed to traveling to the impacted areas as soon as possible, but I've been told that it would be disruptive if I did it right now. We will not do that at the risk of diverting or delaying any of the response assets needed to deal with this crisis. My first responsibility is to get all the help needed to those impacted areas. And I expect to be there, excuse me, I have a cold. I expect to be there later this week. I and my team are in constant contact with the governors, mayors, and local leaders. The head of FEMA, Deanne Griswold, is on the ground now in North Carolina. She's going to stay in Asheville and Appalachia region for the foreseeable future. There's been reports of over 100 dead and consequence of this storm, and there are reports of up to 600 people unaccounted for because they can't be contacted. God willing, they're alive, but there is no way to contact them again because of the lack of cell phone coverage. I've directed my team to provide every available resource as fast as possible to your communities to rescue, recover, and to begin rebuilding. In addition to FEMA, it includes the Federal Communications Commission to help establish communications capability, the National Guard, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the Department of Defense are going to provide all the resources at its disposal to rescue and assist in clearing debris and delivering life-saving supplies. So far, that's over 3,600 personnel deployed. That number is growing by the day. I quickly approved requests from governors of Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, Virginia, and Alabama for an emergency declaration. And I approved additional requests for the governors of North Carolina, Florida, South Carolina, and for a disaster declaration to pay for debris removal and provide financial assistance directly to survivors. FEMA and the Small Business Administration are there to help the residents whose homes and businesses were literally destroyed, washed away, or blown away. And the federal search and rescue teams have been working side by side with state and local officials and partners in very treacherous conditions to find those who are missing. And they'll not rest until everyone's accounted for. I want to thank all the first responders and everyone who's been working around the clock. One of the brave teams who's volunteered to be there is from San Diego County Fire Department, set to travel all the way from California to North Carolina to help. But on their way, they were in a terrible car accident in Louisiana. We pray for their full recovery, but it was a bad accident. We know there's more to do, and we'll continue to surge resources, including food, water, communications, and life-saving equipment. We'll be there, as I said before, and I mean it, as long as it takes to finish this job. Let me close with this. As president, I've seen firsthand the devastating toll that disasters like this take on families and communities. I've been on the ground in many disaster areas since I've been president. Excuse me, and I've heard dozens of stories from survivors about how it feels to be left with nothing, not even knowing where or when to get back on track. I'm here to tell every single survivor in these impacted areas that we will be there with you as long as it takes. For the sake of yourselves, and your families, I urge everyone returning to their communities and home to listen to the local officials and follow all safety instructions. Take this seriously. Please be safe. Your nation has your back, and the Biden-Harris administration will be there until the job is done. God bless you all, and I'm thinking of those that are still wondering where your loved ones are. Thank you.
Will you need to supplemental to help the people in the Southeast, Mr. President?
Say again?
Will you need to ask Congress for a supplemental?
That's my expectation, yes.
You know roughly how much you're thinking?
Not yet. This is a historic storm. It's devastating. They've never seen anything like this before. And some of them are back-to-back, 3 storms in a row. So it's really, really devastating.
Would you consider asking Congress to come back for a special session to pass a supplemental?
That is something I may have to request, but no decision has been made yet.
Do you have a sense of where you'll go when you are able to go, sir?
Yes, I told the governor of North Carolina to go down, and I expect to be down there by Wednesday or Thursday. It would be clear for me to go. You guys have traveled with me. You know, there's an entourage. This can be disruptive.
Is it a mistake for President Trump to be down there today in Georgia? Is that disruptive?
I don't have any idea.
On another issue, on the other side of the world in the Middle East, it's our understanding...
I'm going to stick with this.
What's that?
I'm going to stick with this subject, but go ahead.
Well, just the fact that Israel may be now launching a limited operation into Lebanon. Are you aware of that? Are you comfortable with their plan?
I'm more aware than you might know, and I'm comfortable with them stopping. We should have a ceasefire now. Thank you.
Do you expect Iran to retaliate?
On the hurricane, Mr. President, why weren't you and Vice President Harris here in Washington commanding this weekend?
I was commanding. I was on the phone for at least 2 hours yesterday and the day before as well. I commanded. It's called a telephone.
Is it
all my security people?
Is it not important for the country to see?
So he was asked about if he's aware of the possible upcoming invasion, and he said he's more than aware and wants Israel to stop, right? He said, I'm more than aware and I want Israel to stop. So he did comment on it. Hey, Fox News has a similar story. Liz Frieden of Fox News reports, senior U.S. official tells Fox Israel will launch a limited ground incursion into South Lebanon. Incursion is imminent. Will be smaller in scale than 2006 and last a shorter period of time. Well, 2006 was like a month. That was a big war in 2006. So multiple outlets, I think the same Israeli officials telling all of them this, are reporting that Israel is planning to launch a limited ground invasion of southern Lebanon. Oops. So let me get rid of this thing. All right, here's what we got to do. Here's what we need to do. Here's what we need to do. We're bringing you live coverage. And okay, so what I need to do is this. By the way, thank you to DeShark for your support. I really appreciate it, DeShark. Thank you. We're gonna stay on the air. We're bringing you more live coverage today. We're on the air right now. And what I'm going to do is I need to grab a little snack. I'm not going to have a full meal right now. I'm going to grab a little snack. I'm going to take a snack break because I need to eat something because we're going to stay on the air for a while. So I'm going to leave these feeds up, and I'm going to put on the screen that I'm taking a snack break, and I will be back in a few minutes. Okay? That's what I'm going to do. So you guys can watch the feeds, you can chat, and I will keep an eye on things. Again, I'm not doing a full meal. I'm just going to have a snack. Steve is taking a snack break. He'll be back shortly. Okay, so let me grab a snack because we're going to keep covering this. Again, multiple outlets now reporting that Israel is planning on doing a limited ground invasion of Lebanon and that it could start imminently at any time. Fox is saying it will start imminently. So let me go grab a snack. More coverage after I get a snack. And I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Okay? Let's do that. I'll see you in a couple minutes. First, I need to take out my headphones. Let me do that. Hold on. Yes, obviously, if something happens in the few minutes while I'm getting a snack, I will come right back in here. But I'm not going to, I'm not going to, it's not a full meal. If something happens during the few minutes I'm getting a snack, I'll come back in here. But I am leaving you for the moment just to get a snack. I got to eat something. I have to. I have to. Why am I not? Oh, hold on. Let me just do something real quick. Haven't left yet. There is here. Okay. Okay, I'll be back in a minute, in a couple minutes. right, guys, we are back. We are live. We are live. Give me a moment here. Let me get my headphones on. Maybe I'll switch these two. Maybe I'll switch these two. Hold on. One moment, please. One moment, please. Maybe I'll make the border the big shot. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. I'm switching the two shots. I think that'll be better. Okay, so in case you missed it, there are multiple reports that Israel is planning a limited ground invasion of Lebanon, and that it could be imminent. It could start very soon. Hang on a moment here. By the way, a quick thanks to Dan Owen, our new member, and Witta Wolf Gaming. Thank you, Witta Wolf Gaming. Thank you, the Shark, for the gift memberships. Thank you. And Fox News says it's supposed to, incursion is imminent. So let me bring you the latest updates here on this. Let's look at the latest updates on this. People said they saw a flash a few minutes ago. You might have seen an airstrike. Some people said they saw a flash. My guess is that could have been an airstrike. If you tell me a time code, I can look it up. I think you're hearing fireworks, guys. I think that sound is fireworks. Oh, it could have been... I need a second mark. Hold on a second. One of our viewers just gave me a second mark. Some of our viewers think it was lightning. I don't know, though. Oh no, that looks like an airstrike. I think it. Well, it could have been. It could have been lightning or an airstrike. I think it might have been an airstrike. I'll show you guys. It could have been an airstrike. Here, watch. I'm gonna replay this. I'm replaying it right now. Look, watch the middle of the screen. I'm replaying it right now. Watch the middle of the screen. See that? I think that might be an airstrike. in Lebanon somewhere. That look, I don't know. It could be lightning or an airstrike. One of the two. One of the two. I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's an airstrike. Anyways, that was a short while ago. Oh, guys, there's a fire in. Hold on, look, hold on. Tyre, Lebanon. Look at Tyre, Lebanon. Look at Tyre, guys. There's a. Oh, what am I doing here? That's not what I want to do. Hold on a minute. Tyre, Lebanon. Where is it? Where is Tyre? I need Tyre. There. There's a fire burning in Tyre, Lebanon. Maybe from an airstrike. Sorry. I'm just not doing what I want to do. That is Tyre, Lebanon, right there. Look at that. Tyre, Lebanon. You are looking at Tyre, Lebanon. Wow. So, yes, that could that have been the flash we saw? Maybe. I mean, Tyre is about 10 miles north of Israel, and it's that's the western border, and Tyre's on the west side of Lebanon. So that could be from the flash we saw, actually. You know, I'm gonna put this over here. That could be from the flash we saw. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. I think I have another update here. I think I have another update for you guys. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Yeah, CBS also has, as Elint News and Faytux have posted, BBC is reporting the same thing as the other outlets. BBC says, a U.S. official confirms it has notified the U.S. it intends to launch a limited ground incursion into Lebanon. CBS, the BBC's U.S. partner CBS is reporting the operation could start as soon as today, says BBC. So I mean, it's basically the same report as the other places. Multiple outlets saying Israel is going to do a ground invasion of Lebanon, and it may be imminent. It may be imminent. It could start very, very soon. It could start tonight. So I'll have to let you know what I hear. I'll let you know what I hear. I'll keep an eye out. You're looking at Tyre, Lebanon right here. That big fireball. Did you guys see another flash? I think you're seeing airstrikes on that border camera. If you give me a time code, I can rewind it. Associated Press says Israel is... BNO News Live says U.S. sending a few thousand additional troops to the Middle East. Pentagon says, according to AP. Hold on a second here. Yes, Pentagon, U.S. to send a few thousand additional troops to the Middle East. Guys, that's a new update from AP. I'm going to get you the AP article right now. BNO News Live found it too. Update, breaking news update. Associated Press is reporting that, guys, I can't, thank you for telling me there's a flash. Please just put it, I obviously can't do two things at once. So if you see a flash, just put the time code in either send me the time code or put it in the chat. And then I can do it. If you just say flash, it doesn't help because I'm trying to get you this breaking news right now. Okay? So I appreciate you letting me know. But if you actually give me the time code, then I can show you after I give you this breaking news, which is coming out right now. Look, the U.S. is sending a few thousand more troops to the Middle East to boost security. That is breaking news from Associated Press. Breaking news. Associated Press says, hold on a second here. Hold on. The U.S. is sending an additional few thousand troops to the Middle East to bolster security and to be prepared to defend Israel if necessary, the Pentagon said today. The increased presence will come from multiple jet fighter squadrons. Whoa! The increased presence will come from multiple jet fighter squadrons. How about that? Hang on a moment. Again, AP says the increased presence will come from multiple jet fighter squadrons. A Pentagon spokeswoman, Sabrina Singh, told reporters. The additional personnel includes squadrons of F-15E Strike Eagle, F-16, A-10, and F-22 fighter jets, and personnel needed to support them. Wow. So, breaking news, the U.S. is sending a few thousand troops to the Middle East now to bolster security and be prepared to defend Israel if necessary, the Pentagon said today, according to Associated Press. The increased presence will come from multiple fighter jet squadrons. The additional personnel includes squadrons of F-15E Strike Eagle, F-16, A-10, and F-22 fighter jets, and the personnel needed to support them. The jets were supposed to rotate in and replace the squadrons already there, but instead, the existing and new squadrons will remain in place and double the air power on hand. Wow. The jets are not there to assist in an evacuation. They are there for protection of U.S. forces, said the Pentagon. I got to post that as well. Wow. Wow. Breaking news, guys. Big breaking news. That's an important article. Okay, let me read this again. It's from Associated Press. Are you ready? This is from Associated Press. 7/16/22, there was a flash? Or what? I don't know. There was a flash at... I'll have to go back and look at the flash later. Again, AP says the U.S. is sending an additional few thousand troops to the Middle East to bolster security and to be prepared to defend Israel if necessary, the Pentagon said today. The increased presence will come from multiple fighter jet squadrons, Pentagon spokeswoman Sabrina Singh told reporters. This is an AP article. By the way, if you see something kind of fly by, that's not like a rocket or something. I think that might be a bug or just something, but that's not a rocket or anything. The additional personnel includes squadrons of F-15E Strike Eagle, F-16, A-10, and F-22 fighter jets, and the personnel needed to support them. The jets were supposed to rotate in and replace the squadrons already there. Instead, both the existing and new squadrons will remain in place to double the air power on hand. The jets are not there to assist in an evacuation, Singh said. They are there for the protection of U.S. forces. So there you go. So there you go. All right, I'm going to put the border camera back up. I'm going to switch these two. I got to switch these two now. This is going to be, border's going to be the big one. They do that, and then this one will go there. But this one will make smaller. That's Tyre, Lebanon. Oops. I'm really messing everything up. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best here. Believe me, I am. This needs to go here. Here. There. And then this is a view of Israel-Lebanon border. Oops. Okay. Oh, I do have a Beirut shot. I'm going to put the Beirut shot up. That's what I'll do. No, that's not what I want to do. There. This is... Is this one? Oh, I see. There we go. That's Beirut. That is Beirut. There you go. There you go. Look, the invasion could start as soon as tonight, guys. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, but all the signs are there right now. All the signs are there right now. So we're going to wait and see what happens. It is 7:23 p.m. Thank you, by the way, to Ali T for your support. Thank you so much, Ali T. Thank you to our new member, Music Muse. I want to thank our moderators. Thank you so much to our moderators, like Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you, Ruth, on YouTube. And BZ is moderating. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over there on Twitch. We have Bastion Girl, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, and Tariag. Also thanks to Digger66A for subscribing on Twitch. Also Psyops, if I didn't thank you before Psyops, thanks for gifting a sub. Also our Facebook moderators, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, thank you. Paul Anderson, big thank you for modding. All right, let me see if I can get you guys some more updates here. Multiple outlets reporting that Israel has informed the U.S. it is going to do a ground invasion, a limited ground invasion of Lebanon. And that it could start imminently. And one moment here. The Washington Post says that Israel's planned campaign would be smaller than its last war against Hezbollah in 2006 and would focus on clearing out militant infrastructure along the border to remove the threat to Israeli border communities. Israel wants to be able to move tens of thousands of Israelis back to the northern border. But they can't right now because Hezbollah has been attacking the Israeli northern border areas since last October in support of Hamas. So Israel wants to make it so that Hezbollah is no longer attacking the Israel northern border areas so they can move their people back. So that is why they might be going into southern Lebanon. Or I don't know, will they go? Will they just go into southern Lebanon? I mean, according to the Washington Post article, it says it would focus on clearing out militant infrastructure along the border. The border is long, though. The country's it's like 40 to 50 miles wide, Lebanon. It's not a little border. So keep that in mind. Thank you, Francis T. Merchalinsky, for the gift memberships. I appreciate that. Also, Adam Tribbett. Thank you, Adam Tribbett, as well. And our new member, Music Muse. Keith Prodin thinks the invasion would be countrywide. All right, I'll see if I can get you any more updates. Trucker Jim thinks this could blow into a huge all-out war with additional U.S. troops going to the Middle East. Look, President Biden today said he wants a ceasefire. The Biden administration is not in favor of Israel launching a ground invasion and is worried about escalation. Oh, I did. Thanks, Pioneer Patriot, for reminding me. There was supposed to be some kind of meeting in Israel. Where was that? I saw that somewhere. Let me check Israeli sources here. I saw an unconfirmed report that Netanyahu is going to be meeting with some other officials tonight, but I haven't seen that confirmed. Oh, by the way, hang on. I saw something about the Houthis. According to Reuters, via the Jerusalem Post, Yemen's Houthis said today they will escalate military operations against Israel in response to Israel's attacks on Yemen. That was a day after Israeli airstrikes on Houthi sites yesterday. Thank you, T-Nugget, our new member. There hasn't been a rocket alert in a few hours, I feel like. Oh, Amakai Stein says, Amakai Stein is with Khan News. And Amakai Stein says the Israeli Security Cabinet meeting will start in a few minutes. After that, Netanyahu will hold consultation with several ministers in the defense echelon. So the Israeli Security Cabinet is about to meet, guys. And then Netanyahu will hold consultation with several ministers in the defense echelon. That is from Amakai Stein. Holistic says tense moments. It could start tonight. It could start tonight. I'm going to ask a poll question. Again, the U.S. is sending an additional few thousand troops to the Middle East. AP recorded the Pentagon announced today they will be jet fighter squadrons and the supporting personnel. The poll is, will there be a ground invasion? Oh, flashes. We just saw flashes on the left. I think we're seeing some airstrikes. By the way, airstrikes are common. Israel has been doing a lot of airstrikes, okay, on Lebanon, on Hezbollah in Lebanon. So seeing flashes, which could be airstrikes, does not mean the invasion has started. There's been airstrikes going on, thousands of airstrikes in the last week or so in Lebanon. I'll replay that in a second. I'll replay it in a second. I'll replay it right now. But I don't want people jumping to conclusions. Thanks, Sarah Ratcliffe, for your kind words. Here, I just saw, here's an example of a flash, which might have been an airstrike, right here. Oops, not that. Look on the left of your screen. Look on the left of your screen, right? Wait, why did this not work? Why is this? Oh, I see. Look over here. Watch over here. See the big flash up there? We'll play it again. Right there. I think that might have been an airstrike. So there, you know, maybe it was. Oh, I think we just saw another one. Oh, no. Now I'm confused. No, I think we just did see another one. Now, maybe it's lightning. I don't know. I don't really see that many clouds up there, so I think it's airstrikes, but who knows? Thank you, Nick Rose. Nick thinks it's going to be a shock and awe attack. Well, there's already been a lot of airstrikes. The last, what is it, 6 or 7 days? Jane Ann thinks it's a thunderstorm. Maybe it's a thunderstorm. The weather in Tyre, Lebanon, which is 10 miles north of here, is actually clear. It's clear. It's not raining. So my guess is that it's airstrikes. My strong suspicion is that it is airstrikes. Jessica Page says there's no storms. Their radar is clear. I just checked. Well, that doesn't really help me, does it? Yes, I just checked a weather map from online that seemed to show no rain over Lebanon, for whatever it's worth. Yes, I just checked 2 different online weather radars, and neither of them showed any rain over Lebanon. Hey, thanks to Yo-Yo for your support. Thank you, Yo-Yo. Thanks, Yo-Yo, for all the gift memberships yesterday. That was so kind of you. Thank you. Also, Alex S. Alex S. says, last year Israel took time to prepare and not give into early provocations. I do think Israel, though, it seems like they've been doing one thing after the other. And also, you know, they did their thing like 2 weeks ago where they damaged the Hezbollah communications, and they've launched a ton of airstrikes. So they might not want to wait. Maybe they want to just go in sooner because they figure we don't want to give them time to regroup. They've damaged them so much, presumably. But I know what you're saying, Alex S. So, I mean, look, we have multiple news outlets saying, and it's clearly they're saying that, like, Israeli official or officials have told them that this is going to happen and it may be imminent. So that suggests to me that it's probably going to be pretty soon. Sounds like it's coming very soon. That's what it sounds like. Oh, did I just see another flash or not? Did I see another flash? Did I just see another flash? I just saw it, right? No? I'm doing two things at once. Yeah, I'll play that one again. That was probably about 10 seconds ago. I think. I can't find it. If somebody wants to post the time code. Did somebody post a time code or no? Anyways. I can't look at two things at once, guys. I can't look at two things at once. I can't read your comments and look at the screen. Oh, I did see that 739.22. That wasn't that big a one. It's kind of subtle. I just saw a comment from Yona Jeremy Bob. Oh, sorry. Yona Jeremy Bob, who's with Jerusalem Post, who I like reading his columns. He says, between Israel's and Biden's comments today, Lebanon invasion may start today and soon, although it hasn't started till it started. Wow, Yo-Yo gave 50 more people memberships. Wow, thanks, Yo-Yo. That's so kind of you. Make sure you thank Yo-Yo if Yo-Yo gave you a membership or if somebody else gave you a gift subscription. Yo-Yo, thanks so much. It's incredibly generous of you. Thank you. Also, thank you to Misael Dominguez, our new member, and Natalie Perkowski, who thinks Israel had us all lined up. They're ready to go. They certainly do seem to be following this schedule from day to day. I mean, it seems like they have all kinds of things planned. There's certainly heavy activity every day from them. Thank you, Natalie Perkowski. I just saw something. Hold on a second here. Hang on, guys. ABC News is reporting that Israel is planning a limited ground operation in Lebanon and that the operation could begin immediately. Immediately. ABC says operation could begin immediately. How about that? That's ABC News. Breaking news. ABC News says the U.S. expects Israel to begin a limited ground operation into Lebanon that could start immediately. Israel's objective would be to clear out Hezbollah infrastructure near Israeli border communities, according to senior U.S. official. Oh my gosh, Yo-Yo gave 50 more people memberships. Yo-Yo, that's incredible. Yo-Yo, that's so kind of you. Thank you so much for your support, Yo-Yo. Wow. Incredible. Thank you, Yo-Yo. Very generous of you. Thanks so much. And also thanks to Adam Tribbett, who also gave gift memberships. So nice of you, Adam Tribbett. I really appreciate it. Make sure you thank the person who gave you gift memberships. Thank you, Yo-Yo. Also, Adam Tribbett, thank you. What can I say, guys? It's really seeming like it's going to happen soon. It seems like Israel is going to go into southern Lebanon. I'm going to ask a poll, but I bet like everybody's going to say yes. I'm going to say, will there be a ground invasion tonight? That's going to be the poll question. But I think a lot of people are going to say yes. Let's see what people have to say. Actually, maybe not as overwhelming as I thought it would be. Over there on YouTube, we have 74% of people say there will be. 73%. And on Twitch we have, boy, not as many on Twitch. That didn't work. Sorry, I got to delete that. On Twitch, it is 56% to 44%. I don't know where to put this, so it's not in the way. Leave it up there for a second. So Twitch 56 to 44, and YouTube 73 to 27. Thank you to the Daisy Dog, our new member, and Reginator. Thank you for your support. Reginator says, didn't Iran say their red line was ground troops in Lebanon? Wonder if they'll respond. I don't remember them saying that. I mean, Iran also said 2 months ago it was going to respond to Israel killing the Hamas leader in Lebanon, and they still haven't responded to that. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Will Iran do something? Will Iran and its proxy groups send fighters through Syria into Lebanon, for example, to try to fight the Israeli troops? How strong a resistance will the Israeli troops face? Some, not much. I don't know. I don't know. Manny Fabian says Israel's security cabinet is convening this evening to discuss developments in the north. Thanks, by the way, for voting in the poll. 73% of you on YouTube thinks there will be tonight, and 59% on Twitch. I'm going to wrap up the poll. But thank you for voting. Thanks also to C.E. Mills for your support. Thank you, C.E. And also Papa Minu 69. Thanks, Papa Minu. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yo-Yo just gave 50 more people memberships. My gosh. I think Yo-Yo's going to make the entire chat members. Wow, Yo-Yo, that is so nice of you. Thank you so much, Yo-Yo, who is making all kinds of people members in the YouTube chat. Thank you, Yo-Yo. Make sure you thank Yo-Yo for the gift membership. Wow. Also, Diana Elvers, thanks for becoming a member. And Gretchen Nelson, thank you for becoming a member. I just want to mention something real quick. Once in a while, there is some sort of technical difficulty, and if you notice, if at some point tonight the broadcast like pauses or freezes up, I'll get it fixed. Either I'll get it so give it like a minute if it like freezes up. Worst case scenario, I'll just start a new broadcast. So, but once in a while that happens. So I just want to let you know I'm not planning on going anywhere. If you see something weird happen, give it a minute. And if you're not seeing it fixed in a minute, then check and see if I've started a new stream. But hopefully that doesn't happen. But I'm just letting you know in advance, because once in a while stuff happens. So just be aware of that. Thank you, Joe R., our new member, too. And Gina, our new member. Again, ABC News now reporting the U.S. expects Israel to begin a limited ground operation into Lebanon that could start immediately. Immediately. Trying to get you more updates here. Everybody's just waiting. Everybody's just waiting now. Thanks also to Benjamin Ignacio, our new member, and Ta, our new member, and Sparky. Thank you, Sparky. Whew. Numerous outlets reporting that Israel is planning a limited ground incursion, ground invasion of Lebanon. As an example of one of these reports, the Washington Post said this invasion would focus on clearing out militant infrastructure along the border to remove the threat to Israeli border communities in northern Israel. Oh, I'm seeing rocket alerts. There are rocket alerts right now. We have rocket alerts. Let's check it out on the SOFAR map. We got rocket alerts here. These are now. These are near Haifa, east of Haifa. East of Haifa. Oh, did you guys see the rockets on the camera? Oh no. You guys saw them going up on the stream? I didn't even see it. Sorry. All right, I'll rewind it. I will rewind it. People said they saw the rockets going up on the screen. I will rewind it. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I will rewind it and I will show it to you. I can also literally get the rewind of it. I can also get it. I can also replay the whole thing. I can replay the whole thing for you. I'll replay the whole thing for you. I don't have a Haifa shot. This is the closest I have. I will get it for you. I think we might be hearing some... oh, there's more alerts right now. More rocket alerts right now. More rocket alerts right now. All right, I'm going to show you a replay of the rockets. Sorry, I didn't see them. Iron Dome is going off on Haifa feed. I do not have a Haifa feed at the moment that I can show you. I do not have a Haifa feed that I can use. I'm hearing some booms. There might be interceptions going on right now. That sounds like interceptions. That sounds like interceptions. Hang on, I'm going to replay the video with the projectiles. I can see them. I can see them going up. I'm going to replay this for you. I saw it. I just saw it. Okay, here is a replay. Here is a replay of some rockets being shot up from Lebanon, I believe. I believe those are the rockets being shot up, although they could be the interceptors, but they look like rockets to me. I might be wrong, though. Maybe they're the interceptors. I don't know. It's either rockets or interceptors. So I'm going to show you a replay right now. Okay? Here's the replay right now. All right, get ready. I'm starting it now. Watch on the right side of your screen. Right side of your screen. Look at. See them go up? See them go up right there? I just saw 2 of them. I just saw 3 of them. Let's watch that again. There. There's another one. Those might be, are those interceptors? Interceptors. Our viewer thinks interceptors. I think you might be right. I think those are interceptors. There's another one. Yeah, so I'll see if I can see any more, but those, I believe those were interceptors. I think you're right, viewer. So I think we saw interceptors go up. Yeah, just let me know if I missed something. I can go back and grab it for you. Adrian says there were 4. I think we just saw 4 right there. Some people are asking this. I thought it would be clear. This is Beirut. You see how inside the small box it says Beirut? That means that the picture inside the small box is Beirut. I'll let you know if I hear anything about the rockets. You know, that's rocket alerts are pretty typical. They happen pretty regularly. What is this? I'm seeing something here. Hey guys, the IDF just posted, strengthen the defense and prepare for the following stages in the fight. The commander of the Northern Command approves plans and assesses the situation. What's this about? The IDF just posted this. I don't understand. They just posted that on their Telegram. What's that about? Hang on, I want to show you this, what they just posted. It's really strange. Look at this. They just posted it. They just posted it. I'm looking at it right now. It's a short message with a picture of tanks. Wow. Guys, this was just posted by the IDF right now. Look at this. This is the whole message. It's not a link. It says, strengthen the defense and prepare for the following stages in the fight. The commander of the Northern Command approves plans and assesses the situation. Maybe there's something left out. Maybe they left out something. Maybe they're going to post another thing in a second. But see, it says 12:59 p.m., 2 minutes ago. That is the IDF Telegram. That's what it said. Kind of an odd post. It's kind of vague. I'm looking at it right now. There's nothing else there. It's not a continuation of the one before it, because the one before it was 50 minutes ago. And it doesn't link to anything. That's interesting. Manny Fabian says there were interceptions seen over the Haifa area. The Israeli news channel, Israel News 24/7, I follow them on Telegram. They say from the last rocket barrage, apparently a fall in the Fatot area, no casualties. That's unconfirmed. Trying to get you guys some more updates here. All signs are pointing to Israel launching a ground invasion of Lebanon soon, possibly tonight. Yes, I have an update. I have an update from Manny Fabian relating to what we just saw on the Telegram. Manny Fabian from Times of Israel says the Israeli military says it is preparing for the next steps in the fighting in a statement announcing that the chief of the Northern Command recently approved battle plans with officers that would potentially be involved in a ground offensive in Lebanon. The IDF says Northern Command Chief General Ori Gordon met with the commanders of the 98th, 36th, and 91st Divisions and approved plans with them in recent days. The military says in recent days, the 188th Armored Brigade carried out drills near the Lebanon border, and community defense units also carried out exercises simulating various scenarios. So again, the IDF is saying that it is preparing for the next steps in the fighting and said that the chief of the Northern Command recently approved plans with officers that would potentially be involved in a ground offensive in Lebanon. In case you missed it, the Pentagon announced it is sending a few thousand extra troops to the Middle East. AP had this report. The Pentagon announced today it's sending a few thousand troops to the Middle East to bolster security and be prepared to defend Israel if necessary. The increased presence will come from multiple fighter jet squadrons. The squadrons will double the amount of air power on hand. The jets are not there to exist in an evacuation, the Pentagon said. They are there for the protection of U.S. forces. We are bringing you live coverage here. Hang on a moment. I got to thank a couple people. Thank you so much, Liliana Kantz. Liliana Kantz, thanks for your support. Also, PK, who says, now is not the time for Israel to be cryptic. Yeah, I think the Telegram thing maybe was supposed to be longer or something. I mean, that was the message they posted, but it looks like it was part of a longer message. Pat Boyer, thanks for being a member. Julie S. as well. Jasper's Mom Forever, thanks for becoming a member. Sharpie Raven, Robert Dodaro. Katie Wright as well. Oh, thank you, Yo-Yo. Oh my gosh, hold on. Yo-Yo gave, I think I missed 50 more memberships that Yo-Yo gave. Gee whiz, Yo-Yo. Hold on a second here. Yo-Yo, I'm sorry. I think I missed memberships from you. There were so many. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Yo-Yo, for the memberships. That's incredible. Unbelievable. Hang on a second here. One moment here. Oh, yes, I did miss them. Wow, that's how terrible of me. Yo-Yo, that is amazing. Thank you so much, Yo-Yo. It's really kind of you. Okay. Thank you also our new member, Nature-Based and Ta. And Sparky, thank you for your support, Sparky. And Benjamin Ignacio. I appreciate it. Okay. Thanks also to George HFC for subscribing on Twitch. Guys, it really does. All signs are pointing to an imminent invasion of Lebanon by Israel. Maybe tonight, maybe in the coming hours. It really is looking that way. That is how it's looking. There's a new article from AP. This is kind of old news. AP says Israel has launched a small precision raids across the border in Lebanon and a larger ground operations being planned. We heard that story from other channels already, from other reports, from other outlets already today. The new news is that multiple outlets reporting Israel has actually informed the U.S. that they're going to invade, and it may be imminent. Roger Morris says, I voted no in the poll on ground invasion tonight, but it may be tonight. Moose's Backyard thinks Netanyahu's speech was the biggest story today. Moose's Backyard says Hezbollah is Iran's main deterrent, and once Israel contains it, Iran is exposed. Moose's Backyard thinks Israel will go after Iran. We watched this earlier. Netanyahu gave a speech today where he basically told the people of Iran that their leadership, their theocratic leadership, is holding them back, and that the country would be way better off if they could just have peace with Israel and work with each other. And he basically said he has no, he said we stand with the Iranian people. Maybe I'll play that actually. I want to play that again. I'll put it in the corner and play it for you. What Netanyahu had to say today about Iran. Hang on. This was today. I'm going to make it small. This is from earlier today. Okay, you ready? You ready? We're going to play this now.
I speak a lot about the leaders of Iran. Yet at this pivotal moment, I speak a lot about the leaders of Iran. Yet at this pivotal moment, I want to address you, the people of Iran. I want to do so directly, without filters, without middlemen. Every day, you see a regime that subjugates you make fiery speeches about defending Lebanon, defending Gaza. Yet every day, that regime plunges our region deeper into darkness and deeper into war. Every day, their puppets are eliminated. Ask Muhammad Def. Ask Nasrallah. There is nowhere in the Middle East Israel cannot reach. There's nowhere we will not go to protect our people and protect our country. With every passing moment, the regime is bringing you, the noble Persian people, closer to the abyss. The vast majority of Iranians know their regime doesn't care a whit about them. If it did care, if it cared about you, it would stop wasting billions of dollars on futile wars across the Middle East. It would start improving your lives. Imagine if all the vast money the regime wasted on nuclear weapons and foreign wars were invested in your children's education and improving your health care, in building your nation's infrastructure, water, sewage, all the other things that you need. Imagine that. But you know one simple thing. Iran's tyrants don't care about your future, but you do. When Iran is finally free, and that moment will come a lot sooner than people think, everything will be different. Our two ancient peoples, the Jewish people and the Persian people, will finally be at peace. Our two countries, Israel and Iran, will be at peace. When that day comes, the terror network that the regime built in 5 continents will be bankrupt, dismantled. Iran will thrive as never before. Global investment, massive tourism, brilliant technological innovation based on the tremendous talents that exist inside Iran. Doesn't that sound better than endless poverty, repression, and war? From Qom to Isfahan, from Shiraz to Tabriz, there are tens of millions of good and decent people with thousands of years of history behind them and a brilliant future ahead of them. Don't let a small group of fanatic theocrats crush your hopes and your dreams. You deserve better. Your children deserve better. The entire world deserves better. I know you don't support the rapists and murderers of Hamas and Hezbollah, but your leaders do. You deserve more. The people of Iran should know Israel stands with you. May we together know a future of prosperity and peace.
So as some of you mentioned, as Moshe Schwartz, who I follow, also mentioned, he did say Iran will be free a lot sooner than people think. I don't, the general tone of the speech, I don't watch that speech and say he's definitely planning Israel is going after the leadership of Iran or something. I don't know, so that's not what I got from the whole speech. I didn't think the rest of the tone was like that. So who knows? It's interesting, but I'll leave it to you to decide what you think about the speech. Okay?
I speak a lot about the leaders of Iran.
I want to get that off the screen. Okay, hang on a moment here. Thank you to Los Federales for your support, and Pathfinders 301, and Yo-Yo just gave more people memberships. Unbelievable. Yo-Yo, incredible. Thank you, Yo-Yo. Make sure you thank Yo-Yo if Yo-Yo gave you a membership. Thank you, Yo-Yo. Thanks to our new member, Pass Me a Latte. Tay Lin, thank you. Mom of 457 Rose, thank you. And Nolan and Dankiui, thank you. Also Rick Fisher as well, and Jerry Remfrey. Mom to Blue as well. And Sparky and Melissa W. Guys, it really is looking like there may be an Israeli invasion of Lebanon beginning tonight. Oh, yes. So Israel did update their Telegram. They updated their Telegram post. Okay? Originally, it was kind of cryptic. Originally, it was very short, and it just said, strengthen the defense and prepare for the following stages in the fight. The commander of the Northern Command approves plans and assesses the situation. That's all it said, with a picture of 2 tanks. But then they updated it with the whole thing that I read you before. So the new version It's the thing we read you earlier. In the new version of the Telegram post, they say in recent days, they say a bunch of commanding officers have been approving plans for the coming days at the Northern Command. Okay? They say strengthening defense along the contact line and preparing for the next phases of combat. As part of the increasing readiness for combat, IDF soldiers have been conducting training near the northern border and at the command's headquarters. Additionally, community defense units have been conducting drills to respond to various scenarios. They attached photos. Of footage of commanders approving operational plans, among other things. Here's some footage. Hold on. Here's some footage that the IDF posted. Let me just show you this footage real quick. Here's the footage, really quick. Footage from IDF. Oh, let me just put it in the. I'll put it in the corner. Footage from IDF right there. I'll play it for you. IDF readiness on the northern border, it says. Whoa. They just posted this a few minutes ago. This is them approving plans. Hey, some people's faces are blurred out, but this is the commanders approving plans, they said. Commanders approving operational plans. Look at this. They blurred a bunch of stuff. Look, it's all blurred. What's on the screen is blurred out. Wow. Hold on a second. One moment here. Hang on. Okay. Do they have other footage? That's photos. I also have photos of the commanders approving operational plans. I'll show you those photos in a second. Here are the photos of the commanders approving operational plans. Right here. Really quick, look at this. There they are. There they are. There's stuff that's blurred out. The screen is blurred out. The screen is blurred out. Look, these guys' faces are blurred out. Wow. Thank you to Carrie Poteet. She thinks this will be shock and awe. Thanks, Carrie. Thanks, Mama457 Rose. Tay Lynn. Weezer Chick. Thank you. Guys, again, the signs seem to suggest that an Israeli ground invasion may begin tonight. It is 8:24 p.m. Retro Nick says, not sure where this ends. Scary. Faytux News mentioned, hat tip to Faytux News, that this Israeli reporter posted something, which I'm going to show you now. Yes, Moriah Asraf, who is an Israeli reporter, here is what she reports from the Telegram channel Security Policy Cabinet. About 2 weeks ago, the cabinet approved another goal for the war that remains confidential, and that is preventing a broad campaign involving Iran. On Thursday night, the cabinet ministers changed this goal on the eve of Nasrallah's assassination, and a special discussion convened with the prime minister, was staying at this hotel in New York. Hours before the assassination of Nasrallah, the ministers update the goal to reduce the possibility that the campaign will turn into an all-out war. In other words, Israel is preparing for a significant expansion of the war, including an exchange of blows with Iran soon. So, let me try to follow this here. This is from Moriah Asraf, who is a reporter in Israel. And hat tip to Faytux News. Good person to follow for Middle East stuff. Faytux News. At Faytux, F-A-Y-T-U-K-S. For seeing this. So the what she's saying is that Israel originally had a goal, a war goal of preventing all of this from turning into a broad campaign against Iran. But then they changed that goal to reduce the possibility the campaign will turn into an all-out war. So I guess that suggests that they're no longer against having something going on with Iran, because that was the original goal. The original goal that she says was, we don't want this to end up becoming something a broad campaign involving Iran. But then they changed the goal to reduce the possibility it'll turn into an all-out war, which she is interpreting as meaning that they think that they're now anticipating some sort of exchange of blows with Iran. And she's interpreting this as saying they're preparing for a significant expansion of the war. So I don't know. I mean, you did have Netanyahu give that speech about Iran today, where he said Iran will be free sooner than you think to the Iranian people. I don't know. Hold on. Oh, there's a State Department briefing? Hold on a second here. There's a State Department briefing. Hang on, folks. Sorry, I didn't even know it was happening. Maybe I can get it up on the screen for you. Sorry. I can get it on the screen for you. I just didn't even know it was happening. Oops.
So I would say, I think with respect to the events of the last few days, it is too early to see how those are going to shake out. Certainly,
I'll fix the volume. I'll fix the volume. I'll fix the volume.
People in Lebanon and the people of the broader region, Hassan Nasrallah is no longer walking the face of this earth. He is someone who, as I said, held Lebanon's political governance from moving forward. He is someone who has attacked the civilians of Lebanon over the years. He's someone who's attacked, obviously, civilians of Israel. He's attacked American citizens, and he's attacked civilians in Syria. So it is not only good for the region and the world that he is no longer with us. But where Lebanon will go from here, I think it is far too early to say. Obviously, we want to see the people of Lebanon able to choose their future and not be held hostage to a terrorist organization.
And on the talks last week on the sidelines of at the UN General Assembly in New York, was there any? Would you describe it as a miscommunication between the Israelis and the US about a ceasefire being something that they would also want to work towards, or is that?
So I don't think I want to characterize it. We put out the statement that we made with our partners, in full coordination with our partners. We, at the same time, were having conversations with the government of Israel and with the government of Lebanon. They obviously weren't a party to that statement, or you would have seen their name on it. But it was one that we took in conjunction with our other partners. And ultimately, what we saw Israel do took 24 hours. But ultimately, what we saw them do is say that they welcomed our efforts and they shared our aims, which is a long-term diplomatic resolution. Now, what happens between now and getting there, I think it's too early to say, but that is ultimately what we're going to try to bring about.
And can I just ask a last one on Gaza? There was reporting in the Israeli press a few days ago about Yahya Sinwar, that there wasn't any communication with him in the last couple of weeks. The secretary also spoke about this last week, saying that Hamas is not engaging right now. Can you give us any update on the efforts there? Talks.
So I don't, with respect to the first question, when it comes to Sinwar, I don't have any update on his condition at all, one way or the other. When it comes to talks, though, what the secretary was speaking to was the fact that, several weeks ago, we were quite public about the fact that we had presented a bridging proposal that tried to get both sides to yes, and there were a number of implementing details that we needed to work out. And we were in a place where we were looking to present a further proposal that would bridge those remaining differences. And what's happened over the past several weeks is that the mediators that discuss these issues with Hamas, so Qatar and Egypt, have not been willing to get them to engage, have not been able to get them to engage at all. They have very much, Qatar and Egypt have very much been willing, but have had no party at the other end of the line willing to engage substantively at all in these proposals. So the reason you have not seen us put forward this proposal is we can't.
Really quick, I think we missed this at the beginning of the briefing. Barak Ravid reports, and again, I'm guessing if I rewound it, you'd see this. The State Department spokesman, I think earlier said, we held talks with the Israelis regarding the possibility of ground action. So far, they have told us that these are limited operations that will focus on Hezbollah's infrastructure near the border. If you want, I can go back and try to find that and replay it for you, if you want.
We are still engaged with the Israelis on the question, and we had been, this process
We can also wait and see if he says anything else about it.
The remaining issues with the mediators we had been doing with Israel. And we had been discussing with Israel how we could get by the various differences and had an ongoing back and forth that would inform the proposal that we intended to present. So that process has been ongoing, but it has stalled on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask about plans for NEO? Or is the State Department's view that there are still viable commercial options out of Lebanon for American citizens?
Bless you. There are still commercial options that are available. They are limited, of course. We have been in contact with American citizens. We have urged American citizens to fill out the intake form on our website to receive information. We've heard from a number of American citizens, and we are working with them to provide them updates about commercial flights that are available. We are working with airlines to address requests by U.S. citizens to depart Lebanon by providing additional flights with seats for personnel purchase, and we're exploring other options, as we always do in these circumstances, but I don't have anything to announce today. Yeah.
So wait a minute. So what was the answer to his question?
I said it was a full answer about the things that we are doing. And we are exploring.
NEO.
We are not evacuating. Let me just be clear. We're not evacuating American citizens from Lebanon at this time. We always conduct a prudent planning process. We have been doing that for some months, going all the way back to October 7th. But at this time, there's still commercial options available.
All right. And when you talk about how the embassy is working, and again, excuse my voice, when you talk about commercial options for flights, in the past, or back in 2006, a large majority of the people who left under your auspices left on ferries. Is that also?
I don't want to say what options are or not under consideration. At this time, there are commercial options available. We are exploring other commercial flights available. Yeah. We are exploring other potential options should we need to, but it's not a decision we've made as of yet.
Thanks.
No, sorry, I said go, Kai.
The 21-day ceasefire proposal you say is still on the table.
Is that is that the focus of U.S. diplomatic efforts right now, or are you also pursuing other diplomatic solutions to what we're seeing between Hezbollah and Israel?
It is the focus of our efforts, linked, of course, as we made clear when we made the proposal in the first place, to a broader diplomatic resolution. The idea of the ceasefire was not a ceasefire just for a ceasefire's sake. It was a ceasefire to give space to pursue a broader diplomatic resolution that would include Hezbollah pulling back from the border so Israeli citizens and Lebanese citizens would feel safe to return to their homes.
And to be clear, you've still not received a direct Israeli response to that proposal because Netanyahu first threw cold water on it, then his office put out a statement, with some openness to a U.S. role in bringing down tensions there, but not responding to the proposal. So we don't know what Israel's response still is to that. Is that right?
We have been engaged in ongoing discussions with them about the proposal.
Okay. And then when we watch what Israel's doing here, they're saying they're open to a diplomatic solution, but they continue to forge ahead with these incursions into Lebanon. Is it the U.S. view that it is productive for them to be continuing to carry out their military campaign against Hezbollah while you're trying to find a diplomatic solution?
So as you heard me say a moment ago, look, we recognize that at times military pressure can enable diplomacy. That's true.
Is that the case now?
That's true. I will say it is also true that military pressure can lead to miscalculation. It can lead to unintended consequences. We are in conversation with Israel about all of these factors. These are decisions that they have to make for themselves. No one else can make them for them. What we're going to continue to communicate to them is that while we support their right to defend themselves against terrorism, we support efforts to ensure that Israeli citizens can return to their homes. Ultimately, we believe a diplomatic resolution is the best way to accomplish that.
And you won't say if the military pressure that they're applying now is productive or concerning and unproductive and could lead to a miscalculation?
I'm not going to make an assessment, no. Eva, go ahead.
Matthias Naim Qasim went out and said today that they will not stop attacks. They will continue. But the Lebanese Prime Minister, he said, we are ready. After meeting the speaker, we are ready to implement the 1701. We are ready to send the army to the borders and elect a new president. I know there's a lot of things changing in Lebanon at this moment, but is there a room to avoid a military operation in Lebanon? I mean, what are you asking for? Are you asking now for Hezbollah to go and say, we withdraw from the border, we will implement the 1701 so you can put pressure on the Israeli? Do you think there's a room with the Israeli government, this government, to stop, to avoid a ground operation?
We always believe that there is space for diplomacy, and we are not going to give up on diplomacy in this instance, as we never do. I will say we, of course, would welcome the full implementation of 1701. We would welcome the Lebanese armed forces helping to enforce 1701. We would welcome Hezbollah withdrawing from the border, as they said they would do when 1701 was passed, and of course never have done. So those are all steps that we would welcome. They would all be steps that would be important for de-escalating tensions and finding a diplomatic way out of this conflict. And so we'll engage with Lebanon to see that those steps are implemented, but ultimately those are things that we have heard promised before that ultimately haven't proven true. Certainly we would welcome them if they were in this case.
Israeli.
Why have you then been providing the Lebanese armed forces with hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, if they haven't been doing what you want them to.
Look, we continue to work to try to increase stability inside Lebanon. We have not given up on 1701, but it's just a statement of fact that has never been fully implemented.
You also haven't given up on the laugh either, right?
No, we have not. Yeah, I'm sorry. Were you finished?
So just to follow up on that question, if you're not giving up on the laugh, and the Israelis are targeting Hezbollah, but how they are targeting them also is questionable. But the thing is, regarding the infrastructure and the institutions in Lebanon, is there a kind of warning from the U.S. government that they should not target, for example, the airport, the port, the LAF?
We absolutely do not want to see civilian infrastructure targeted. Terrorist infrastructure, Hezbollah targets, of course, are legitimate targets for the IDF, just as America and other countries would strike terrorist organizations that targeted them. But we do not want to see civilians targeted. We do not want to see civilian infrastructure targeted.
And one more question. Yeah. The Israeli Prime Minister also said that he wants to change the face of the Middle East, and he was addressing the Iranian people. So what do you read in this speech? Because he made this speech before also his operations in Lebanon.
So I have not seen his full remarks. I saw that he released a video today. I haven't watched them in full, so I'm a little bit reluctant to comment on them at this time. Yeah, John.
Just wanted to follow up on what you were saying a moment ago, because you've spoken a lot about the security issues for both Israel and Lebanon and sort of, across the border in a state-on-state sense. But what about, how concerned are you about stability within Lebanon, both politically and socially? We know that this is a country with a very fragile sectarian makeup. We've now had a huge shock to that, given what the Israelis have done over the last week or two, and which compounds a series of very significant shocks for that country over the last years, from a financial crisis to the Beirut port explosion and so on. So what's your assessment on what all this does to Lebanon internally?
I think it is too early to say. And I'll go back to the answer that I gave. I don't remember whose question it was. The concern over Lebanon's stability is not something that just started last week, right? You look at the incidents that you spoke to. You look at the fact that Hezbollah has prevented the appointment of a president for, I think it's around 2 years now. We have been greatly concerned about the stability of Lebanon. In terms of what the events of the past week mean, I think it is far too early to say, but the exit of Hassan Nasrallah from the stage, we believe is an unalloyed good for the country and the region. It just is just a fact when you have a brutal terrorist with that much civilian blood on his hands no longer operating. That is a good outcome.
And to follow up on the points about, you were asked a lot about your demands, or your calls rather, for a ceasefire last week. But you did more than that, because you were calling for restraint repeatedly. And the US was leading the diplomatic charge at the United Nations on this. What we have definitely not seen is restraint. And you talked about a ceasefire involving two sides, but on this we have seen a very sharp escalation by the Israelis. So your call for restraint has failed.
So we continue to call for a diplomatic resolution, but at the same time, as I said, Hezbollah has continued to launch rockets that have kept Israeli civilians from returning to their home, and Israel absolutely, along with every country in the world, has a right to defend itself from terrorism. It also has a right to go after legitimate terrorist targets like Hassan Nasrallah, and we support them taking those steps, just as we have brought terrorists who targeted American citizens to justice over time. But that said, we long-term want to see a diplomatic resolution. That's what we're continuing to pursue.
But it's just all those things.
Hey guys, I have to interrupt for a little bit of breaking news here. The Israeli Defense Forces just posted on their Telegram, I'm going to show you this. IDF spokesman, in accordance with the assessment of the situation, it was decided to order a closed military area in the area of Metula, Meshkav Am, and Kfar Galadi. That is at the Lebanon border. The IDF clarifies that entering this area is strictly prohibited. Okay, and if you look on a map here, you can see Metula is right on the border with Lebanon. There is Metula. There's Lebanon. There's Metula. There's Metula right there. There's Misgav Am, and there's Kfar Galati right there. It's right on the border. So again, I'm just reading you their post. This is just their post, and I'm just reading it to you. In accordance with the assessment of the situation, it was decided to order a closed military area in the area of Metula, that's on the border, Meshkav Am, and Kfar Giladi. The IDF clarifies that entering this area is strictly prohibited. I don't know what to read from that. I'll see if I can find any expert analysis for you, but I'm just letting you know that that was posted, okay? I'll turn up the volume here, but just keeping you informed.
From the Israelis for people to leave their homes in the middle of the night, for example. Is this process in compliance with international humanitarian law and the way it's been done?
So it's not the kind of assessment I can offer from here. Obviously, to ever reach any of that type of assessment, it's something that officials have to do here, looking at the full facts, and not something I can offer a quick reaction immediately after the events transpire. Yeah.
Are you just, how worried is this department about the humanitarian impact of 1 million people leaving Lebanon at this time?
Of course, we're worried about the humanitarian impact. We're worried about how that can be destabilizing, as we've seen before during refugee crises. And we are engaged with partners in the region. We'll continue to be engaged to try to find the best way to deliver humanitarian assistance to those people. But ultimately, the best thing that we can do and that other countries in the world can do is find a diplomatic resolution that allows those people to return to their homes. These obviously are not the first people that have had to flee their homes as a result of this conflict. You've had somewhere around 60, 70,000 Israeli families. I think I've seen estimates somewhere around 40,000, I should say Israelis, not Israeli families, somewhere around 40 or 50,000 Lebanese who've had to flee from their homes. So this is unfortunately a problem we've seen since the outset of this conflict, which is why the ultimate way to bring all of those people home is to reach a diplomatic resolution.
And is there any near-term prospect of getting them the things that they need as they're fleeing and leaving their homes?
It's something that we're working on with humanitarian organizations. Obviously, we're in the early days of this humanitarian situation, but we are in contact with our partners in the region and humanitarian organizations at the UN and elsewhere about how to best provide humanitarian assistance to those people.
And are you worried about pulling resources from those who have been displaced in Gaza as a result of this mounting humanitarian problem?
So that would always be a concern, but what we would always in this type of situation, as happens whenever there is a humanitarian crisis anywhere in the world that you don't, anywhere in the world, is we'll look to identify, if necessary, new sources of funding to provide humanitarian assistance to people who need it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You said that Israel has indicated that the ground operations are limited at this time. That doesn't preclude a ground invasion. And there are experts inside and outside the U.S. government that say Israel appears poised for a ground invasion. Is that not what you see?
So I'm just going to speak to what our understanding is of their operations at this time. I'm not going to speak to what steps they may or may not take in the future. They'll have to speak for themselves.
And if I could follow up on what you were talking about earlier, Netanyahu is actually expanding the war. So despite U.S. calls for diplomacy, as you mentioned earlier, ceasefire, he's expanding it not just into Lebanon, but also into Yemen. Is it safe to say that he's simply ignoring U.S. concerns?
So let me take a little issue with the way you frame the question. Israel did not attack Hezbollah first. Israel did not attack the Houthis first. In both cases, those were responses by the government of Israel to attacks from terrorist organizations. So they struck Hezbollah after taking months and months of rocket fire and last week missile fire, drone fire from Hezbollah. When it comes to the Houthis, they have been on the receiving end of attacks, including in recent days from the Houthis that they were responding to. So they, like every country in the world, have a right to defend themselves from terrorism. Now, the way they do it matters, ensuring that they do so in a way that doesn't, that avoids miscalculation and doesn't needlessly increase tensions. That is the type of thing we will continue to be in conversation with them about. But I think we ought to just be clear about the facts of what happened.
Sure, but I mean, you have mentioned that the U.S. has counseled restraint. I mean, have you seen any restraint?
So I'm going to just go back to what I have spoken to, which is we want to see a diplomatic resolution. But when it comes to restraint, we also support Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism. If the United States was on the receiving end of a terrorist organization launching rockets at us, we would defend ourselves against that terrorist organization. If that was Hezbollah, if that was the Houthis, if that was Hamas, I can guarantee you those are steps that we would take. Those are steps that just about any country in the world would take. Now, the way they do it matters. The fact that they need to be smart and strategic matters, and we're going to continue to talk with them about how best to accomplish those goals, but they absolutely have the right to defend themselves against ongoing attacks from terrorism.
Understood. One bit of clarification here. Are the Houthis currently a designated FTO?
They are not a designated FTO, but they.
Isn't one of the first things this administration did when it came into office to remove the Houthis from the FTO list?
If you recall, we have designated them under another designation and continue under this other designation to refer to them and treat them as a terrorist organization.
All right, I just want to make the point that they are not an FTO at the moment. Sorry.
One follow-up on Lebanon, and I will have one more question on the region. You said Israelis told you that this is a limited operation. Can you elaborate more on that? Like, how do you define a limited operation, and how do you define a major operation?
So I am, this is not a U.S. definition. This is what they have informed us that they are currently conducting, which are limited operations targeting Hezbollah infrastructure near the border. I will let them speak for themselves about what the operations actually are.
And
these are limited ground operations.
That is our understanding, but again, they should speak to that, not us. Yeah.
And today marks the 4th week since the killing of Turkish-American activist Ayşenur Ezgi Egi by Israeli forces in the West Bank. Do you have any updates on the investigation?
So we were engaged in recent days with the government of Israel about exactly this question, and we're informed that the full criminal investigation is still ongoing.
And have they given you any timeline?
I'm not aware of any timeline. It's possible they've given it to other officials, but I'm not aware of one, no.
One more on this. 103 U.S. Congress members have sent a letter to Secretary Blinken and President Biden and the Justice Department calling for an independent investigation into the killing of Ayşenur. Can you confirm if you received this letter, and do you have any response to them?
So I'm sure we have received the letter. I'm not aware of it, but I'm sure we have, and we will respond to them in due time through our normal process, as we always do. But when it comes to whether there needs to be a subsequent investigation, we've made clear we want to see the full criminal investigation play out first before we make any other decisions.
I want to follow up on the limited ground operation. You don't want to define it, but what you are against? I mean, are you against the Israelis staying in South Lebanon? Are you against another occupation? I know you don't want to define the limited occupation.
We want to see a diplomatic resolution, period. And I'm going to leave it at that. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. Switching to Ukraine, if I may. You guys put out a joint statement on Ukraine, Russia's annexation of a portion of Ukrainian regions. Some of them, Zaporozhye included, was under constant attack, daily attack.
Muted. Hey, I was muted. I saw the mute emoji. Way to use the mute emoji to let me know I'm muted. Okay, so I'm going to go back to our regular coverage now because we heard the State Department talk about Lebanon stuff, Hezbollah, Israel stuff. I want to give you some updates. I want to give you guys some updates. All right? Here are some updates. Here are some updates for you. First of all, as I mentioned previously, I just want to go over this again. Israel posted on its Telegram. They said, in accordance with the assessment of the situation, it was decided to order a closed military area in the area of Metula, Meshkav Am, and Kfar Jaladi. The IDF clarifies that entering this area is strictly prohibited. That is literally on the border. That's on the border, guys. So Israel has announced that an area on the border is now closed. it's a closed military area. So that certainly seems like something. And again, that area is right up in, there's Metula right there. It's right up in here. Right on the border, right here. Okay, so that's one thing. Second thing I wanted to tell you is Yonah Jeremy Bob, who is a reporter for Jerusalem Post. He is he's a military intelligence analyst, and I've read a bunch of his articles in the Jerusalem Post. I enjoy his articles in the Jerusalem Post. He is reporting, Yonah Jeremy Bob is reporting, that the Israeli invasion of Lebanon will start the moment the Security Cabinet approves it. The Security Cabinet started meeting on the issue at 7:30 local time, which would have been 12:30 Eastern time. So the Security Cabinet's been meeting for about an hour and 20 minutes on this, and he says that the invasion will start as soon as they approve it. Also, another thing that Faytux News noticed, thank you Faytux, CNN has a report saying satellite images show about 100 Israeli military vehicles gathered near Lebanon border. The satellite imagery was taken on Sunday, so that's not even today, you know. So there could be more there today. It says that additional imagery said these vehicles began arriving at the border after September 26th, after 4 days ago. The site is made up of 2 fields previously used for agriculture. The images show IDF vehicles still arriving at the site. So it really looks like we could be on the way to this happening tonight, maybe in the coming hours or minutes. I don't know, but it really is looking that way to me. Okay, let's see here. Let me see if I have other updates for you. But it just really, really seems like this is where we're headed. Oh, a quick thank you to hold on, I'm seeing another report here. Give me a moment. Thank you to Liz Rickaby, Erwin Wertwischen. Thank you, Erwin, for your support as well. M. Farr, thank you. Bertil Olafson, Lisa Thomas, Monique Ledoux, thanks for the gift memberships, Monique. Sparky, thank you. Kerry Poteet, Salfa Music, Hannah, Yo-Yo. More memberships from Yo-Yo. Thank you, Yo-Yo. Also, Weezer Chick, thanks for your support. And I wanted to check Lebanese media as well and see what they are reporting. MTV Lebanon says, guys, I have some breaking news. Is a Lebanese news outlet. I'm hearing a plane too. I'm hearing a plane on one of the streams. Breaking news. Hold on. I have an update for you. I think. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. I have an update for you. Maybe. Let me double check this. Wow. I may have a significant update here. Okay. MTV Lebanon news channel reports Israeli artillery and tank shelling on the towns of Qiem, Kfar Kela, and Wazani on the Lebanese-Israeli border. These are Lebanese towns, on the border with Israel. MTV Lebanon News is reporting Israeli shelling with artillery and tanks on the towns of Qiem, Kfar Kela, and Al-Wazani. Those are all towns on the border. And they just posted that. Thanks to Parallel Universe, who I follow, for the heads up about that. I'll show you where these are, if I can find them. Right here. Oops, sorry. Wazani is on the border. It's right on the border. Wazani is there. Qiem is right behind it. Anyways, I looked them up. They're all near the border. They're all near the border, all those towns. So, do we see a flare? Hold on. The only border shot I have is that one right there. Give me one moment, guys. Just give me one moment. Give me one moment here. I'm just checking to see if we might be able to get any more border shots. Because right now I have one border shot. That's the only one you're seeing right there on the screen. That's the only border shot I have available. I'm hoping to get another one. But right now that's the only one. Let me see what other news I am seeing right now. That is the western border. That's the western border you're seeing right there. Again, MTV, which is a channel in Lebanon, reports Israeli artillery and tank shelling of 3 areas close to the border in Lebanon. This comes after Israel has declared an area of the border. Israel has declared an area of its northern border a closed military zone and said no one is allowed to go in there. We are hearing some planes on the live stream. This must be, that plane is from the border. That plane sound is from the border camera right there. So we are hearing planes. Oh, and Elint News points out that I was checking this before. Is that true? Where is Metula? Elint News points out that the places reportedly being, the places that that a Lebanese station says, these areas, these villages or towns, these villages near the border, these Lebanese villages that are getting shelled by Israel reportedly, those are close to the area on the Israeli side that Israel has declared a closed military zone, which is a good point by, yes, I can show you right now. I'll show you guys. I can show you right now. Qiyam, Kafar Kela, and Wazani. So check out the map here. There's the border right there. On the bottom is Israel, on the top is Lebanon. Metula is part of the closed military zone. That's a closed military zone in Israel. Well, Wazana is right here. Wazani's right here, and Qiyam is right here. So you can see that those areas are right near the closed military zone, as was pointed out by Elint News. No, there's no word that they've actually crossed the border yet. But all signs are that this is going to happen soon. Thank you so much, Back Garden Astronomy. Hey, JD63, that's very generous of you. All those memberships. Thanks for giving so many people memberships, JD63. Thanks to Liel Dahan and C. Prouse and Suzabel and Nexeat and Liz Rickaby for your support. We are bringing you live breaking news coverage. I have one shot of the live from Beirut ended. Well, I was thinking of removing that anyway. So let me get that off the screen for you. Here. You are looking at a live shot from the western border. Maybe we'll get another border shot. I hope we do, but I have one right now. I have one border shot for you. I cannot steal footage from other channels. I can only show you the footage I have the rights to because I pay for it. So I cannot steal footage from other channels. Again, there's a report in a Lebanese news channel, MTV reports, that Israel is shelling with artillery and tanks villages on the Lebanese side of the border, next to the closed military zone at the border that Israel has declared on its side of the border. Hang on a second here. I'm trying to get you the latest updates. I have a camera of Tyre, Lebanon. That doesn't particularly help us, I don't think. Tyre, Lebanon is like 10 miles into Lebanon. It's better, I mean, if I need it, I can use it. But the Tyre, Lebanon camera, what I would love is another camera of the border. But we'll see what we get. We'll see what we get. But this shot is on the western border. I will keep an eye on the Tyre camera. So, Yonah Jeremy Bob, who he reports in Israel, he is saying unconfirmed. I think he's referring to the same report I heard in Lebanese media. He says unconfirmed reports: Israeli tanks may be opening fire on large amounts on parts of southern Lebanon. That is unconfirmed from Lebanese media. Breaking news, Sky News Arabia reports continuous artillery shelling on towns in southern Lebanon. Breaking news, Sky News Arabia says continuous artillery shelling on the vicinity of Wazani, Kayam, Pan, and other towns in southern Lebanon. Reports of that Israel is shelling towns, telling Lebanese border towns. These are unconfirmed reports. You know what, though? I think the headline should be, I'm going to keep the headline the way it does because that's the most important thing. Reports, Israel ground invasion of Lebanon could start shortly. Let's just leave it like that for now. Let's leave it like that for now. Multiple reports of shelling on the border. Multiple reports of shelling on the border by Israel. I have another border shot. I have another border shot. Breaking news. I have another border shot for you. I have another one. I have another one. Fantastic. Okay. A second border shot coming up for you. This is eastern part of the border. I'm going to go with this as our main one. That has no sound. Well, I'll use the sound from the other one, but that one's, I think, maybe a better one to have as the big one. That's the eastern part of the border. Let me get the western part up for you as well. I will inquire about the sound on that one. Hang on, let me put the second one up. There it is. Okay. We have 2 border shots. I don't want to be too big. Too big. Too big. All right, let me check and see if I have updates for you. These are the best video shots I have for you at the moment. 2 shots on the border, east and west. Breaking news! Breaking news! Breaking news! Breaking news! Reuters reporter Timur Azari reports the Lebanese army, that's the army, that's not Hezbollah, that's the Lebanese army. The Lebanese army has withdrawn from several positions on the southern border. Local residents and a security source tell Reuters. The Lebanese army, which presumably they're doing this to get out of the way of Israel, because they're not going to try to stop Israel. The Lebanese army has withdrawn from several positions on the southern border. Local residents and security source tell Reuters. Breaking news. Oh my God! Here's another update for you. Another update for you from Al Jadid News. Lebanese news channel reports. Al Jadid News reports the Lebanese army was asked through the UN forces to evacuate some border areas, some border posts in preparation for the expected Israeli ground attack on Lebanon, and the evacuation took place in the early evening hours. Again, this is from Lebanese Al Jadid News. They report that the Lebanese army was asked through UN forces to evacuate some border posts in preparation for the expected Israeli ground attack on Lebanon, and the evacuation took place in the early evening hours. Breaking news. Wow. Yes, things are moving very fast. Things are moving very fast. I agree with you. Everything we're hearing suggests this invasion could start very shortly and will start shortly. So what have we heard? We know that the IDF announced that part of their border with Lebanon is a closed military area where no one is allowed to enter. That got announced. We heard multiple reports. A report in a Lebanese news channel reported that a number of Lebanese villages near that closed military area, that Israel has started artillery and tank fire on a number of Lebanese villages close to the border. We have heard reported that the Lebanese army has withdrawn from certain positions on the border in preparation for an Israeli ground invasion. So we have heard reported that the Israeli Security Cabinet is currently meeting, and that as soon as they give the approval, the invasion will start. So everything seems to be gearing towards an invasion, if it has not started yet, happening very, very soon. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. Ruth Krafasi is moderating right now. Thank you, Ruth. Carms is moderating. Thank you, Carms. Sarah55, thank you. Thank you to our Twitch mods. A Moment of Lovely, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Hearsay, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev, thank you. Also, Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thank you, Kay. Margaret Riley on Facebook. Thank you so much, Paul Anderson, and Linda Belk and Larry moderating as well. Thank you. Also, thanks for your support, Gilexi, Andrew Greaves, Jasdill, Debbie James, Kerry Poteet, Sparky. Thank you. Heather N., Michelle, Backgarden Astronomy, thank you for your support of the channel, bringing you live, breaking news coverage. I am checking for other updates here. Aya Iskandarani of AFP says, Lebanese army source told AFP that Lebanese army troops are repositioning after Israeli threats of incursion. The Lebanese army is not Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a militant group and political party in Lebanon. The Lebanese army is not going to sit there and fight against Israel. So it is not surprising that they would be withdrawing. Sky News Arabia also reports the Lebanese army is repositioning its forces near the border with Israel in light of the threat of a possible incursion. Al Jadid News, which is in Lebanon, says the Lebanese army was asked through UN forces to evacuate some border posts in preparation for the expected Israeli ground attack on Lebanon, and the evacuation took place in the early evening hours. Again, all the signs we're seeing now really suggest that this invasion is imminent. So, you know, some people said they saw some flashes. We saw some flashes earlier. The flashes could be airstrikes. I would not be surprised if they're airstrikes. We've seen airstrikes on the stream before. I'll try to keep, I have to kind of look for updates as well as watch the stream, so feel free to let me know in the chat if I've missed stuff. But I'm kind of trying to do multiple things at once here. Check for the latest updates. It is 9:25 Israel and Lebanon time. If something happens like on the top camera more than the bottom, I'll just switch the two. Oh, that seemed like a flash right there. Didn't we just see a flash right there on the bottom? I don't know what that was. On the bottom, it seemed like we just saw a flash. Am I crazy? The bottom is the west border. It keeps happening. So we have the west border and the east border. The big picture is the western border. I'd love to have the central border. I don't have the central border right now. The central border is where the closed military area is. Oh, Faytuk says that Al Mayadeen says shelling has been ongoing for 2 hours in the Wazani area. Let me double check that. Thanks, Faytux. Where is that? Yes, Al Mayadeen, Lebanese news channel, says Israeli artillery shelling has continued for 2 hours in the direction of the Wazani area, which is on the Lebanese side of the border, right near the area on the Israeli side that an hour or two ago, Israel declared that a closed military zone. Oh, I'm sorry. I might have the... Well, hold on a second. No, wait. Yeah, you know what? I somehow got the labels mixed up. Thanks to the chat. Somehow in doing all this, I mixed up the labels. Because yes, this up here is Nahariya up there. So that should say west. I do apologize about that. That's just I wasn't paying attention when I was switching the labels. That is Nahariya up on there. Yeah, the shot at the bottom is the east one. I just didn't change it. Sorry about that. Well, I'll change it now. Yes, the west is the one with those buildings, because that's the Nahariya shot. Sorry about that. That's my fault. Thank you to chat for the correction. I have my eyes on, I have a view of Tyre in Lebanon. Nothing really to see on there. If I see anything on the Tyre stream, I'll let you know. Al Jazeera reports continuous artillery and tank shelling on a number of areas in South Lebanon near the border. Thank you, Bart Jodokus, who says, do you expect a response from Iran in any way? Iran has not responded to Israel killing the Hamas leader in Tehran 2 months ago. Iran has not responded to Israel killing the leader of Hezbollah several days ago. I don't know what Iran will do, but so far they really haven't responded to much of anything. So that's all I can say. I don't know if they're planning something, if they have a red line, but all I can say is so far they haven't responded to those things. Thank you also to Portec7 and Danielle Klingenberg and Gilexi and Andrew Greaves and Jasdill. Also, Darth Slothis over on Twitch, thanks for subscribing. Thanks to Twitch for giving out a couple gift subs. And Penguin Messiah, thanks for Penguin Messiah 24, thanks for the gift subs. Twitch is giving out a bunch of gift subs. I don't know why, but good for them. Thanks, Twitch, for giving out gift subs. And SPK9999, thank you for the community gift subs. Parallel Universe, who I follow, he is in Israel. He says the Upper Galilee Regional Council told residents in Upper Galilee region of Israel, the fighting is expected to enter a new level. Parts of the council are now closed military zones. Our troops are expected to operate inside Lebanon. Everyone are asked to increase vigilance. and all signs are pointing to ground invasion very soon. Maybe even underway. Maybe early stages of it underway right now. We are bringing you the latest updates here. The U.S. said today it is sending a few thousand more troops to the Middle East in the form of fighter jet squadrons. Oh, breaking news. I have an NBC report. I believe I have an NBC report, but let me make sure I can see this. Al Jazeera reports an NBC report, but I haven't seen it from NBC yet. We might have breaking news. We might have breaking news. I'm not going to say it. Right now it says it's Al Jazeera saying NBC says something. But I don't see it from NBC. So I'm not going to say Al Jazeera says NBC says this when I don't actually see it from NBC. So let me see if I can find the actual report from NBC. Believe me, I am checking a lot of sources here. It's so weird. Al Jazeera keeps quoting NBC, and I don't know. And I don't know where they're getting these reports from, because NBC, I haven't seen them from NBC itself. I have an update for you. Al Mayadeen, which is a Lebanese news channel, reports continuous artillery shelling targets the Kfar Shuba Heights, the Qayyam Plain, and the Wazani area. So more shelling reported. Wazani is right on the border. The other Qayyam Plain, and that's near the border, and the Kfar Shuba Heights, that I'm not sure where that is, but Kfar Shuba, that's near the border too. It's near the border too. So, Al Mayadeen just reported that there is continuous artillery shelling of targets across the border from Israel, near the border in Lebanon. That's a new report from Al Mayadeen. Oh. Okay, Channel 14 News Israel is reporting that northern Israel residents say the shooting does not stop for a moment and sounds like shells are being fired. Residents in the north of the country tonight say it sounds like shells are being fired and their house is shaking. These are residents of northern Israel. Well, but the thing is, you might say, aren't they all evacuated? So I don't know where they are. Some residents have not evacuated. Most residents have evacuated the north, but there are some who are still there. We were reading an article about it the other day. So I don't know if 14 News is talking to people who may be stuck around or went back to their homes in these towns where most of the town is empty. So anyways. The 12 News Israel says it's the same reports we've seen other places. Reports of heavy artillery fire by Israel over the border into Lebanon. There's reports that the Lebanese army has left certain places on the border before Israel comes in. Again, the Lebanese army is not going to sit there and oppose Israel coming in. So we're just waiting to get more updates here. Hold on, I'm seeing a report. Boy, I'm seeing some unconfirmed reports now. I am seeing some unconfirmed reports. I am seeing some unconfirmed reports right now. Yeah, nothing really reliable though. Hold on. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's not really backed up with good sourcing. A lot of stuff not backed up with good sourcing. So I don't want to give you anything new until it's well sourced. Thank you for being here for the coverage. Thanks to all of our moderators. Thanks so much to Marnie for the gift membership. Hey, Sean TV, that is really kind of you, Sean TV. Really appreciate your support. Thanks, Sean. Also, Kiwi, Sherry in a TARDIS, Portec7, thanks for your support. And LCPL76 and Jay Pinot and Myrna Wheel over on Twitch, thank you. Again, Israel has declared part of its border with Lebanon a closed military area. Israeli shelling by artillery and tanks is reported directed at border towns, border villages, just over the border in Lebanon. Little bit of an update here. Ewan Ward of the New York Times reports that Lebanon's health minister said that the death toll so far from the Israeli strikes in Lebanon, around 1,700, the health minister says that is an underestimate, and there would be a long list of missing after the war ends. He says some Israeli strikes had completely disintegrated bodies, he told the New York Times. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means. AFP is reporting from Aya Iskandarani. She is with AFP. She says Israel is currently conducting limited operations targeting Hezbollah inside Lebanon. So AFP is reporting, just got posted by Aya Iskandarani. Israel is currently conducting limited operations targeting Hezbollah inside neighboring Lebanon. The U.S. State Department says, according to AFP. That is an AFP, and that's a new report. That's not from earlier today. Currently conducting, not conducted yesterday, not did 3 days ago. Currently conducting. Now, maybe that's like they meant to say, well, currently, like some today and some yesterday and some tomorrow. I don't know. I'm just telling you, it just got posted right now. So, could that be like the first real report? You know, because earlier we heard reports today that Israel has conducted limited operations. So that AFP report could be just another version of the earlier report, or it could be a new report. I don't know. The way it was written, it said currently conducting. So we'll have to see if other outlets report that. That came from the State Department, so I don't know. Just got posted. I'll let you know if we hear more. Also, the earlier reports did not say targeting Hezbollah. The earlier reports said something like, well, Israel has been doing these limited border raids to like prepare the ground for invasion or to gather intelligence. This new report from AFP says they're currently conducting limited operations targeting Hezbollah. That is from AFP. Seems like a new report. It seems like a new report. It's a bit unclear, though. I'm sure others will have it if it's a new report. Sky News Arabia. Where is that coming from? Hold on. I don't like when one outlet quotes another outlet. Give me a moment here, guys. Give me one moment. Like, I'm seeing a report that, like, Reuters said this, but I don't actually see the report that Reuters even said that. You know, you see a lot of that where or NBC News says this, and then it's like, well, I don't see NBC News saying that. Al Jadid News, which is a Lebanese news outlet, says the Lebanese army evacuated 8 of its main observation points along the border and repositioned soldiers in the army's rear position. LBCI Lebanon News says a United Nations peacekeeping forces spokesman denies that the international forces have asked the Lebanese army to evacuate the positions on the border. I'm guessing we'll get an announcement from the IDF. Please do not post reports in the chat that they're not sourced. Do not post unsourced reports in the chat. Somebody saying it on social media does not make it true. Checking a lot of different sources here. Times of Israel reports one of the ground ops goals will be to remove Hezbollah's posts along the border. The Times of Israel says one of the goals of an IDF ground operation will be to remove Hezbollah positions along Israel's border. An official with knowledge of the details tells Times of Israel, which matches what we've heard earlier today. IDF also says the Security Cabinet is discussing approval of a ground operation tonight. Reportedly, they have been meeting about it. I looked at Flight Radar 24. Unsurprisingly, I don't think you're going to see the military aircraft on Flight Radar 24. There is no aircraft on Flight Radar 24 near the border. Okay, there's the border right there. There's the border right there. That is a civilian aircraft right there. Lots of flashes on the left side, somebody said. I guess I missed a flash or more on the left side. People are seeing flashes on the left side. We saw some of those earlier. Okay, guys, I want to give you an update from Al Jadid News. Update from Al Jadid News. Al Jadid News in Lebanon says, the Israeli enemy continues heavy artillery shelling on the southern towns adjacent to the border, with reports received of a hostile ground incursion. Al Mayadeen News says, Israel is dropping flares in the skies of the town of Bilda amid continual artillery and phosphorus shelling opposite the border front in the heights of Kfar Shuba, Sheba, and Wazani. That is a report of Israeli flares along with continual shelling. Those are Lebanese news outlets, Al Mayadeen and Al Jadid. Guys, you don't have to ask about new streams in the chat. I'm checking. I'm not keeping streams away from you. If I get new live streams that are relevant, I will put them right up. What is this? What is this? What is this? Why did the camera pan? The camera just panned. Why did the camera move? The camera just moved. The camera's moving again. Why is the camera moving? At least the camera is being manned. Axios reports that a limited ground invasion of southern Lebanon is imminent. Axios reports the objective is to clean up military positions and infrastructure Hezbollah had established close to the border. Al-Manar. Is Al-Manar affiliated with Hezbollah? Yes. Hezbollah affiliated Al-Manar reports. They say, Al-Manar correspondent, movement of Israeli vehicles was monitored in the vicinity of Mayan Baruch, opposite Abel al-Kam and al-Wazani, in the shadow of the flight of military aircraft and drones. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Give me a moment here. Trying to just get you the latest updates here, guys. LBCI, Lebanese news channel, says a military source tells LBCI there is no truth to the information about the Lebanese army withdrawing to a distance of 5 kilometers, but rather a repositioning of the elements deployed at border points to larger centers. Again, there are reports that the Lebanese army has left certain parts of the border because they are aware that Israel is going to be coming across the border, and they're not going to be opposing them. Yonah Jeremy Bob, okay, very interesting report from Yonah Jeremy Bob, who reports for the Jerusalem Post. Yonah Jeremy Bob says, unconfirmed foreign reports of Israeli soldiers already invading. I might know more myself also, but cannot report anything more exact due to the censor. That's from Yonah Jeremy Bob. It sounds like he knows more. It sounds like he knows more. Okay, N12 News Israel says the IDF continues artillery fire towards Lebanon. The echoes of the explosions are heard in the border area. Give me one moment here. Guys, I just need 1 minute. I need a 1 minute break. Steve will be back in 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back in 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. All right. Do we have any updates? Breaking news. Okay. Yonah Jeremy Bob, who is with Jerusalem Post, he says, Third Lebanon War has started. According to foreign reports, I am under Israeli censor. So it sounds like he knows something. Israeli ground forces are already in Lebanese territory. So it sounds like he knows something and he's not allowed to report it. He says, Third Lebanon War has started. He's a good source too, by the way, with Jerusalem Post. He does articles for Jerusalem Post all the time. Very good. Third Lebanon War has started. According to foreign reports, I am under Israeli censor, he says. Israeli ground forces are already in Lebanese territory. Yonah Jeremy Bob. Sky News Arabia reports our correspondent says Israeli artillery shelling on southern Lebanese towns in preparation for the launch of the ground operation. He's basically saying, Yonah Jeremy Bob, that he knows it and he can't report it. You know what? I have another camera I can throw up there. Hold on. We lost sound for a second. I have another camera I can throw up. I think. There it is. All right, this one. That is also... That's also the western border there. I mean, I'm trying my best here. All right. Views of Israel-Lebanon border. Let's do it this way. West border. I'm trying here. West border. Oopsie. So we have west border, and east border. And then I need one that says east border. All right. Hang on one sec here. One sec here, guys. Thanks for your patience. It's a lot of things on the screen at once. West border, east border. Again, there's been reports of artillery shelling by Israel for hours on the border. All right, everybody's starting to quote this State Department report. Remember, AFP has already reported. That the State Department said Israel is currently conducting limited operations targeting Hezbollah inside neighboring Lebanon. About a half an hour ago, that came from AFP. I feel like I'm starting to see other people quote that as well. It's kind of like an unclear thing. So I'd rather have some better info. Hold on. Yeah, everybody's quoting that report from I think AFP. This Hot News, which is an Israeli news account I follow on Telegram, they said that the city speaker of Kiryat Shimona in the north told residents that they're asking the people in Kiryat Shimona who are still there, a lot of them are not, anyone who's still there should stay near their protected areas until they are notified otherwise. If I see a bunch of activity on one of these cameras, I will make it full screen. Yeah, there's just unconfirmed reporting right now. Yeah, so like Jerusalem Post says, IDF soldiers entered southern Lebanon as part of a ground assault, according to AFP. So AFP claims the State Department says that Israeli troops are conducting limited operations targeting Hezbollah now, currently. Yonah Jeremy Bob, who writes for the Jerusalem Post a bunch, he's saying that foreign sources are reporting it, and he can't say anything because he's under military censorship because he's in Israel. But he's basically reporting it too. But it's just not great sourcing yet. I don't think it's bad sourcing, but I think we'll hear something official soon. Thank you, by the way, to Strategy for your support, and Gaia Watcher, and Jeff Grachowski, and it was Nikki, and Shadow 6530, and Deshark, and PVC, Swede for DJT, Chris Singleton, Recyclops, Renee, Inedible Fairy, Catherine of Sweden, Ronald Kame. Thank you. Oh, Jerusalem Post is reporting that Home Front Command in Israel has issued new limitations on people in Israel. That's just being reported right now. Can I find this for you? I have not seen the announcement myself. So Jerusalem Post says that the Home Front Command of Israel has issued new orders to northern communities. They include limiting movements in towns, avoiding large gatherings, controlling the gates of settlements, and remaining near protected areas. So I don't have more details on that, but that was just posted by Jerusalem Post. Which obviously would be something they would do if they were conducting an invasion tonight. Well, which could have definitely could have a connection to that. Yeah, Yonah Jeremy Bob is the Jerusalem Post's senior military correspondent and intelligence analyst. That's who Yonah Jeremy Bob is, okay? So he is the Jerusalem Post's senior military correspondent and intelligence analyst. And he has already said, Yonah Jeremy Bob has said, the third Lebanon war has started. According to foreign reports, he says, I am under an Israeli censor. Israeli ground forces are already in Lebanese territory. He is a very good source. He's a very good source. He is saying it's begun. Where is this? Hold on a second here. Give me a moment. Oh, I have an update here. I have an update from Barak Ravid. He says the spokesperson of the U.S. State Department did not announce the ground operation in Lebanon has begun. He referred to two things: actions by small forces that have already crossed. Okay, well, anyways, I'm not going to worry about that. The AFP report, I couldn't tell if the AFP report was a new report or a report about something the military spokesperson said in the press briefing. So anyways, I don't know what to make of that AFP report right now. I'm not going to worry about it at the moment. The chief military intelligence correspondent for Jerusalem Post says the invasion has begun, but we'll wait and we'll hear more. I'm sure if it has begun, we'll definitely hear more. Hold on a second. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news from Al Arabiya. Arabic language news outlet Al Arabiya, breaking news. The Al Arabiya correspondent says Israeli tanks incursion into Ramesh, southern Lebanon. Let me repeat. Al Arabiya Arabic language news channel says, our correspondent says Israeli tanks have made an incursion into Ramesh, southern Lebanon. That is from Al Arabiya, breaking news. So I would say unconfirmed reports now. Plural. That's a new report from Al Arabiya. Hang on one moment. Again, Al Arabiya reports, they are a well-known Arabic language news outlet. They say that Israeli tanks have moved into Ramesh in southern Lebanon. That is what they are saying right now. Ramesh, Lebanon. Ramesh, Lebanon is central. Well, it's it's kind of the center of the border. Center of the border. Not where is it here? Hold on. I don't want to go away from the cameras, so I'm looking it up on the map. But it's right. Ramesh is right near the border. In kind of the center of that border between Israel and Lebanon. What is this here? Is
now a closed.
Again, I will repeat, Al Arabiya, which is based, are they based in Saudi Arabia? I think Manny Fabian said that. Yes, Saudi state-owned Arabic news television channel, well-known Arabic language television channel. They say that their correspondent says Israeli tanks have crossed the border. We don't have official word from the Israeli government yet. Multiple reports, but these are unconfirmed. Oh, Al Arabiya deleted their post. Al Arabiya deleted their post, guys. Wow. Thanks to the viewer for letting me know. They have deleted it now, Al Arabiya. How about that? They deleted their post. Al Arabiya has deleted their report, their post, saying, hold on. They have a new post. They have a new post, though. Okay. Al Arabiya has replaced their post with this one. Al Arabiya correspondent, roar of tanks heard in border areas in southern Lebanon. So they're now saying roar of tanks heard in border areas in southern Lebanon. Some people said they heard some stuff on Sky News. Was this? Oh, but the Sky News, is that Tyre? Where are they? It says southern Lebanon. I have a Tyre camera. I haven't even had the Tyre. I haven't seen anything on the Tyre camera. So Tyre, Lebanon is about 10 miles north of the border. I mean, there could be airstrikes in Tyre, Lebanon, but I haven't seen anything on that camera, and there's commonly airstrikes there. So again, I don't have that up right now. I can get it up if I see stuff on it, but I don't know if that's where they're reporting. I don't know if that's the Sky News camera they have up. Al Jazeera is reporting more artillery shelling in southern Lebanon. That's been reportedly going on for hours. Israeli artillery shelling on southern Lebanon. Oh, what's here? What's going on here? What's going on the bottom camera? Why is the bottom camera moving? Why is the bottom camera moving? The bottom camera is moving. Is something being seen over there? I don't know. What's being seen over there on the bottom camera? I'm going to get rid of this one for a second. I'm going to get rid of this one for a second. That bottom camera moved, so I don't want to stay in. Oh, big flash! Big explosion! Big explosion right there! Look at these explosions! We're seeing big explosions now on the east border camera. You just saw it on the right, bottom right. You just saw those big explosions on the bottom right there of that. That's the eastern border camera. We just saw it. Wow. Could be airstrikes. Wow. Camera is moving again. Camera is still moving. Camera is panning around. Looks like the camera is trying their best to capture something. Let me just see something here. That camera has no sound on it. It has no sound on it. There's just no sound. I've already mentioned that to Reuters. So we're soundless on that camera. The sound is from the other camera. Hang on. Yeah, there's just no sound on that camera. Oh, I missed there was a flash. I'm sorry. A flash on where? People said there were flashes in the sky. Sorry. Guys, I sometimes am going to miss the flashes because I'm trying to check the news. I can't look at two things at once. So thanks for letting me know. People saw more flashes. Bottom right, people said again. Maybe I can replay it for you. Maybe I can replay it here for you. Hang on. Thanks for letting me know. I'm trying to check all these sources. Can somebody give me an exact time code? If you can give me an exact time code, I could look it up and show it to you. 1036 something? Not a big one? Yeah, I need the second, guys. I need the second number. Otherwise, I have to sit and just watch for like a minute. It's just, I don't know where it is. Oh yeah, I saw a flash. It wasn't, you could definitely see it back there. I saw it. Anyways, I'll keep looking, but again, I gotta check the news sources too. I can't just stare at the camera the whole time. I gotta check the news sources. Hold on. I'm seeing some new reports. Some new unconfirmed reports. A lot of unconfirmed stuff. Yeah, a lot of unconfirmed stuff right now. Hey guys, what does this report mean? What does this report mean? Al Jadid News Lebanon says enemy warplanes drop thermal balloons in the airspace of Beirut. What is a thermal balloon? I'll keep an eye on the Beirut cam too, but I don't know if that's supposed to mean oops. If that's supposed to mean like a flare, maybe it's supposed to mean a flare. Yeah, you guys might be right. Maybe that's a flare. I have a Beirut camera. I don't see anything on the Beirut camera. I am watching the Beirut camera right now. If I see anything on the Beirut camera, I will put it up. There is currently nothing on the Beirut camera that I see. I have a wide shot of Beirut. You don't see anything. I actually have two cameras of Beirut, but they're not showing anything right now. There's nothing on them. If I see something on the Beirut camera, I will get it on the screen for you. Oh, I just saw a big flash right there. I just saw a big flash right there. We just saw it. We just saw it. What was that? We just saw a big flash right there. I'll have to rewind it myself so I can see it. Oh, that was really big. That was a really big one. Hey, I'm going to play that again. I'm going to play that for you guys real quick, because that was really big. Hey, really quick, guys. Here's what we just saw. Hold on. I'm trying to get it up on the screen for you. Nope, that's not going to work. All right, hold on. Let me play it right now. Sorry, I got to cue it up for you. That's live right there. Hang on, I'll cue it up for you again. All right, hang on a second. Watch right now. Watch right now. You're going to see it right now. Right now. This is a replay. This is a replay. That's a replay right there. That's a replay right there. I'm going to play it one more time. This is a replay right here. That's a replay. That was gigantic. Okay. So we just saw that. Let's go back to live. Now this is live. Now that's live. Hey, a quick thank you to Kenneth Nieglos. Thank you, Kenneth. And also Wayne Hedrick. Thank you, Wayne. And Brent Rosen. Thank you so much, Brent. And also Shadows and Alex Kruglov and Wicked Knight and Go OFY, Samuel Billings, Matthew Hooper, Jen PVC Strategy, thank you. And Jerry Claimer. And Spa Lamort, Night Fox 92, Namaxwe, The Davy, thank you. Meme Shave Feelings, The Metalomaniac over on Twitch, Static X, SBU Haru. Sorry, I'm a little behind on thanking people. Thank you for your support on Twitch. And anybody I might have missed. Let's see if I can get you more updates here. I'm going to change the headline right now because we do have that one unconfirmed report, but there we go. So some people said they saw something on Sky News. Was that the southern Lebanon camera on Sky News? I'm a little confused about that. I don't know where their camera is. Maybe it's the Tyre Lebanon camera. I don't know. There's just too many cameras. I can't have all the cameras on one. Yes, they're saying it was Tyre Lebanon because I do have a Tyre Lebanon camera, but I haven't seen anything on the Tyre Lebanon camera. I've been looking at the Tyre Lebanon camera. If I see something on it, I'll let you know. Well, if they're really at southern Lebanon border, that's different. I actually think on Sky News they have a different camera. Guys, Tyre, Lebanon is about 10 miles north of the border. I do not have a camera on the southern Lebanon border. I guess maybe they do, but I don't. I have a bunch of cameras. I have some. These two are on the north. These are on the Israel side of the border. I have several of those, and I have some other cameras, but I don't have a camera on the Lebanese side, right on the southern border there. I am checking a lot of different sources here. You know what I need to do? I literally need to just take out my contact lenses because my eyes are bothering me. So I'm going to take about 1 minute and just run and take out my contact lenses. That's what I'm going to do. And put in my glasses. Oops, typo. Let me just put my glasses in. Give me a second. I'm coming right back. If you're watching on Facebook, Facebook stream when Facebook stream hits 8 hours, Facebook has a limit of 8 hours, so I will restart the Facebook stream when it hits that. All right, I'm coming right. Let me just put my glasses on. I'm coming right back. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate it. Okay, so MTV Lebanon News, which is a Lebanese news site, they say that no Israeli tanks have crossed the border yet. Al Arabiya had reported it, and then they withdrew their report. Thank you to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. Sabrina and Ruth Krafasi are modding on YouTube. Thank you so much. Sarah55 as well. Linda Belk and Larry on X. On Twitch, all of our moderators there. A moment of lovely, big ball of yarn. Good luck, Duck, Idaho Star. I got that fire, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you. And Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor, and our other Facebook moderators. Any I'm missing, thank you. I'm also seeing reports in Lebanese media of Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon. Thank you also, Nebraska fan, Debbie James, John Prescott, Crime Trial Addict. Thanks, it's very kind of you. Jesus UCSB, thank you. And Night Fox 92. Checking a bunch of different sources, trying to get you the latest info here. Nothing official from the IDF yet. If you are watching on Facebook, Facebook viewers only, because Facebook has an 8-hour limit, in about 5 minutes I will have to start a new Facebook stream because Facebook has an 8-hour limit for streams. Just be aware of that. One of the viewers, Rando, mentioned on Sky News they have a photo of an Israeli artillery position firing into Lebanon. What happened there? Oh no. Let's see. I am just looking for new info for you. Hold on a second. I have an update for you. I believe I have an update for you. Hang on. Breaking news. Southern suburbs of Beirut. People, the Israeli army has just told people in southern suburbs of Beirut that they're going to bomb a number of different buildings and people need to move away from them. Once again, Israeli army warns residents of southern suburbs of Beirut to move away from certain buildings. That just came out right now, 2 minutes ago. So that means we're probably going to see airstrikes in Beirut. So I should probably get the Beirut camera up somewhere so you can see it. I have a Beirut camera. I have 2 of them. I'm going to put one on the screen right now. There's only so much I can do with. I don't want to cover up everything. But I'm going to put it up now. That's it, but I got to switch this. That's it right there. That's Beirut right there. So let me where do I have this? Give me one moment. So again, Israel has warned residents of the southern suburbs of Beirut to move away from buildings. I have posted about it on my X account. So I certainly think we're going to see at some point in the near future airstrikes in Beirut. If I see those, I will make the camera big, but we'll have to keep an eye out to see what we see. Yeah, it'll probably be a little while. I can't imagine they'll send out that warning and then 10 minutes later, you know, they're not going to like 5 or 10 minutes after posting the warning start bombing in southern Beirut. But looks like we're going to see more airstrikes in southern Beirut suburbs. Thank you to Corwin719 and Star-Lord. Oh, I got to restart Facebook, I bet. I bet I got to restart Facebook. No, Facebook hasn't ended yet. When it does, I'll restart it. Thanks also to Carol Knoll. Thank you, Carol, for your support. Do we have the sound back from? They're working on the sound on the east border camera. Hold on. There's also a Beirut camera. Oh, it's back. Hey guys, the sound works on the east border camera now. It works on the east border camera now. Okay? Oh, no. Sorry. I'm sorry. It doesn't work on the east border camera. It works on the west border camera. It's still broken on the east border. They're working on fixing the sound on the east border camera. The sound works on the other cameras. They're working on it. So again, in the middle of all this, right? In the middle of all this, Israel is also warning residents of the southern suburbs of Lebanon southern suburbs of Beirut, to move away from certain buildings because presumably Israel's going to bomb them. Oh, is there a new update from the IDF? Hold on a second here. I'm seeing a statement from Hagari. Yes, new statement from Daniel Hagari. The IDF spokesperson says, in recent hours there have been many reports and rumors about IDF activity on the Lebanese border. We ask not to transmit reports about the activities of the forces due to the security of our forces. Stick to the official reports only and do not spread irresponsible rumors. That is from the IDF. My guess is that is directed towards Israeli media. Maybe towards other people in Israel as well. I'm going to post that. So that's from the IDF spokesperson. Lots of flashes on east border, somebody said. I'll keep an eye on it. MTV News Lebanon says, eyewitnesses from Ramesh told us there has not yet been any Israeli ground incursion at the border that they have seen. I got to restart the Facebook stream. One moment here, I am restarting the Facebook stream. Restarting the Facebook stream. Al Mayadeen, Lebanese news outlet. The Al Mayadeen says that their correspondent in South Lebanon says, from field sources, no violation of Lebanese borders by the Israeli occupation forces have been observed so far. So it seems like the general consensus is that the invasion has not begun. It is 11:10 p.m. Israel and Lebanon time. Oh, Times of Israel reporter says the Israeli Security Cabinet meeting has ended. An Israeli official tells me Prime Minister Netanyahu is now consulting with a smaller forum in his office. Okay? That is from Lazar Berman. Who is with Times of Israel. Oh, hold on. I think we got sound. Nope, we don't have sound. We just got sound. Wait, oh no. What happened? The Beirut camera like switched or something to a different camera. That's what happened. What is that about? What is that shot now? What am I looking at? I don't know what this camera is now. The camera we were looking at of Beirut switched to a different shot, and that doesn't seem like a good shot. But maybe it's something else. Airport? Is it the airport? People are saying it's the airport. But I have a different shot of Beirut. Oh, no, they switched it back. They switched it back. That seems like it was a mistake. They just switched it back. I have another airport picture. Let me see this other, hold on, the other airport camera I have. Oh, sorry. I'll see if I like that airport. Sorry, I have another Beirut camera. That Beirut camera, is that better? I can't even tell. Yes. Yes, that Beirut camera right there has audio on it. I'm going to leave that Beirut camera up right there. Right there. Oh. One of our viewers said that what might have happened on the other cameras, it just zoomed into the airport. Maybe that did happen, I'm not sure. Anyways. Yeah, so I'm seeing multiple reports. Oh, what's that? That camera is zooming in there. I'm seeing multiple reports in Israeli media that the cabinet meeting, the security cabinet meeting in Israel is over, and now the prime minister is meeting Netanyahu with a limited group of people. So just to update you on that. Thank you, by the way, to Eric Coles. Thank you, Eric, for your support. I really appreciate it. Also, Messiah and Muka and Fiery Patriot and JP and Matt Parker and Greg Pondell. Thank you. Trying to just get you the latest updates here, guys. Okay, Al Jazeera says Israeli tanks are firing at the towns of Qayyim and Kafar Kila in the south of Lebanon. So Al Jazeera is reporting Israeli tank fire. We have had reports of Israeli tank and artillery fire across the border for hours now. I am checking various sources. As soon as I have anything to report, I will let you know. Apparently, I'm seeing reports that, Ynet says that a member of the Israeli parliament had tweeted that the ground maneuver had begun, and then I guess removed the tweet a little while ago. So, anyways, look, it looks like this invasion is about to happen. Also, in addition, in Beirut is not right on the border. Beirut's more is north of the border and more the middle of the country. In the southern suburbs of Beirut, warnings have been given to people to leave the area of certain buildings. So it looks like airstrikes are going to happen at some point in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So we have our Beirut cam up. I'm watching some other cameras, and we're just bringing you the latest coverage here. Why is all this happening? Last October, after Hamas attacked Israel and Israel went into Gaza to launch its offensive against Hamas, Hezbollah in the north, that shares a northern border with Israel, started launching attacks on northern Israel in solidarity with Hamas. And those attacks have caused about 70,000 Israelis to have to leave the northern border area. They can't live there because of the attacks. Israel says they want to make it so that these residents can move back to northern Israel. They want to secure the border. They want to make it safe. And they're going to make Hezbollah stop attacking Israel. And as part of that, they say they're going to clear Hezbollah away from the southern border of Lebanon. Hezbollah is still attacking northern Israel, so it looks like Israel is going to go into southern Lebanon in a ground invasion. As soon as I get you any more information, I will certainly, as soon as I get it, I will certainly relay it to you. At some point, I'm going to have a snack. We've been on the air about 8.5 hours, and I've had one snack during the broadcast. So at some point, I'm going to have to just take a couple minutes and grab something to eat, because it's not going to be pretty if I don't. So soon I'll do that. Maybe now is a good time to do it. So just so you guys know, when I get a snack, I'm just watching all these cameras and stuff. So if anything happens, I can just come right back in here. I think maybe I should just run and do it right now. I'm sorry, but I got to eat something at some point. This could be hours. So let me just grab something real quick. And again, if there's something big that happens, I'll just come right back in here. But I'm going to put something. I'll leave these cameras up, and I'll put a message on the screen. But I just have to. I'm sorry, but it's, you know. Let me do that. I got to do it, you know. But I'll keep an eye on everything. I'll leave the cameras on. I'll watch the cameras. And if something happens, I'll come running back in here. I'm taking my headphones off. Give me a few minutes. Let me just make sure everything is working here. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a moment. All right. What is happening now? Why are we good? Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? We're good? Everything working? Everything is working? Good. We're all good. I'm checking the different cameras. I'm not seeing anything on the cameras? Okay. All right, let me run and do this, guys. Let me just run and grab something. If something happens, I'll run back in here, but just give me a couple minutes. Give me a couple minutes, and I'm coming right back. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I just had a snack. I didn't have a full meal. I probably could have used a full meal, but maybe I'll have something later. Let me get back here. I'm getting my earphones in. Might pause for a second while I put my earphones in. Hang on a second here. Give me a moment. Hang on. Hold on. I'm going to do these. Give me one moment, guys. I'm just putting my other headphones in. All right. I think we're still with it. Are we still live here? Hang on. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. All good? Okay, good. We're back. Okay, so all signs are that everybody can hear me. Okay, good. All signs are that an invasion is imminent. There's reporting. There's been reporting for hours of. Oh, is that a flare? We have a flare. A flare on the west border. A flare on the west border. Hold on, we got a flare there. We got a flare on the west border. Look, guys, there is a flare here. There's a flare there. That's the west border right there. Look, it's a flare. That's a flare on the west border. See? See? Look at that. That's the western border. So that's to light up the area. Maybe, I mean, I don't know if that means they're starting to invade or what, but we have a flare on the western border. Right, wow. The flare has gone out, so I'll keep an eye on that. Interesting, very interesting. Very interesting there. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. I appreciate it. And Digital Whale and Cyber Hobbit and Yuchi and Sarah Hare. Thank you for your support. Maybe something is going on where that flare is. Oh, guys, I'm hearing reports, and I haven't seen anything. There are reports that Israel has started doing airstrikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut. So Nada Hamsi with the national news says, Israeli raids on the southern suburbs have begun, can be heard sporadically throughout Beirut, 2 strikes so far. So I haven't seen it on the Beirut cam, on either Beirut cam I have. But if I see airstrikes on the Beirut cams, I'll let you know. We have one Beirut cam up there. Did we just see something there or not? No, that's a sign or something. So, but Israel said, did you guys hear it? Oh, you guys, our viewers are said you guys heard it, and you heard it. We saw one? Okay, people are saying you saw one. If you give me, well, I'm not going to do it right now. People are saying they heard a boom and saw flashes. Anyways, I missed that. I didn't see that, so we'll keep an eye out for it, for more. $11:42:02. All right, maybe I can replay it for you guys here really quick. I haven't even seen it. We heard guns and a boom. Hold on, I'm gonna you might hear it again because I'm gonna replay it. All right, you might hear it again right now. Does anybody have a time? 11:46:40. Well, that's a different time code. That's 4 minutes away from the previous time code. Why are people giving me different time codes? Oh, I got it. I saw it. I saw it. I'm going to show you right now, okay? I'm going to show you a replay right now. This is going to be a replay. It's going to be a replay. Warning. Okay, this is a replay. Look at the upper left. Look at the upper left right now. Look at the upper left right now. Look at the upper left. Did I miss it? I think I missed it. Hold on. Let's do the. I'm replaying. This is a replay. It's a replay. I'm replaying. Oh, there it is right. Is that it? No. I missed it. I can't find it now. Let me find it. I'll go back. I had it. I had it and I can't find it anymore. Oh, I just saw it. All right. I'm going to play it for you again. Here it is. Here's the replay. Look at the upper left. Look at the Beirut cam on the replay. Okay, look at the Beirut cam right now. Look at the Beirut cam right now. Right there. Play it again. Beirut cam right now. Why are you not? Oh, I know why you're not seeing it. I know why you're not seeing it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. Hold on. I know why you're not seeing it. One more time. Now you're going to see it. Now you're going to see it. No, now I messed up. All right. Last time, look at the Beirut camera. This is the replay. Look at the Beirut camera right now. Watch this. There it was, right there. Did you see that? See the flash on the Beirut cam? Coming up right again. I'll replay it again. Oh no, I went past it. Right here. There it was again. Okay, you guys saw it. That I saw that. Okay. That seemed like a strike right there. Okay. So that looked like a strike maybe near the airport. There was a boom seconds later. Did I miss the boom? How many seconds later was the boom? I can play the boom. I'll have to turn the sound off. There was another flash 30 seconds ago. All right, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not getting a solid answer. You saw the flash, though. Oh, hold on a moment. Give me one moment here. I got to plug something in. Okay. Let me check for updates now, but at least we saw that. Good spot, everyone, on that. Yes, so it has been reported. There's been reported strikes in southern suburb of Beirut, and that flash we just saw, that looked like one of them. Flash east? Oh, I missed it. Sorry. People said they saw a flash on the east border. Sorry, I'm trying to check for updates. I can't be looking at the. I can't just look at the. I can't just stare at the footage because then I'll never be able to get you updates. I think I just saw another flash right there. I think I just saw another flash right there on the bottom screen. Give me one moment here. I got oh, sorry. Now I'm listening to myself. I just saw another one. Seeing some big flashes on the east border camera right now. I've just seen a couple of them. Some big flashes on the east border camera. Just saw a couple of them on the right side. Another one. Another one. Just saw another one. There's a bunch of flashes going on now. Looks like a bunch of strikes going on. I don't think we have sound on that camera. The east border camera does not have sound. Another one. Guys, there's a lot of flashes on that east border camera. We are seeing a number of explosions, it looks like, on that east border camera. We've just seen 4 in about 3 or 4 minutes. Another one. Just saw another one. Wow. I just heard some, like a gunshot, or I don't know what that was. Where is that? What is the I'm watching some other cameras too. I can't fit them all on the screen, but Hezbollah is claiming it targeted some Israeli soldiers across the border. And there were casualties. I don't know if that's true. So They're claiming they have. They sometimes make claims that are quite exaggerated. What is going on in that Beirut camera? I don't know. I'm looking. Trying to bring you updates. What's that? What was that? What was that? What was that? Is that Beirut camera? I don't know what camera that was, but that was a big boom. Yes, that was Beirut. That's Beirut. Sorry. That must be Beirut. Hard to see what happened. There's the Beirut cam. You can't really see. It's so dark there. I think that was the Beirut camera, and it's just very dark right now. If I make it big like this, you really can't. Wow, more boom, more boom. It sounds like, is that the Beirut camera? I assume that's, did you guys see a flash? You can see smoke. Where's the smoke? I'm looking. I didn't see a flash, and I don't see smoke. I just seeing like black. Plume of smoke? You guys are seeing better than me. I made it big for you. Is that the smoke right there? It's kind of, oh, is that smoke right there? In the middle? Yeah, basically I just made it the big shot on the screen. It's now the big shot on the screen. Yeah, so I guess the black thing in the middle that's all black is smoke. So we just heard, I missed the flashes, but there's been strikes in Beirut. I'll have to go back and look at the flash. I'll have to go back and look at it. But again, I'm just showing you guys. I just made it I made the camera big so you could see it. You're saying you guys saw a flash in the Beirut. Oh, the flash was on the east border? Well, maybe you saw a flash on the east border, but I believe that boom was in the Beirut cam. It's just hard to see. I guess there's a big column of smoke there. Yes, it's confirmed by Lebanese media that there were airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Again, it's hard to see much. Oh, there's a flare. We have a flare on the border. A flare on the western border right now. Look, flare on the western border. Another flare on the western border right there. So there has just been, what we just heard, I didn't see the flash, but we just heard another airstrike or airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, and we just saw a flare on the western border, western Israeli border. Western Lebanon-Israel border, sorry. Does anybody have a time code for the Beirut explosion? Or the Beirut flash? I did not see a flash on Beirut, but I was not looking. I did hear those explosions, though. 12:08:59 or something? All right. I'll go back. Thank you. Oh, wow, it was big. Yes, you guys are right. It was very big. I'm going to replay you guys. I'm going to replay you the strike in Beirut. Here it is, guys. I'm going to replay it for you right now. I'm turning off the sound here. I'm turning off the sound on the other things so we can replay that. All right, we're going to replay this right now. Give me a moment. Here we go. Here's the replay right now. Real quick, look at the top left of your screen. Look at the top left right now. They sometimes make claims
Right there,
that
right
are
there.
quite exaggerated. Right there. That was it. What is going on in that Beirut camera? I don't know. I'm looking. Camera. Right, coming up right here. What is going on? No, right here. Claims that are right there. Sorry. Watch this right here. They sometimes make claims. There you go, right there. That was it. That was it in the top left. Okay. Let me get back to the current cameras, but that was it on the top left. We saw it. Let me go turn the volume back on. If you guys missed it, you can rewind this broadcast to where my clock says 12. I think it's like 12:08:59. Just rewind it. You can play it yourself. I think it's 12:08:59. It's on the Beirut cam. You can't miss it. It's a giant flash. So I appreciate you guys letting me know about that. So flares? Where? Where are there flares? Fires in Beirut? I'm not seeing them. I have a Beirut camera here. That's the Beirut camera. There's no fires in that shot. I have two Beirut cameras I'm looking at. Now maybe you're looking at a different one, but I'm looking at two different Beirut cameras. I don't see anything. Oh, sorry. I'm not blocking anything. Stop saying I'm blocking things. I'm not blocking anything. Come on, guys. Guys, you got to help me out here. Please don't say stuff like that when it's not true. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. People all say I'm blocking things. I'm not blocking anything. I'll try to get you some reports on the Beirut situation and everything else. Al Mayadeen says there were 4 airstrikes in about 15 minutes on southern suburbs of Beirut. There may have been more airstrikes, I'm not sure, but we definitely saw and heard a couple. Oh, I see. So Yes, Al Jazeera Arabic has a shot of the smoke. Al Jazeera Arabic has their own cameras. Al Jazeera Arabic, and you can see the smoke on the Al Jazeera Arabic camera. The two cameras of Beirut I have, you cannot see the smoke. There was another big flash. Give me a time code, 12/18/20. All right. Trying to check for updates at the same time as keeping an eye on the monitors. Yeah, we just saw another. I'm not going to replay it. There was another flash on the east border camera. There's been a bunch of them. There's been a lot of flashes coming from that east border camera. A lot of them. Yeah, Faytux posted a screen grab of the Beirut smoke. You can see there. I'll post a link to it in the chat. I have other guys. I have other cameras. There's nothing on them. I will keep an eye on the other cameras. I can't put them all on the screen. I am watching all of them. If there's something that's big happening, I will get them up on the screen. That is too loud. Hold on. Where is that coming from? Hey guys, something I want to repeat from Joe Truzman, who's an expert on the Middle East, and I totally agree. Joe says there's likely to be a flood of Hezbollah claims of attacks against Israeli troops in the coming hours and days. As with all terrorist groups, claims should be taken with skepticism until evidence is produced to support it. Totally agree. I have a video apparently of one of the explosions. Oh, no, more in Beirut. I'm hearing booms in Beirut again, I think. Hearing more booms. Hearing more booms. Did you guys see any flashes? Did you see any flashes? Because I didn't. I think that's Beirut. I think that's southern suburbs of Beirut again. I think that was Beirut again. Camera moving. Hold on, right there. No, can't see. That's the Beirut cam right there. Tough to see. I believe that was more airstrikes. I believe that was more airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. People are saying black smoke on this one. I think you guys, when you see it at home, I think on my screen I'm seeing it a bit differently than you. I got bright lights here and everything, so I think it's making it a bit harder for me to see it than it is for you guys. I gotta maybe try watching it on my own. I can't see it. Yeah, it's hard for me to see it. To the right. Oh, I see it now. I think I see it. I can't even tell. It's hard for me to see it. Above the light on the right. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. Hold on. I don't know if that's going to help. That might not help. I don't know. I had adjusted the contrast before. I just made an adjustment of the contrast. Did that make it better or worse? Gosh, this is... It got worse? Okay, yeah, that's why I gotta put it back. I gotta put it back. That's why I had the adjustment before. I just put it back to where it was. Okay. I have it set a certain way that it yeah, so I'll leave it like that. Make it lighter. It's not really showing up though. That's like crazy bright. Guys, I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, there's something about these shots, you know, for whatever reason tonight, they're just kind of dark. So not every night they are, but I have two different shots here of Beirut, and they both are, it's very hard to see on both of them. There's some unconfirmed reports. There are some unconfirmed reports of some explosions in Baghdad, perhaps near a U.S. base. U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria are regularly targeted. Not so much the last few months, but that's a regular thing. So if there has been some targeting of U.S. troops, that could be Iranian proxy forces launching some drones at them or something. I don't know. I'll let you know what I hear. Another boom. Another boom. That's... Oh, wait, hold on. I got it. Crap. Where is it? I got to get it on the screen for you. Hold on. I'll get it on the screen for you right now. There it is. That's Baghdad. That's Beirut. That is Beirut right there. That is Beirut. That's a live shot of Beirut right in front of you. That's a live shot of Beirut. That was the explosion right there. We just saw the shot of Beirut. Sorry, all the labels are messed up now. But that is Beirut. Now you can't see it anymore because it's like smoke or something, but that is Beirut. I'll go back and maybe get you a replay of that, guys. There's the east border again. Maybe I'll throw this on west border. Well, I want to keep that up there. Maybe I'll put it there. There's too many things. But that was another strike in southern Beirut, southern suburbs of Beirut. Where is? Here. Let me try to get you a replay of that. So there are a bunch of airstrikes going on in the southern suburbs of Beirut today. They keep happening. Israel had warned people to leave certain areas where they said there were Hezbollah buildings. I'm not seeing any updates about invasion right now. But there's been a number of strong, powerful airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. I think I just heard another boom. Oh, we just saw it. We just saw it on there. We just saw it on the Beirut cam. We just saw it on the Beirut cam. Look, we can see the smoke right now. You can see the smoke right now. You can see it coming up, that smoke.
There it is.
Right there. Smoke is coming up right now. There it is on the Beirut cam. You're seeing it right there. That's smoke coming up on the Beirut cam. I just made it big for you. You can see it right there. Wow. It's also on the other camera too. Let me show you the other camera real quick. Hold on. I got to get that up for you. Where is that? They're both there. Look at this one. There it is right there. That's the other Beirut camera right there. See the smoke column right there? That was another one. Another one. Wow. You guys can see that. See that smoke on the Beirut camera. I know the labels are all messed up now, but that's the Beirut camera you're looking at. Now what? Hold on. There's two Beirut cameras we have on. I have two Beirut cameras on the screen. Crazy. Hang on. So a number of Israeli airstrikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut. What happened to... Oh, there's some sort of rocket alert now. I'll let you know where the rocket alert is. Guys, there is one rocket alert, one, near the Israeli border, Israeli-Lebanon border. There's one near the, actually it's near where, it's near the area where Israel said they've created a military, like I forget what they called it, some sort of like off-limits military zone tonight. So it's near there. It's a little south of Metula, but it's one place right now that I see. What's going on now? What's going on now on the bottom? Why is he moving the camera on the bottom? Thank you to Michelle Fernandez and PZ Papa Zulu, thank you. And Tony Montana and Frankie. And Lord Cog and Quackers and Dr. Edward Moskowitz, Kelly C. Thank you. Thank you, Quackers, again. Simon Weiss, Poor Tech 7, Alexander Chemitsky, Jason Carlton, Shotgun Rider, Peanut Brain of the West. What's the camera's moving? Aaron Dooley, Angel for you two, Andy Hoodie, Savannah. Thank you. Mr. Blanksalot, Martin Gingrich, JP2 UK, Alaskan Wampa, Jim Kim. Thank you. Also, Fish Tacos and Weewick on Twitch, and Big Boss Now on Twitch, and Relila, Who Shot JR, Sweetums, Jebsy, Oxytropis, Nightfox 92, thank you. Thank you also very much, Fred, Big Boss Now, Fred, aka Big Boss Now. Thanks, Big Boss Now, for your support. That's really nice of you, Big Boss Now. Thank you. I was going to try to play you something. What happened to it? I was going to play you one of the Beirut explosions again. I think I should have it here. Let's see if I can bring it up here. Here it is. Hey guys, I am going to replay you guys. I'm going to replay you a Beirut explosion a short while ago. Hang on. See this? Watch this right now. This is a replay. This is a replay. Watch it. Replay from earlier. You'll see it in a second. You'll see it in a second. Hang on. Give it a moment. I think you'll see it in a second. Any moment now. Hang on. Okay, this was a few minutes ago. I thought I had it queued up right away. Right there. Wow. Wow. That was a few minutes ago. That was a few minutes ago, southern suburb of Beirut. I'll play it again. Here it comes again. I think that's the airport back there behind it. I think so. I don't know if, well, I don't know if the power is out in some of Beirut or what. I just don't know. Thank you to Sparky and Christine Richardson and Jenny W. and Glenn Knox 2009 and Jason Carlton and Gerald White. Seize the day, Quackers. Thank you. Yeah, earlier today, a number of news outlets earlier today said that Israel officials had told them that in recent days there had been some small border incursions. But we have had no confirmation tonight of like the actual ground invasion beginning. There's been reports of a lot of artillery and tank fire on the border. From a number of sources, but no reliable reporting at this point of Israeli forces going across the border. Could have happened already, I don't know. So Al Jadid News, which is a Lebanese news channel, they say that Israel is still shelling right now some Lebanese border towns. That's been going on for hours. Al Jadid News also reports that the airstrikes in the southern suburb of Beirut targeted residential buildings that were leveled as the result of the strikes. AFP is reporting at least 6 airstrikes have hit the southern suburbs of Beirut. The UK Foreign Office the UK Foreign Office is saying that they just posted 19 minutes ago saying they are chartering a flight to help British nationals who want to leave Lebanon. That is from the UK Foreign Office. They are chartering a flight to help British nationals who want to leave Lebanon. Uh-oh, what's going on now? Something going on? There's a helicopter or something. That's that's a plane. That's a civilian plane on the right. On the right, that is I believe that's a civilian plane, an MEA plane. I thought it was a helicopter. MEA is the Lebanese national flag carrier. Yes, that is an MEA plane. I can see it on flight radar. Landing from Dubai. Landing from Dubai, as you can see right there from Flight Radar 24. Wow, it's landing right where there were airstrikes. That's amazing. It's actually landing in Beirut just minutes after the airstrikes. Crazy. Steam Junkie says bananas, they would be flying commercial there right now. Wow. I have an update for you guys. Reuters reports, via Phil Stewart, Reuters reports, at least 2 Katyusha rockets were fired at a military base hosting U.S. forces near Baghdad International Airport, 2 Iraqi military officials told Reuters early on Tuesday. Air defenses intercepted the rockets, they added. Sorry, guys, I'm just checking for updates here. Thanks so much, hey, Janet Burnett. That's super nice of you. Hold on. I don't want to miss any flashes, so for the moment I'm taking off the second Beirut camera. Thank you, Janet Burnett, for your support. That's really nice of you, Janet. Also, Olivia Parmley, thank you. Richard Foley and Blue. Thank you, Blue, for your support. I don't have at this moment updates about the Israeli invasion. I assume we'll get something soon. But I don't have that right now. It is 1:02 a.m. now, Israel, Lebanon time. Earlier tonight, Prime Minister Netanyahu met with his security cabinet. Then that meeting ended and he went into a meeting with a smaller group, and I believe that was several hours ago. So waiting to find out more. Thank you to Fishing with Hash and Sean Welch and Cassie. Thank you, Sean Welch and Cassie. There have been reports of lots of artillery fire, tank and artillery fire by Israel on the border for hours. MTV Lebanon News just posted this. They said continuous artillery shelling by Israel in Kafr Kila and Al Qiyam. Sorry, on the vicinity of those places. So I believe those are both just over the border. Yeah, so Israel keeps... Uh-oh. What happened to that camera? Oh, no, now it's back. Yeah, Kfar Kila and Qiyam are near the border. So Israeli artillery shelling still reportedly happening. Sky News Arabia says the same thing. I'm just checking for updates here. Uh-oh, East Border camera. What's up with the East Border? Oh, there we go. Thank you, My Life Unscripted, by the way. Thanks, Hurricane Ben 19. Brainstorm Warning. Hey, shout out to our moderators who are here. Really appreciate all of our moderators over there on Twitch. A Moment of Lovely, DeBears, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dip. K. Larry Body on Facebook. Thank you, Kay. Ronald Egnor, Margaret Riley, Beth Shepard, thank you, mods. Sarah 55 and Ruth Krafasi and Sabrina on YouTube, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X, thank you. Hi. Sorry, we've been on the air about 10 hours, over 10 hours now. We'll see what happens. ABC News reports that the IDF's ground movement into Lebanon will be significant but not major. ABC News is saying that the operations will be limited with small unit special forces commando teams that will go against Hezbollah fighters, weapons caches, and long-range missile sites. They will have air power backup, the official added. That's what ABC News is reporting. We are bringing you live coverage here. Thanks so much to Oliver Franco for your support of the channel. Thank you, Oliver. Al Jazeera says the 8 Israeli airstrikes in the southern suburb of Beirut led to the destruction of 4 buildings. Oops, I'm missing something here. There we go. That's Beirut there. So I just need 1 minute here. Guys, just give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. Hang on 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. I would think we'll hear something from Israel soon. I don't know if Netanyahu is still meeting at 1 in the morning, but we have not gotten a statement after that. So I would think we'll hear something from Israel soon. That's what I think. Oh, flash on the west border? People said they saw a flash on the west border, Cameron. If you give me a time code, I can look it up. $1:15:35. I just looked at that time code. I didn't see anything. Why 1:15:35? That must not be the right time code. Oh, I just saw it. It's about 1:15:38 or so. Yeah, I'll show you guys. Here's a replay. Here's a replay right now. Look right up here. Look right up here. Ready? Right now. Get ready. Right there. Right there. See that right there? We'll play it one more time for you. Right here. One more. There you go. Thank you for letting me know. That was moments ago. Probably an airstrike back there. That's the assumption. Al-Manar, which is a Lebanese news outlet affiliated with Hezbollah, says Israeli artillery shelling is targeting areas close to the border. Sky News Arabia says Israeli artillery shelling targeting border areas. Oh, interesting. Al Jadid, which is a Lebanese news outlet, says Israeli reconnaissance planes are flying at low altitude over the southern suburbs and over the capital of Beirut. Again, reporting that Israeli recon planes are flying over Beirut and greater Beirut. I don't know if by recon planes they mean drones or planes. Igor CCK thinks Israel is prepping the theater of operations. Not seeing a lot of updates at the moment. That was something. That sounded like something. I don't know what camera that was on. One of these cameras. Again, I don't know which camera it was. But I think East Border has no sound. Oh, rocket alert right now. Somewhere or other rocket alert. I'll let you know where. From so far red alert. Yes, one rocket alert in the northwest. One alert in the northwest there. Do I have a camera in the northwest? I do have. Oh yeah, we have. Look at the west border camera. West border. Right there. Well, I don't know if you see anything in this camera, but the volume's on. Onslaught MP says rocket alerts seem sparse and desperate now. Yeah, there have not been many of them. Nothing new from the IDF at the moment. Bringing you the latest updates. I will keep bringing you updates here. I'm just going to take 1 minute again. Guys, I'm coming back in 1 minute. 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Thanks for your patience. It is 1:29 a.m. local time. We have been watching here as there's been all these reports suggesting that Israel is going to begin a ground invasion of Lebanon, but no confirmation that has happened yet. There's been hours of artillery and tank fire by Israel on the border tonight, but as of right now, No confirmation it's happened. Now Chris the Toffee thinks, I don't think much will happen now. Who knows? Seems like, I mean, there was so much reporting today about how it was going to happen. So we were hearing all the signals. But as to exact timing, that I can't tell you. Kind of quiet at the moment. How long the border is? I mean, if in a straight line, it's like 40. It's like about 50 miles, but it's longer than that because it goes up and down and everything. It's long though. But Israel earlier tonight declared a particular part of the border a closed military zone, and said no one's allowed to go there. That was interesting. JP2 UK thinks too long has passed. Wow. Yeah, it's 1:31 a.m. Nova thinks that's a staging area. Have I seen and reported on our forces being attacked in Iraq over the last hour? Yes, I told you how Reuters says that 2 rockets were fired at an area where U.S. troops were in Beirut and they were in Baghdad, and they were both shot down. That's what Reuters said. At least 2 rockets fired at a military base hosting U.S. forces near Baghdad. Both were shot down. Thank you to Malta McMurtry for your support. Thank you. And Ada Gedden. I am checking all kinds of different sources, Israeli sources, Arabic language sources, Lebanese sources. I don't think that was a flash there. I think that was something with the camera or something. But the updates have been slow the last hour or so. About 10 minutes ago, Sky News reported that there were flares somewhere on the outskirts of the town Aita al-Shab in southern Lebanon. We've seen a couple flares tonight. We've seen a couple on the West Borders cam. Jeremy Pearson says fog of war. Tammy says tons of stuff went off at 3:30 a.m. time the other night. Hey, thanks, Tammy. Look, I mean, if Israel's going to do an invasion, they could do it. They could do it at 6 in the morning. They could do it in the middle of the day. So, I have no idea. Red Drift says, looks like some of the power is off on Beirut camera. Yeah, I can't tell if any of the power is off in the Beirut area. I don't know. Thanks, Red Drift. Appreciate everybody watching. I haven't heard any reports of like major power outages in Beirut, to be honest. What is this NBC report I'm seeing? Periodically tonight I've seen these reports that claim the invasion has begun, and then they kind of go away and we don't hear about those reports again. So I'm careful about any of these reports we're seeing. I just went to NBC's website. Oh, all right. So NBC posted 8 minutes ago, they said 2 officials tell NBC News the operation appears to have begun. Oh, this is interesting. That's new. New report from NBC News. Huh. So NBC News is claiming that the ground incursion has begun, and also that they're saying the timing says the NBC News says the Israeli ground operation in Lebanon appears to have begun, and said according to 2 U.S. officials, and they say NBC says the officials don't have independent confirmation, but the timing tracks with what the Israelis notified the U.S. it had planned. All right. Well, I don't know. What can I say? All right. So for whatever that's worth, NBC saying is that 2 U.S. officials say to them it appears that the ground operation has begun, and they don't have independent confirmation of that, but basically what they're saying is they were told by Israel that it would have begun around now. It seems like the 2 officials are saying we were told around like midnight it would start or something like that. So what can I say? I have no idea. how to whether that's true or not. You know, maybe they're right. Maybe it has begun. But just to be clear, it's not like there's great evidence for it in that report. And that report from NBC News came out like 10 minutes ago. It's not an old report. What can I say? Maybe it has begun, maybe it hasn't. Russell says last 3 red alerts have been in the same spot, wondering if it's a safe staging area for troops. I mean, I know some of the recent alerts have been around that, military area that Israel created today. So it might be a staging area. The closed military area by the border. It is possible. Maybe those recent rocket alerts have been directed at troops. I'm not sure. Thank you, Russell Bach and Marge 9. Al Jazeera is also mentioning that NBC report. Current news, an Israeli news site on Telegram, they say a shooting incident in a bomb explosion that caused a fire on Independence Road in Haifa. I'll let you know if I hear anything about that. Maybe some sort of incident in Haifa. We'll see. I haven't heard anything else about that. Oh, they weren't? Hold on. Hang on. No. I'll ask the poll question again about will they invade tonight? Will Israel start an invasion tonight? That's the poll question. No, I mean like not the small teams doing brief incursions. You know what I'm saying. Guys, if you say they've already started invading, you're being intentionally difficult. The word invasion could be different things. Clearly in the poll, I mean it not to include these reports of small teams doing brief incursions, okay? So please, you know what I mean. Come on. We've been on the air almost 11 hours. Stop being difficult. Let me show you what people are saying in our chat. about the poll question. Hey, 72% say on YouTube. 72% on YouTube say, oops, that's not what I want to do. What did I do here? Hold on. 72% on YouTube say it will start tonight. On Twitch, it is 64%. 64% on Twitch. Try not to block anything. It's kind of hard. B. Earhart thinks it will be before 6 a.m. Oh, the camera's moving. Appreciate you voting in our poll. Thank you to KC Steve. Thank you, Salsa Bennett. If I see other Middle Eastern countries' comments on this possible invasion, I will let you know. Thank you, Salsa Bennett from Australia. And David Gardner, thank you, David. And there's a new rocket alert right near the border. One rocket alert right near the border, just so you know. All right, I'm going to remove the poll things. Thanks for voting. Actually, not right near the border. I take it back. One right near, they're kind of both near the border, actually. New rocket alert, both near the border. Central border area. Yeah, once again, this is maybe right near where those troops would be. Central border area. It's kind of close to where that, the closed military area is. Actually, I see 3 of them now. One's a little further away. I'll show you real quick. Now there's 4 rocket alerts. I mean, they're still all, you know, central close to the border. Look, real quick. There's the so far red alert map. See, there's Israel right there. Kind of top center right there. Rocket alert there. That's the so far red alert. It's a good map. I'll post a link to the red alert map. TZOFAR. Marty, that's so nice of you. Marty Hagwood. Wow, thanks, Marty. Very kind of Marty Hagwood. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all your support, Marty. Thanks also, Yev, our new member. Thank you, Yev. Thanks, Flunkism, for the bits on Twitch. Thanks, Sweetums, as well. Hurricane Ben 19, thank you for subscribing. Didn't the link post on... Somebody said, where's the link? I just posted it. Somebody said, where's the link to the map? It's literally, where's the link? It's about 15 lines above your post in the chat. Just scroll up and you'll see it. Thanks so much to Leslie Newman. Thank you, Leslie, for your support as well. Much appreciated. Thanks also Moonshadow X for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Thanks also Tim747 from Canada. Thank you, Tim. Much appreciated. Also Mauricio Corbin. Thank you, Mauricio. So nice of you. Thank you. I would have thought we would have gotten updates by now because, like hours ago, Netanyahu was meeting with his cabinet, security cabinet, and then that meeting ended. That was hours ago that ended. Then reportedly he was meeting with a smaller group. But like, I haven't heard anything after, but I'll say this. A big reason we're not hearing anything might be that the IDF specifically posted to not say anything to like the Israeli media. There was a post from the IDF several hours ago. It said, that post was, yes, almost 3 hours ago, right? The IDF spokesman said, in recent hours, there have been many reports and rumors about IDF activity on the Lebanese border. We asked not to transmit reports about the activities of the forces due to the security of our forces. Stick to the official reports only and do not spread irresponsible rumors. So that's literally the military telling the press there, don't spread any reports about the military. So that could be a reason why we haven't heard as much. They kind of told the Israeli press there to not say anything. I'm guessing we would have had more reporting from the Israeli press. Oh, Barak Ravid, breaking news. We have breaking news. Thanks to our viewer for alerting me. Barak Ravid just posted 2 minutes ago and said the ground invasion has started. Look at this, guys. Big news. The ground operation in southern Lebanon started, Israeli officials said. He's a good source, Barak Ravid. He said Israeli officials said it. He just posted it. Breaking news. He's a good source. I think that means it's happening. Did the IDF announce it? Oh, the IDF announced it. The IDF has announced it. Breaking news, it has begun. It has begun. The IDF has announced it. I have the announcement right here. Breaking news. I'm going to change the headline. Then I'm going to read you what they said. Here it is. Here it is, right here. Oops, what am I not seeing here? IDF troops have begun limited, localized, and targeted raids against Hezbollah terror targets in the border area of southern Lebanon. In accordance with the decision of the political echelon a few hours ago, the IDF began limited, localized, and targeted ground raids based on precise intelligence against Hezbollah terrorist targets and infrastructure in southern Lebanon. These targets are located in villages close to the border and pose an immediate threat to Israeli communities in northern Israel. The IDF is operating according to a methodical plan set out by the General Staff and the Northern Command, which IDF soldiers have trained and prepared for in recent months. The Israeli Air Force and IDF artillery are supporting the ground forces with precise strikes on military targets in the area. These operations were approved and carried out in accordance with the decision of the political echelon. Operation Northern Arrows will continue according to the situational assessment and in parallel to combat in Gaza in other arenas. The IDF is continuing to operate to achieve the goals of the war and is doing everything necessary to defend the citizens of Israel and return the citizens of northern Israel to their homes. Breaking news! The ground operation has begun, guys. It has begun. Look at that. IDF announces they have begun limited, localized, and targeted raids against Hezbollah terror targets in the border area of southern Lebanon. Breaking news. I'm going to call it a ground operation. A ground operation. WinTube says it may have already happened covertly. Well, the reporting said, who knows what actually happened. The reporting said that before today it was that the raids were not targeting Hezbollah. Now it's saying the raids are targeting Hezbollah terror targets. Guys, breaking news. They have begun a ground operation. They announced it. It's real. I just showed you the official announcement. Nathan Eisenband says, doubt it will be limited. So I'll say this. At least for the moment, I don't think we're going to see the shock and awe. I don't think we're going to see the tons of tanks rolling across the border with tons of flares and explosions. It sounds like it's going to be more on the down low, because it has been going on. It says it's been going on for a few hours, guys. A few hours ago, the IDF began limited, localized, and targeted ground raids based on precise intelligence against Hezbollah terrorist targets and infrastructure in southern Lebanon. These targets are located in villages close to the border and pose an immediate threat to Israeli communities in northern Israel. They're going after specific targets. So it's been going on for several hours. The cameras have been pretty quiet for several hours. So there you go. Qualify this says, is it a operation or the operation? I don't even know why that Windows thing just popped up. Is it a operation or the operation? Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. They say the Air Force and artillery are supporting the ground forces with precise strikes on military targets in the area. I mean, I would think, I don't know, is the plan to go after some targets and then have the troops go in big? Or just, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really help Israel to get their people back to northern Israel if they take out some targets and then they leave, right? Israel has to ensure that Hezbollah is not going to go back in if Israeli troops leave to southern Lebanon. So what are they going to do? Candace thinks they'll go into the tunnels. Is there a plan to eventually put troops in and like occupy southern Lebanon? I don't know. Hold on a second here. So we'll have to see what the plan is. Stan thinks they are already working the tunnels. Interesting, very interesting. Let me see if I can get you any other reporting on this. Big news, guys. That deserves another breaking news graphic. I wonder if we'll get a. I wonder if we'll get a video from Daniel Hagari. Oh, hold on a second. I like the viewer who claimed that some blog shared the information 40 minutes ago. So the thinking here is that the Israeli military didn't announce it till 10 minutes ago, but this blog shared it 40 minutes ago? That's what happened? They must have good sources. I'm trying to find if there's any other reporting. Oh, seems like some sort of boom there. That might have been a truck, though, for all I know. It's interesting. Like I could see a world in which, you know, this ground operation is going on for a few days, and then Israel says we're going to do something else, or maybe like I don't know what the timing is of all this, and what comes next after this, as they call it, the how did they put it, the limited, localized, and targeted ground raids phase. What happens after the limited, localized, and targeted ground raids phase? They're not saying that that's all they're doing. What they said is that the IDF is operating according to a methodical plan, right? So we don't know what the plan is. We don't know what part of the plan this is. But they did say the IDF is operating according to a methodical plan. So we'll have to see where this fits in with the plan. But remember, the goal is to get the tens of thousands of Israelis to be able to move back to northern Israel without Hezbollah still launching its attacks on northern Israel. TMZ is reporting, apparently, hold on a second. Is this true? Pete Rose is dead at 83. Sad news from the baseball world. TMZ reports that Pete Rose has died at the age of 83. Condolences to his family. One of our viewers just mentioned that. Thank you for the heads up. He passed away at his home in Las Vegas, according to TMZ. Hang on one sec. Oops. All right, we'll take some more comments from you guys. Mean M thinks the goal is to occupy the south of Lebanon. I'm going to ask you guys a question. It's time for a poll question. Time for a poll question. The poll question is, will Israel occupy part of South Lebanon? That's going to be our poll question. I don't know the answer. Yes or no? So will the troops go in and stay there for a while? Thank you to all of our moderators, by the way. I really appreciate our moderators for being here. Ruth Krafasi, Jessica S. Linda Belk, Larry. Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev, thank you. Kay Lowry Body, Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Ronald Agnew, over there on Facebook. Thank you so much. Let me show you what you guys have to say about this poll question. Will Israeli forces end up occupying for some not insignificant amount of time it's part of South Lebanon? Wow, it's high on YouTube. On YouTube, 76% of the people think that they will. 76% think that. And then on Twitch, it is 77% on both. Well, was the same. Wow, I thought it might be. I thought you guys might be not as much that you were of you, not as many of you. 3/4 of you think that Israel's going to occupy part of South Lebanon. Although one might argue, like, well, if they're really gonna do what they say and make it safe for people in northern Israel, how are they going to do that if they don't occupy South Lebanon? Interesting. I wonder, when we were seeing a bunch of flashes before and stuff like that, we're not really seeing that now. I wonder if that's when that was all starting. But again, I haven't seen flashes on the cameras in a while. Hey guys, I don't update the title of the broadcast all the time. It's just people will know if people are looking for coverage involving this topic, they will know we're covering it. So I update the headline. So thank you for the suggestion, but it's just too much to be updating the title the whole time. So I just focus on the headline. As soon as people tune in, they can read the headline and see. I appreciate the suggestion, but I am not. It's one step too much. Oops. Oh no, I did this. There you go. All right. So on the poll, it was 76% of people, about 3/4 of you on YouTube and Twitch, think that Israel will occupy part of South Lebanon. Wow, that'd be a big deal, obviously. That's very different than what they've said so far. They're conducting these limited raids. But I wouldn't be surprised if it happened. I just think it's certainly very different than what they've said they're doing so far. Thank you so much to Richard Foley. Thank you, Richard. That's really kind of you, Richard. Thanks so much for your support. Also, Michael Mac Isaac. Thank you, Michael. Oops. Hang on a second here. Also, Traveling Tramps, Teresa Moulton, Thomas Fleming, Dangerous Mind, thank you. Lord Cog, Kim Z, Nautica Renewables Group. Do you think Hezbollah has any kind of counter strategy for border incursion? I don't know. I've seen no evidence that they are going to give any serious pushback at this point. But I don't know. But there's not much evidence for them or Iran offering serious pushback at this point. Peanut brain of the West. The speedrun Spartan. Daniel Bashner, thank you. Khan News says media in Syria report explosions in the skies over Damascus and claim that the Syrian anti-aircraft system was activated against hostile targets. Israel fairly regularly carries out airstrikes in Syria. Maybe that is happening again. I'll let you know if I hear more. They have also said they don't want Hezbollah to be resupplied through Syria. Syria shares a big border with Lebanon. So that could be something that's going on. I'll let you know if I hear more. I'm guessing I'll hear more soon about that. One of our viewers saw a small flash on the east border cam. You know, for all you know, I mean, look, I can't tell you what exactly happened. Israel has said numerous times that they have launched strikes on Hezbollah when they saw that Hezbollah was prepared to fire weapons at them. So look, maybe Hezbollah has tried to respond. Maybe Hezbollah had this plan to launch all kinds of stuff at Israel, and every time they've tried, Israel has attacked it. That I don't know. I mean, certainly Israel has all kinds of intelligence about Hezbollah. They've had all these strikes on their leadership. They know where they are. You know, they did the pager thing. So maybe Hezbollah had a big plan to launch strikes, and every time it was foiled by Israel because Israel had amazing intelligence. Don't know. Jay Augustine thinks that's what happened. The Israeli Air Force says about 10 rocket launches were detected from Lebanon. Some of them were intercepted, and crashes in an open area were detected. Intel Doge is hearing the IDF is firing flares in the vicinity of Eta Ash-Shab, a southern Lebanese town right along the border with Israel. I have not seen that report. I know Intel Doge is getting it from somewhere. I think there's a report from, hold on. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. Oh, Al Jazeera is showing southern Lebanon, one of our viewers said. Al Jazeera has cameras in a bunch of places. They have their own cameras in a lot of places. Al Jazeera Arabic? Well, I just put on Al Jazeera Arabic. I'm not seeing flares there, but they do have a lot of cameras. We saw some flares before on our cameras, but I haven't seen any lately. Oh, hey guys, Barak Ravid says, I have a report from Barak Ravid. Barak Ravid says, at the meeting of the Political and Security Cabinet earlier tonight, the ministers approved the ground operation in Lebanon. Senior Israeli officials said the cabinet decision emphasized that the operation was focused and limited in time and space and was not intended to occupy southern Lebanon. So Barak Ravid is saying that senior Israeli officials are saying that this ground that Israel is not intending to occupy southern Lebanon. We'll see if that's the case. Oopsie. Oh no, I did the wrong thing. Oh no, I have to delete my tweet and post it again. I reposted the wrong post. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. I reposted his other post. That would have made no sense. Here we go. Now I'll do it right. There we go. Thank you, Russell Bach, who saw some military vehicles on the bottom right. Russell did. It's kind of hard to see stuff. At 7:20. I'll look back, Russell. Russell said he saw some military vehicles. Where? On the bottom right? Where are they? Where would they be on the bottom right? I can't even see anything on the bottom right. Isn't it under the graphics? The road is under the graphics. Oh, I see. I got it. I see. I see. Wow, Russell has an eagle eye. You know what? I'm going to get that for you. I'll actually get you a clean version of that. I should be able to get you a clean version of it. That's the east border camera. I'll get you a clean version so if people can see the military vehicles. That would have been about 6 minutes ago. So we'll go right. Oh, 504. I'm going to show you the video. Eventually. Thanks to Krieg Stem, Hebrew Jerusalem Prince. Hebrew Jerusalem Prince thinks it's going to escalate to a regional war. I hope not. Which is why the U.S. is sending thousands more troops. They announced that today. They're sending thousands more troops in the form of fighter jet squadrons. Hebrew Jerusalem Prince is concerned about that. Thank you to Mathgis. Thank you so much. All right, I have this video of the military vehicles that eagle-eyed Russell Bach spotted on this camera in the corner under my graphic. Maybe. Where are they here? I'm trying to find them. It's pretty subtle. So if you look here, look in the corner. Look in the corner here. Hold on. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. So look right down here. Right in here. Look right in there. You'll see it. See, that's a vehicle right there and a vehicle right there. Just those two? Oh no, there's another one right there. 3 of them. Oh, there's another one right there. There's 4. There's 5. 5 of them. Wow, Russell spotted that. See that, guys? See them there? Now, I don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe even before today, a bunch of them were there. I don't know. Anyways, good spot by Russell. AP says, Israel and Hezbollah have exchanged fire almost every day since the war in Gaza began, displacing tens of thousands of people in Israel and Lebanon. Israel says it will continue to strike Hezbollah until it is safe for families to return to their homes near the Lebanon border. Hezbollah has promised to keep firing rockets into Israel until there's a ceasefire in Gaza. Deputy Dog says they have been moving all evening. Thank you, Siho, who I think is from Turkey. Siho. Thanks for your support. The AP also reports that, the Army has heavily beefed up forces in recent days. Chris Coyle, a resident of northern Israel, said the Army had erected gates and checkpoints throughout the region and positioned scores of tanks along the border in recent days. In the nearby Golan Heights, an Associated Press reporter heard Israeli artillery fire and explosions in southern Lebanon. Israeli forces also fired flares into Lebanon. An AP reporter in the southern Lebanon town of Marjayun reported sounds of heavy artillery, heavy shelling and explosions and occasional airstrikes coming from areas closer to the border. AP also says Hezbollah's capabilities are unclear after a series of major blows. It's possible Hezbollah is holding back to save resources for a bigger battle, but the militant group might also be in disarray after Israeli intelligence apparently penetrated its highest levels. They also point out that as recently as 2 weeks ago, a strike like the one on Monday, earlier today, in central Beirut, outside of the main areas where Hezbollah operates and next to a busy transportation hub normally crowded with buses and taxis, would have been seen as a major escalation and likely followed by a long-range Hezbollah strike into Israel. But Hezbollah hasn't responded to it, basically. Like they also haven't responded to Israel assassinating their leader. Apple Tree says, I'm really afraid what Iran will do. A lot of analysts think that Iran doesn't want to get involved because they're worried that if they attack Israel, then Israel will use that as an excuse to launch some devastating attack on Iran. An interception over Tel Aviv? Did that happen? There was no rocket alert. There was no rocket alert. There's no rocket alert. Okay. I'm seeing a report that maybe off the coast of Tel Aviv something happened. That's unconfirmed. I'm only seeing that. The news the Security Cabinet says apparently a missile was intercepted off the coast of Tel Aviv. I would not be surprised if that's a Houthi missile. The Houthis did say that they're going to keep launching attacks on Israel. They have sent several missiles at Israel. So I would not be surprised if that was a Houthi missile. I'll let you know. One of our viewers said they heard something in Tel Aviv. Yes, I'm seeing a couple, some Israeli news channels on Telegram I follow are saying there was a missile intercepted off the coast of Tel Aviv without a rocket alert. So I don't know if that's happened, but a couple different channels I follow said that happened. And I know some people in your chat were talking about it. Yes, several of the Israeli news Telegram channels I follow, which are pretty reliable. They do a good job. They are all saying that there was a missile off the coast of Tel Aviv that was intercepted. So I'll let you know what I hear. Thanks for the heads up in the chat. Yitzhan Landau says, I'm in Tel Aviv, no alarms today. Al Jazeera says Syrian media reports dead and wounded in an Israeli strike targeting the villas area in Damascus. There are reports that Israel targeted a building in Damascus. Al-Hadath says a raid on Damascus and the Syrian Observatory believes it was an assassination. In Syria. Sky News Arabia also reports there was an operation to intercept an air target over the sea off Tel Aviv. Yeah, Al Jazeera is showing a flare now, but I don't have the camera that they have, so I can't show it. Oh, there is a flare. No, there isn't a flare. Was that a flare right there? Oh, no, that's bleeping on and off. No, there's no flare, but I don't have their camera. Roy Case says, well, I don't know if it was if there was a building hit or a car hit in Syria. Oh, one of our viewers said on Al Jazeera it's a replay showing the flare. Maybe that's the case. So what we're going to have to do soon here is, if I want to keep going, and I'm fine keeping going, you know, on YouTube, the streams on YouTube, when they hit 12 hours, they disappear. So what I could do on YouTube is I could put up another stream, and then I can program it that you will automatically be taken to the new stream. I set up the new stream, and then I set it so that if you just leave your computer on or your phone on, it'll just take you to the new stream. So I think I'm going to do that. But I need a second to set that up. I need a second to set it up. All right, so give me a second, because I got to do that now, or we're going to have a problem. Or we are going to have a problem. So let me just do that really quickly, get it set up. I'm almost done. All right, I got to get this posted. I got to program it so that you guys will be automatically taken over to the new stream. So I'm posting the new event now on YouTube. It'll only be on YouTube. The other platforms you're fine. So I'm posting the new event on YouTube right now, and then I will program it in that you're automatically taken to the new stream. How does that sound? I hope it sounds okay. Okay. Oh, I gotta do one more thing here. One more thing. Thanks for bearing with me. We'll go a little longer. That's good. Great. Done. 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 And this is going to be I am posting the new event now, and now I'm going to program this broadcast so that it'll take you right there to the new event. Redirect. It has now been programmed. If you're on YouTube and you're watching this broadcast, when this broadcast ends, you will be taken to the new one. I have just programmed it in. YouTube, you should be able to just sit there and be taken right to the next broadcast. Again, the reason I have to do this on YouTube is when we hit 12 hours, if you hit 12 hours and the broadcast it just disappears, it's not available for people to watch after. So I don't want that to happen. Let me just post this on social media that we're going there. We are hitting the time limit on YouTube, so we're going to continue our Hezbollah, our Israel Hezbollah coverage in a new stream. Okay. All right, so I just posted the link in the chat on YouTube, but that's what we're going to do. So what I need to do is if you're watching on Twitch or Facebook or X, you can just sit there. What I'm going to have to do right now is I'm going to have to end the stream only on YouTube, and then the new one, I'll start the new one, but you'll be taken to the waiting room for the new one when this one ends. Okay? Guys? All right. So it should say it says upcoming, scheduled for 11. Oh, sorry, the time is wrong. The time is wrong. I have the wrong time. Let me fix the time on it. I got to fix the time on it. Hold on, I'll fix the time on it. Of course it's wrong. It should say 7:55, not 11:55. Hang on. I'm fixing that right now. All right, the time is fixed. The time is fixed. Okay, so I'm not going to do all the big goodbyes because hopefully you'll join me on the next. I'm literally going to end the stream on YouTube and then just start the next one. Okay, so Everybody, I appreciate all the, thank you for watching on YouTube, but please stay around because I'm literally getting off the air and then in like 10 seconds starting the new stream. So I've already posted the new stream on YouTube. We're going to wrap this one up on YouTube only, so we don't get, so the broadcast doesn't disappear. All right, folks? All right, so you should be fine on YouTube. As soon as this ends, you should be automatically taken to the next one. All right, so just YouTube viewers. Again, YouTube viewers, I'm going to do this now. Hopefully this works. I'm going to end the YouTube stream now, but I am then going to start the new YouTube stream. All right, people are saying they got it. All right, here we go. I'm ending the YouTube stream on 3. I hope to see you on the other side. 1, 2, 3.